Does anyone know who this iStar dude is? Or is it just Star? No, iStar.
iStar, whereabouts? Over in PNR?
Nah, someone's just sent me a link to a new server called Politics and Science. He says his name's iStar. So I thought
Hey, Dave, you heard of someone called Robert Utah?
No, don't think so.
You know the Jamaican sounding one that we always take the piss out of?
Yeah.
That's him.
So he started his own channel. He's got Politics and Science. And the tags in here are Earth Awakenings Globe, English Hub, Globe, Politics Hub, Globe. I don't know what this means. And then he's got voice channel 24/7 Flat Earth or Globe.
He's one broken individual.
You haven't seen this thing? He hasn't sent it to you?
I don't think I'm going to get an invitation somehow.
Well, I just left it.
Hey there. Hey there, hey there.
What's up, man?
Oh, I was trying to see if anybody's spoken to Hey there.
Hay is for horses.
Hello.
What's up, baby? Oh, what's up, Hey there?
Hello.
Hey there.
What brings you to the channel, man?
What up?
I got bored.
Uh, I'm guessing you think the Earth is a globe.
No, I'm pretty sure it's flat. I think we live on a plane of existence, yes.
Oh shoot. My bad.
Should I
I usually look at
pretend
the
if I'm a
what far
glober?
looks like.
Do you wanna should I pretend to be a glober?
No, thank you. I get
Maybe if
bored
you
pretty
go to
quick.
maybe if you go to Antarctica, maybe you'll become a glober.
That is true. I heard people that has happened.
Mm.
I'm very near the Arctic Circle, so
This chick I know, my ex-girlfriend, she's all into conspiracies and everything. She believes in every conspiracy except the flat Earth, and she's just like she gets violent about it. She gets so mad at me, and she prints me up pages and pages of articles about government psyops. And she's like, the flat Earth is a government psyop. I'm like, how can a kingdom divide against itself stand? I was like, that doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? That makes no sense. I just don't know how to. I'm trying to figure out the best way to approach her because she's really she snaps real easy. She's really smart though, but I haven't talked to her for like 6 months, and she calls me randomly. Or she texts me. She's like, "I had a dream the other night that you were outside and you had a diamond necklace on, like a diamond on the end of your necklace, and you were holding it up to the sun." And I was like, I got chill bumps because just the other day I had been outside. And I was charging my crystals, and I found a Herkimer diamond, and I was staring at the sun through it. And I don't even, I don't ever hardly do that. It was like random. I just did that, and she tells me like 2 days later she had a dream about it. And I was like, fuck, that's fucking.
She might be stalking you, bro.
No, she lives in Ohio or Idaho. She lives in Idaho, and I live in California. So, but yeah, it's just really trippy.
maybe you shouldn't push her with the
Yeah,
truth
right.
and all that.
You know what's a trip is I don't know if you guys are familiar with a dude named Ralph Ring, who's a 33rd degree Freemason, is her grandpa. And if you look him up on YouTube, Ralph Ring, he has a bunch of he was on the History Channel and a couple other channel like there's interviews with him where he's breaking down like diagrams of a flying saucer technology. And she told me when she was little she seen one in his backyard that he had built. This motherfucker's smart. He lived in Paradise for like 40 years, and 6 months before it burned down, he moves to Peru. You know what I mean? But yeah, Mm. Look up Ralph Ring if you ever are curious about that levitation technology. That's her grandpa. She's told me some crazy stories though, some really fucked up shit about I'm not saying all of them do this, but if one of them has a kid from a woman who's not his wife, like I don't, then he basically like disassociates with her or whatever, and then basically like him or his other compadres or whatever have the right to go there anytime they want, day or night, and take the girl for as long as they want and bring her back and do it. And like I've heard really bad things. I'm not gonna repeat them or anything, but she's definitely fear-based trauma or whatever fuck, you know. But yeah, anyway, I don't know how I got onto that tangent. I don't even. But anyway. Oh wait, it's Conspiracy Sunday. Oh no, it's not Sunday. It's Monday. Never mind. I'm a day late and a dollar short. It's hard. It's hard being with a girl who has a heliocentric based mindset. You know, I don't know if any of you guys are with a woman who's a heliocentric and they're like really stubborn about it, but it's not easy. It's this it sets the stage for many arguments and a lot of contention.
I'm back for just a brief moment, but AV, are you still here?
I think Hey There is here. Hey There is here.
Very cool.
Yep.
Yeah, I got into the office and then realized I forgot to go get breakfast.
Oh yeah.
But I was just going to say to AV that, sometimes I feel inspired to start a YouTube channel to quote unquote debunk the flat earth and actually make it all of the literally what I would do is just go through claims like either from recordings here or other places and then just say things like do they really think that? Do they really think that you could measure this or whatever, and then make it over the top so that somebody watching it would go like, yeah, that does make sense.
Like
And then,
controlled opposition type thing.
exactly.
You know what's crazy, bro, is that how I know you guys witness. You guys are on here a lot more than I am. You witness day after day people who've been exposed to people who've been exposed to the knowledge and truth of flat Earth, and I just think like if somebody had exposed me to even a fraction of the amount of stuff I hear Globers that come on here day after day, week after week are exposed to, I would have known the truth. All I had to hear was, a little part of a video for something to click in my mind. You know what I mean? And I really think that some people, it's something to do with like, I know it's spiritual too, but it's like it's a physical thing, something to do with the blood-brain barrier or something where some people they just either aren't born with the capability or maybe their shit's calcified or something and it just doesn't break through the blood-brain barrier, you know? That's usually the case, like 99% of the time. 98.6% of the time. At 186,000 miles a second. You know what I mean?
Well, what I realize is that a lot of people, when they hit a certain age, maybe it's somewhere around 13 to 30, somewhere in there, and it's probably variable. They hit a point to where learning new information becomes almost impossible. So if they've not been brought up with a question of mind, like for instance, they're one of the what a park ranger once told me that she calls container people. These are people who live inside their houses, then they get in the container of their car, and they send their kids to the container school. That by the time they're in that age bracket of 13 to 30, they no longer have the ability to learn new major things. And so no matter what you tell them, their brain literally cannot process it. And if they've been raised up with a go out and explore the world mentality, let's get out, let's put our phones down, and let's get out and walk through these woods, that it's going to be different. They're going to be more open to questioning and learning things and realizing, they're talking about something I entirely disagree with, but I can actually learn something from them. Maybe it's not what they're trying to teach me, but there's some other facet of something else that we'll talk about that I'll learn about. So they just don't have that capability.
Yeah. Like my mom, like basically I remember growing up and my mom was like, anti-jab. She like she created a group in town where like they'd have meetings and stuff, and they were like anti-tax, like they didn't pay their taxes, and they like, how it used to say like in the tax the 1040 or whatever that thank you for paying this voluntary service. Like they had a whole group based on that, and so maybe being growing up like that maybe had something to do with it. But on the flip side of that though, like I talked to my mom it took my mom a couple of years before she, she doesn't say she's a flat earther, but because she just says, I don't know the shape of the earth, but I know it's not a globe now, and so she really liked like Peggy Hall and stuff, and like when Peggy Hall started talking about it, she was like all about that. And then to the point where when my mom was living in Mexico, and I told her that Santos Bonacci lives down there, she went and found Santos Bonacci and stayed with him for like a week, just from my influence about talking to him. So I've got to see like over a couple of years, my mom becoming a flat earther. It was like one of the best experiences I had with anybody, you know what I mean? Like see the fruition of like all the hours and weeks I've sat there and just talked to her about it. Because in the beginning, she's like, I don't want to hear about this. It's too much for Mom. I don't understand. It's way too much for me to understand. I can't grasp it. And I was like, Mom, it's actually a lot simpler than the heliocentric version we were taught. But, over time, though, she came to the conclusion that the reality isn't what they taught us, which is really cool.
I was actually having a conversation with a local flat earther here that they were involved in a homeschool cooperative, and they picked up on a few clues that a few people might hold some meanings on some certain things similar to them on different topics, and they about nearly got kicked out of the homeschool cooperative.
Oh, shit.
Now, my point is when not always, but a lot of times, some of these alternative tax people or sovereign citizen people or alternative law people, whatever you want to call them,
Yeah.
sometimes they are some of the most dogmatic people when you try to introduce them to other topics. That it's awkward. And it's kind of like, okay, well, you know what? I don't know that I agree with everything you say here, but I thought that I picked up that you're willing to question and think outside of the box, when in reality, a lot of times somebody told them this, hey, look, watch this YouTube video, or let's go to this seminar, or let's be part of this group. And then they take it like it's doctrine. And my point of it is it makes it really hard because to try to broach this topic with them or several other topics, a lot of times it can be more difficult than actually talking to a globetard.
Oh, dude, I agree with you. You know which group I've found the hardest? They're the most hard-headed is people who are in AA and NA, especially if they have a lot of years of sobriety and they're like hardcore into it. Dude, they got crazy with me one time. I went to one of their things. It was like at the beach, and there was like 50 people or something. And I started talking about flat Earth to them, and dude, they were not having it at all. So yeah, I totally know what you mean. They get real dogmatic about that shit. My new thing that I tell people is I go, it would be scarier if NASA was telling the truth and they really were going to space, and it's been 50 years of them going to space, playing with toys, spending $71 million a day. Well, because I've gone down to Hawthorne where the SpaceX fucking facility is, and I've seen homeless. There's tons of, because right there on Crenshaw Boulevard, there's tons of homeless people out there begging for change and fucking just hard up, cracked out, and so I think it would be scarier if NASA was telling the truth and they really are going to space and they've done absolutely nothing with it to help people whatsoever, than them not going to space and just using that money for black op, whatever. You know what I mean? Imagine if they really were going to space and they're that what would be the word, like just that stupidly spending money like that. I think that would even be scarier.
No doubt. I mean, it's that's why nobody questions, because I do think that what drives people to support NASA is this fear of this unknown, this vast universe of gray bug-like men that got these
Yeah.
bugged-out eyes. They're going to come and eat your children, and then
I think also NASA has painted themselves in such a way that look, like MTV Music Awards, they get the Moon Man Award. All these rappers and rock stars are rocking NASA gear, and every time, they just make it seem like it's like really cool, and kids think that maybe one day they might be an astronaut, and if not, they want to be part of helping the space program or whatever. It's just that's the one branch of the government where even people that are even gangster rappers that are fuck society and everything, and then they're NASA for some reason is the branch of the government where they're totally on board with it and support by wearing their gear or whatever. They did
who doesn't want their kids to be of the priestly class that's going to go out and explore the universe and be saviors of humanity against this evil global warming and sea level rising. Who wouldn't want that?
Right.
So they take their kids to places like Epcot and put them in the Mars mission ride, and oh gosh, look at them. They're going to do so well, and then unfortunately the kids end up on meth or something.
Yeah, or something. On space dust, you know what I mean? Fucking space dust.
Yeah, it's really sad is what it is. It's insanely pathetic and sad that they trade on fear in a way that most people forget that it's fear.
Yeah.
Fear of the
Well, I mean, how many
unknown,
movies since movies came out? How many movies do you think they made about aliens? Thousands and thousands of movies. That shit's just in people's minds. You know what I mean? Whereas now the popular thing is a lot of people are yeah, they did fake the moon missions. That's because they couldn't expose what they really saw, which is aliens or whatever. They're just protecting us, or what I mean, they paint alternative pictures and shit, and people go down those little alternative roads.
Oh yeah, I mean, just look at the very insectoid alien that they've created.
Yeah.
It plays on that primal fear of bugs and snakes and reptiles.
Yeah.
And they've done a really good job of that. And
Have you noticed a lot of people when you talk to them about flat Earth, they automatically bring up, well, They're like, would you think the government's really lizard people? And I'm like, dude, I don't know. I don't think about that. Like, I don't know. I have no idea. Who's that?
Yeah, just somebody clowning.
Um,
So here's what I tell people is, and this is the truth of it, that the whole concept of lizard person comes from David Icke, and he was actually
Yeah.
using that as code because he was anti-Semitic and he knew that he wouldn't be able to get anti-Semitic books published, so he used a code language to talk about Semitic peoples, and so
Isn't he the one who? Isn't he the one who's like the in that whole ancient alien thing?
no,
David
uh,
Weiss,
yeah, no,
or is Dave Weiss flat Earth?
no,
Dave,
not Dave Weiss. No, no, no.
David, or what'd you call him?
Icke, David Icke.
Oh, David. Yeah, isn't he the guy who does the ancient alien
No,
show?
no, that's somebody else. No, David Icke. He's a British fellow who he wrote these books, and that was code for anti-Semitism. So,
Um,
I mean, that was his code, and so because he knew that if he wrote a book about a certain ethnicity/religion, that it would never get published, so he just called it lizard people.
okay.
So it's not a, and there's some people who can't quite figure out that that's what he means by that.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Is that what you really think? You don't sound so convinced yourself.
Who's that? Oh, is that Hey There?
Yeah. I'll just mute myself.
You what?
Wanna go? Hello. Anybody there taking questions?
There's a bunch of here that can answer any question. What's up?
It was something. So when you guys say that water doesn't curve, is that you guys denying gravity?
Not at all. Can you demonstrate water curving because of gravity? Damn, that was quick.
Well, guess I'm cleaning up my coffee because it's all over the floor. I laughed really hard when that happened.
What up, geeks? How you guys doing? Yo, Batman. Hello, my fellow flat earthers. Hello.
I remembered sporadic. Just hold on a second. The Mike Heffron 6.454 times 10 to the negative 6 degrees per meter. What the fuck shape? What the hell would that even be? So that would be like a rotation per meter. Because I understand 8 inches per mile squared is a parabolic arc. Like, what the fuck is degrees per meter? Like, how would that actually, if we trace that, say the line to something in the rotation per meter, like, what would that even be? Like, would it be a curve? Would it be like, what is that? I mean, I guess I could graph it. I'm being lazy, so I'm hoping you already did it.
Like a spiral?
No, so there's a guy, Heffron, he claims that theodolites have a displacement that they don't actually measure accurately, like way out there, and that this displacement is 6.454 times 10 to the negative 6 degrees per meter. So that's a very infinite point, like it's basically 0.00000654 degrees per meter. The angle will shift of doing an observation. And like, I don't know if this is ad hoc or whatever. Strategic typing, I'll find out. Like, what would that fucking actually be, dude? Like, it would be like the thing would rotate down. Like, fuck, dude. I'm trying to imagine it orthographically, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I realize it's ad hoc, but like, angle per meter is like a fucking weird thing. You know what I mean? That's like not very non-typical where someone would express something in degrees per meter.
Yeah.
So like, I'm just trying to imagine, like, if I trace this, like, on the 2D plane, like, what the fuck would this look like? Like, say, okay, imagine it like this, right? So I have the theodolite, it's level, right? And I want to negate this degrees per meter thing. So I'm going to translate the theodolite and rotate it as I translate it per meter, and then rotate it the same amount to exactly cancel out this degrees per meter. Now, how would I trace out the path, like from like an orthographic sky view in Cartesian like coordinate systems? I'm just having trouble visualizing like how that would trace orthographically. Is it a curve? Is it like because per meter is a slope, but they're not using freaking distance units; they're using angle units, and it's like, what the fuck even is that? A bowling ball under a blanket? That's hilarious, dude. Huh. Now, do you think that? I know you said it's ad hoc, and it seems so contrived that I have to think that it's like intentional. It's hard for me to like think someone's absolutely innocent and like like they just didn't contrive this like out of nothing. Yeah, I can see how it's that. Yeah. We talked a little bit about the go distance thing that they're using the arc length bullshit from the Haber sign, which is like that's just like no go zone. You might as well just concede at that point if you're gonna do that.
I'm looking at a picture of this plane, and I see the other set of wings that are on the tail that are above the regular wings in the back, and I'm wondering if if that's their extra gas tank storage, the extra set of wings.
Yeah, it 100% Yeah, it 100% matters that they're using arc length. The idea that it doesn't, that's just freaking fucking silly. I'm just like, that was like just a weird combination of units, like angle per meter. That's just a weird freaking. I'm sorry, I'll just say it. That's some bullshit. If a Glober did that, I'd be like, yo, bro, that's some bullshit. That's another thing. Like, I thought, like, so they do these angle measurements with a theodolite, right? And I go out, I measure an angle. Now, the angle is what it is, so I measured it. The elevation, if I'm far away, right? The elevation of the mountain is going to be one thing on a globe and one thing on a flat Earth. So if I calculate the elevation of the angle on a globe, I say, hey, this mountain's 5,000 feet high above sea level. Whereas if I say, hey, here's the flat Earth measurement or angle calculation, and it's say actually 2,000 feet high. Like, have they gone out and like taken, say, an altimeter and said, okay, it actually is this elevation? Like, do we even know the true elevations? Are they like elevation elevations derived from angles, which are assumed to be on the globe in the first place from certain distances? Like, that's also a pretty good question that I thought of this a while ago because like a lot, like especially with Jesse, when he's like, well, I measured the angle to this freaking object and it matches the globe. Like, yeah, okay, because someone else measured the angle and then they put it on a globe, a reference ellipsoid, and of course it's going to match the globe. They're using a reference ellipsoid. But what would it be if you used a different projection surface or mapping surface, different surface to map on, right? It would still match, right? We would just say that the elevation of the mountain is different. Yeah, that's a problem, dude. Like, if it's not empirical and you're doing all these like calculations, like you're too abstract for me. Dude. Like, you're too far removed from reality. I mean, I can play mental masturbation games in my own fucking head and imagine it's a freaking lobster and come up with ways which prove the lobster. Whatever you tried to post, you can DM it to me. Obviously, it just smashed you. Well, let me ask you this. He said he did it from his house. Does he got like? And I hate asking this, but like, was it actually like? Do we have evidence that he did it from his house? Did he take photographs of his setup or anything?
How about that?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Like, we like we're into like they're using a lot of calculation. Like, okay, we sure there's any empirical evidence? There were any observations done, or their photographs, or whatever?
Yeah, I have no idea where that they took that from.
Well, I'm just like I understand where it's supposed to be from, and I'm not usually one to go, yes, proved you took it. They like to take a picture of your setup and then take a picture of you taking a picture of the setup, like like the infinite chain of photographers, fucking to prove shit, right? Everybody taking pictures of each other in a circle to prove that frickin' they were there.
Yeah, it'd be interesting if they actually did take some observations, and I mean, apparently they
But they
did.
were
But
supposed to, they claim they like.
yeah,
They claim
apparently
they
did.
took angle measurements from Heffron's house, right? Are you talking about the same thing I'm talking about?
Yeah, the
Yeah, okay.
celestial theodolite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They claim they took the measurements, so.
Yeah, I don't know. Weird.
You do have to admit, Amish, that is weird that even though this isn't really like a debunk of the globe model, it's kind of like a straw man of the globe model. It would be weird that this follows like a flat baseline, like like if you assume, right, that you have a line of sight, like you do the equal triangle thing, assuming, right, that the surface is like it's a parallel surface from the mountain, right? So the mountaintop is a parallel baseline
Parallel to the chord, right?
Yeah. Like it is a weird coincidence, dude. Like, but I don't think one
No,
observation.
it's not. It's not a coincidence at all. It's ad hoc. They use this what is now being called a refraction correction formula as a as spackle.
Well, I mean the 231, right? She assumed that the line under the his house is parallel to the line at the top of the mountain, right? Because of equal triangles, right? And the stars in that same line of sight, that the hypotenuse of that triangle. It is weird, like it is weird that it matches, but that could just be like cherry picking, right? You could just fucking run around and just getting a coincidence.
It's almost a geometric proof. Like they've got a correction factor that scales with distance that gets pretty close to this wherever it can be used. And all it's doing is it's flattening the topology of the Earth to match a flattened topology of the sky, or it's basically bridging. It, right, so it's going to work. It has to, but it's not observed. Like the resulting angle in this case, in what I showed you, 2 degrees 31 arc minutes, none of those angles are actually observed.
Oh,
like yeah, so they're not only not observed in Stellarium and Google Earth, but they wouldn't even be predicted on flat Earth or a globe.
Yeah, I sent you the C2A angles, right? I sent you the images of that, like the telescope pointing software that are so different from Stellarium. Yeah.
Dude, that software, by the way, incidentally, does Gaia, which is a Cartesian 3D vector-based star coordinates that work on a flat Earth.
Nice.
Yeah, I haven't played around with it yet.
Man.
Huh?
I wasn't aware of that even existed, the Gaia thing.
I wasn't either until recently, until I started researching this shit to put in that paper that I wrote to Heffron and Company, which they didn't address fairly.
Dude, I'm at that point where they're like, I feel bad for them that they probably wasted their time investing so much energy into it, and they're like in this sunk cost fallacy at this point.
Ago, they're begging people to provide comment, and I'm like, guys, you're not even listening to your own team. Like they came to you, they came to me, and a few of us in like February.
Yeah, and like just personally, me, I try to rely on evidence because of like, even though we don't have the burden of proof, in reality, I would say psychologically we do.
Optical effect.
And like when we do, we have to like knock it out of the park. This like 0.01 difference in fucking angle, dude, that ain't gonna cut it, dude. Like we need to blow them away by orders of magnitude.
Right. I mean, there are a couple, dude. So the other thing too is their trig is wrong. They're overstating the dip angle by 2x. Even though they're getting the dip in meters correct for their globe prediction, they're overstating the angle by twice, which is proof that they couldn't have even gone out and done a real observation. And this is because what they're doing is, you've seen the math, you basically build an isosceles triangle where the points of an observer at A and the observation point B and the center of the globe O form an isosceles triangle. And in order to get the dip angle from A to B, you got to have the central angle, because angle A to angle B are going to be both dipping at the same angle to see each other. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So you're taking the full subtended angle from the isosceles triangle instead of having it. And so this makes it easier for them to overstate their flat Earth claim. And then they're applying like all these crazy refraction corrections by cherry picking when they do. So get this, they only apply celestial refraction correction, which they say exists in reality, when they put their little pin man on a mountain peak. But they're not doing it on the ground, where you're going to be observing in a narrow field of view a higher K factor, pressure and temperature differential, and that narrow 2 degree.
Yeah. And they're looking like probably the worst. Like 2 degrees would probably be like one of the worst angles to do an observation as far as like refraction wise. Right.
Totally. Did you hear Whitsitt and Jaron talk about this?
No,
Dude,
no, I
okay.
didn't.
So when Whitsitt and Jaron had their debate like a week or two ago, Whitsitt went on and on and on about how in CellNav and surveying you don't want to use too narrow of a field of view to the horizon due to the temperature and pressure differentials, which can create unreliability. And then later on in the debate, he trots out the celestial theodolite thing as the next proof of flat Earth that invokes 2 degree angle of elevations above from the horizon, contradicting his earlier statements. So yeah, I mean, before he's like, "Oh, you can't use it below 15 degrees. It's in all the literature." And I'm like, "Yeah, I mean, I sourced that and I found something U.S. Naval Institute saying it." But then he says, "Yeah, oh, you can totally use 2 degrees above the horizon with extreme reliability, with like, 5 or less arc minute degree of error tolerance."
Yeah.
It's so weird, dude. Like, I don't know why they think this is the most strongest foot forward for flat Earth or something.
It's just not. I mean, even if you took everything they said is true, I mean, it's like within the uncertainty, right? That like, this would never convince like a scientist or like as if that's what we're trying to convince, but like someone that rigorously analysis, like, no, it's kind of close. You know what I mean? It's like it's not that far apart, and like this isn't definitive enough for me. I mean, it wouldn't be definitive. Like I'm just looking at it from my point. Like if someone showed me, it's like, well, it's close, but like I need something like stronger. Like show me 2 orders of magnitude difference, and then I'll be like, whoa, you know what I mean?
Yeah, with a physical measurement, not freaking using.
Yeah.
Stellarium and Google Earth and freaking armchair calculators.
Yeah, like chair calculator. So it's the Stellarium, the flat Earth simulator.
Yeah, they're actually using it that way, and they got pissed, man. They got so pissed when I said that. Like, look, you
it's funny, bro.
Refraction off in Stellarium. Yeah, they really hated that.
Well, but that's what they're doing, right? That's just like calling it what it is, right? That's just like going to the crux of the matter. You're taking Stellarium, you're saying Stellarium measures the flat Earth. Okay, so you can use Stellarium as a flat Earth simulator and fucking put a pin in New York City and like it simulates a flat Earth. Like that to me is just so like
I've got clips of Dr. Heffron. Yeah, man. So I got clips of I've only got a minute left and I have to go back on listen to him. Dr. Heffron himself saying that on flat Earth this would require starlight to be parallel to each observer.
Oh my lord, man.
I have 2 clips of him saying this in the same presentation to McToon.
He debated.
I think I sent those to you in DM. Huh?
He debated McToon over this?
Yeah, he did. You want to see the clips? I'll post them in the chat here.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, Dan. Thank you.
Yeah, Jesse, Path of Light, and McToon was talking to Dr. Heffron and Alan.
That should be a fringe fest.
All right, both clips are uploading at the same time now. They're about 30 seconds each. This was only a month ago.
Look, I mean, to be fair, I think Alan and Shane, and I don't know Mike Heflin very well. He doesn't sound like a fucking super genius to me. But, Alan and Shane, they're intelligent enough to get all this. And like, I'll just address like their debate tactics, the debate methodology. I think they let the other side just get away with things. They don't. I mean, they do address it, and Alan's gotten a lot better. And Shane, it just like, I never let like something they said go unaddressed. I just maybe that's just me. And it's like, you say something, I'm gonna address that shit. I'm not going to let that go by. I mean, you guys have heard it 100 times. They say something, then they try to blow past it and bring up some other shit. It'll be like 20 minutes later, like, hey, let's go back to that thing you were talking about before. Like, I didn't forget. Like, I didn't forget what you were talking about. I'm not just letting you just state some claim and then, like, build this edifice. Like, no, we're going to go back to, like, the foundation of your building. I think those guys in debates, they let like the other side build these crazy edifices, and and then they're debating like way up 44 is when the building's falling down because it's on a shaky foundation, and they just haven't realized it yet.
Yep. They can also work on improving their acceptance of internal critique. I'm kind of upset because of the fallout that's occurred. I mean, they confided in me in February to provide honest feedback, and which is everything I'm discussing with you now.
Yeah.
And they blew it off. And it wasn't me just telling them this, other people did too. All right, I got to head back in.
I mean, yeah, okay, cool. But, I know you can't answer it, but it's hard to say so. I mean, I think as far as the ether stuff, I think with the ether cosmology, people have given them honest, I'm not saying me, but others have given them honest feedback about the problems with ether theory. And, they kind of like, I wouldn't say ignored it, but just like not address it into a sufficient degree to like solidify their position. There's no way. I'm in no way casting aspersions, Alan Shane. In no way. No one should ever take it like that. Just like I just don't think the celestial theodolite has a grounding, or is even good enough. Even if everything is exactly as they say, there's exactly as asserted. Even if it's all absolutely perfect, I just don't think that like it's as definitive as like it's definitive enough to like really convince people. First of all, it's esoteric. And then even if you comb through the freaking esoteric mathematics and the models and all that stuff, and you're like, okay, we're quibbling over freaking fucking 0.2 Arcman. It's like looking at 2 degrees, like it's freaking, it's just not very strong.
You know any good links for the free overlays for streams? Anybody? I think I was just building my own. It's going to take too long. I was trying to be lazy. Mhm. Build something using these. Mhm. Nikito. Wisdom of the goods. Shit. What troll is this who just created the account like today and is now in here saying dumb crap? Like, what account is this, bro? Is this your 300th account? Yeah, they're not gonna mic up because then we're gonna recognize their voice, and then they're gonna get like booted because they shouldn't be here probably anyways. That's why they created the account today, and now they're in here saying dumb stuff like this all proves the Earth is a globe, bro. You're lost, bro. We can't help stupid around here. We try to help people looking for truth and like actually want to get out of the lies.
Hold on. There's a paper called. I saw what you posted about Foucault's pendulum. So here's a. This is called the Origin of Inertia. It's written by a guy D.W. Shama, which is SCIAMA. So says. Using Mach's principle, we can predict that the angular velocity of the Earth is deduced. No, I don't think it's a deduction. As deduced from a local dynamical experiment, such as the motion of a Foucault's pendulum, will be the same as that deduced kinematically from the apparent motion of the fixed stars. This prediction cannot be made in Newton's theory because there is no causal connection between the motion of the stars and the existence of inertial forces on Earth. The two observations give the same result only because, as it happens, the stars are not rotating relative to absolute space. Oh, saving the globe from schizos? Oh yeah, that's oh. Oh, he's decided he's gonna troll all day. Member since July 28th, 2025. So he created his account today.
Just another troll.
Well, it's one of the same. It's a repeat customer, I guarantee it. That was listening on the live stream, needs his butt hurt freaking lotion put on. You wouldn't have the Sagnac effect without globe rotation. That is silly. Silly, dude. Oh, okay. Everything I said has been
You,
established fact, understood by fields of science. You know, I was in the fields of science, and I like, you know, I had my skiff, and I took down all the hay science field, the science field hay, and we made bricks of hay, and then we fed it to our science horses. Fucking tar the fields of science, dipshit. When you say something like that, you're only telling me, with your appeals to credentials fallacy, that you don't know anything. The ether got debunked. Earth is actually rotating and moving around the sun. Jesus Christ, dude. Well, you don't know that from any experiment, and Einstein confessed that you can't know that from any optical experiment. Okay, I can demonstrate. Earth is the horizon would be fuzzy on a flat Earth. Okay. You retards, I don't know which one of you retards came up with that talking point.
It was
You think
Craig.
this dude is listening on the stream?
That was Craig. Fight the flat Earth. He and McToon. They started pushing that
They
dumb
came
shit a
up with the
while.
fuzzy horizon.
Yeah, years like about 2 years ago, they started saying that. Remember, they started saying a crystal clear horizon. Remember, they started saying that.
Yeah. Yeah. I thought they only say the retards on X say that. I didn't know it freaking like leached into the freaking water everywhere else. Well, I mean, like I can debunk that in 5 fucking seconds, dude.
Yeah, when they first said that was retarded, dude. So clearly, that's where this goon's from, somewhere in those pipelines. If not one of them, it might be McToon playing around with a fake account. Who knows? It sounds like some dumb shit he would say.
I mean, I've already smashed them to pieces on this, like on X.
Oh, McToon? Yeah.
All of like the freaking fuzzy horizon. It probably wasn't McToon. Like McToon, like he interacts with me. I cook him, dude, and then he ghosts. And like every 3 months, he forgot that every time he interacts with me, he gets cooked and like does it again. Like, bro, dude, fucking, how many L's are you gonna take in a row?
He's a what's that called? A masochist, pseudo masochist.
Yeah, he's like a narcissist. He's like a pseudo narcissist.
He likes to just beat himself up.
Okay, so Schizo, I just posted a flat Earth horizon and it's crisp. So what now? I dare you to claim that's not a flat Earth horizon. I double dog dare you. You could argue that there's multiple heights because of different colors and contrasts. Yes, yes. The oil rig is a horizon because, you know, this fucking looks different than the sky, and there's a boundary to the oil rig in the sky, so the oil rig is also the horizon. Freaking utter buffoonery.
It'd be interesting to find out what goon this is. You know, they have 10 other accounts they got waiting in case this one gets banned.
Some dude, they're getting into absurdities. The moon horizon debunks flat Earth.
Dude, that didn't take long at all to him seeing. You can see the backside of a hill, surface of the backside, should I say? Didn't take long at all, but only about what
Oh,
5 minutes?
dude.
Let me see,
You
about
see
5
what he said?
minutes.
You see what he said? Where the horizon is a sky where it appears to meet the geometric limits of the globe, but can be shown to be further due to refraction. The dumbest shit I've ever read in this, like the dumbest bullshit ever I've read in this topic.
There you go.
Fucking utter buffoonery. Please come.
Hey, are you able to hear every time somebody jumps in
Yeah.
on your side?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna hit mute then because playing. Oh, you know what? I'll just mute
I
this.
think you can mute that, right?
Yeah, I was literally just saying. Let me go to let me just mute this. Audio. Where'd I go though? Settings, notifications, perhaps. No. Sounds. Viewer join. That off. A viewer leave. Let me turn that off. Guess that's good enough. All right. Let's see. See if somebody. If it works next time someone leaves and joins again. Shit was loud. Oh, I did it wrong. Oh, I don't think I saved it. That's why. I didn't have to though. User join, turn off. Oh yeah, I had to save it. Wait, oh, there is no save here. Save that.
This has to be one of those low tier guys like Joe or something.
Right.
Oh, it could be Rich Evans, yeah. But even I don't even know if he goes to that level of dumb fuckery. Oh, who's dumber than Rich? That Joe guy. The Joe guy. Well, I mean, that's what I call him. He's the one that admitted the horizon was flat and didn't even realize it and freaking debunked himself. Yeah, I mean, he comes in, he's always giggling in the politics service, just always like, yeah, you guys are dumb, you guys take the earth to flat, giggle, giggle, giggle. I don't even
What's his
have
name?
to look at the earth to know it's a globe. I can look at the stars. It's simple science. Anyone can do it. That's got to be Joe, dude.
Patience. This guy is the reason why there's that saying, you can't fix stupid. Broken, bro. Can't fix him. That's hilarious.
Or planet. Guy doesn't know what he's on.
You guys, is Earth flat?
I don't know who all is, but most likely. How about you?
Yeah, I also think world is round, most probably.
Round?
Yes, the Earth is flat. Obviously.
How is it flat, man? I need some explanations,
Go
You feeling
outside
me?
and see what's flat. Go outside. Just go outside. It's flat out there.
Yeah, man, I just went outside the earth and I saw it was round.
You didn't
Oh,
see
yeah.
around
Where,
from your front of your door, bro. Come on.
yeah.
Stop the cap.
Where did you go? Look, brother. I want to see it too. Where do I go?
Oh, you just contact NASA. I want to go to moon and they will send you to the moon and it's so easy.
Oh, you're so desperate. Like this is the state of things is that y'all know you can't prove the globe, and you get so desperate you have to lie.
Well, I'm so sorry, man. I didn't mean to lie, man. I'm so sorry. But I believe Earth is not flat.
What makes you think it's a globe?
Because first, when I was young, I thought Earth was triangle, but when I grew up, I found that Earth was square. Not until my 19s, I found that Earth was flat. But in my 25th, I found that Earth is round. Damn, boy.
So when
More the
so in
same.
10 years
Hold
you're
on,
gonna think it's a
Apocryphon.
hexagon? What was
Hold on,
that?
Apocryphon.
I don't
I
know,
just want
man.
to point out that it's more the same. He can't prove the globe, so he has to lie.
Yeah.
It's pathetic, dude. Do you understand how pathetic this is? Like, oh my, I'm gonna go into the flat Earth BC and I'm gonna lie to them because I can't prove the globe, because I'm such a fucking nutcase religious zealot for the globe that that I'm coping hard.
Yeah, man. I didn't understand, but you are right.
He's learning English. He's learning how we're bagging on him in English.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I know English, but I think you are saying
Here's what
what you
you
are
don't know.
saying.
Tell you what you don't know. You don't know the Earth is a globe. You don't know that.
Earth is, I believe, Earth is blue.
Stop the cap.
It's blue.
No.
What? How the earth is blue?
Damn. There's an imposter among us.
Yeah, exactly. You.
No, not me, man.
Yeah, you're the imposter. We all took a vote. We all took a vote. It was you. You're out of here.
No, man, I wasn't. I saw yellow in there. It must be that, Indio. I saw Indio there. No, it's Among Us, My dad,
Summit and Nazi moon base? What?
what did you say, bro?
Said, like, I took that trip to the moon and NASA just gave it to me. I was hanging out the Nazi moon base. Did you see me there?
Damn. Wait, I have to look up to the moon. Wait a minute.
You know, there's a secret Nazi moon base. Hitler went to the moon, man, and they chilled there.
Damn, boy, you are going very far. Okay, man, I believe Earth is flat now. And now am I into the gang?
Dude, you believe anything you're told. How many boosters did you get?
I mean, we should. So you mean that I shouldn't believe anything that I am told, right?
A little chubbier.
No.
A little chubbier. Yeah. Chubby's a good word. It's like pear shaped. Yeah, chubby's a good word. It's like pear shaped. Yeah.
That's an all or nothing fallacy. It isn't believe everything or believe nothing. You have to use discernment. I know that means you'd have to actually think about things, and it's hard because thinking takes lots of calories. So you have to discern each claim one by one individually, and that takes effort.
Yeah, man. I have to go to gym tomorrow, I think.
Correct.
I bet you do.
Okay, guys. Now I'll go to do some things. I'll see you soon. Bye bye.
Bye
Yeah,
bye.
work on your troll. I thought Earth was a triangle. It's the most low effort troll, bro.
Right. Escape these goons.
Yep, it's Robert Utah. You got it. I guarantee. Robert Utah. You know, I should infiltrate the Globers, man. Like we should get somebody to infiltrate just to see what they talk about.
Go to what's his name? Omni's server. I'm willing to bet you can't last 10 minutes there without fucking wanting to poke your eyes and stab your ears. Those guys say the dumbest shit over there. Huh?
I might want to go now.
I might accept that challenge. Dude, I left that server a while ago, but those guys are Jesus Christ.
What's their best?
It's like the where all the Globers that got banned from all the servers, that's their headquarters. It's like the new Globe gangsters, but better in there
Oh my
for
God,
them.
I should speed run my own ban over there.
Do it. If you do, send me an invite. I'll join in just to listen in. I think Earth is live streams it on YouTube, to be honest.
Hey, if I do it, I'll do it tonight. I got shit to do today.
If you, send me an invite
I don't
though.
want
If
to
you
ruin
do,
my mind before I have to go out into the world and do things. So
it's still early in the day. It's a Monday, nonetheless.
yo, we were on the me and Elijah were on the politics server, and we dealt with that dude Joshua, and about the black swan on the horizon. So I had the Gemini AI do it like you could upload. I upload the audio and I said summarize this podcast, and it's fucking hilarious, dude. What it says about the Glober, bro, it's fucking hilarious. Dude, read this.
Let me see.
Read the summary, man.
What you posted it?
Yeah, I took a screenshot of the summary, so I'm gonna post it in the chat.
All right.
You're on PC. It would be hard to read on the phone, so you're on PC.
Yeah, I'm on the PC right now. I'm on my laptop.
That's a summary. I'll post the audio. So
Take a looks here. The windmill anomaly. Of time from across the water while one participant, Joshua. Hey, it literally AI did this. Is pretty good, man.
oh yeah, it does a fantastic job of summarizing audio. So Gemini will do like 1 million tokens. This took about, I think, I can actually just look, right? So hold on. So it listens to the audio, probably transcribes it, and then does something. Yeah, this took like 150,000 tokens to do it. So for the total, because I also asked it, how many times did Joshua not answer a direct question? Based on a detailed analysis of the transcript, Joshua fails to directly answer a direct question at least 11 times. He consistently uses several tactics to avoid answering, including redefining the terms, changing the subject, answering a different question, claiming their evidence is unclear. Dude, it's so funny.
Wow. That's pretty cool, man. That's actually really cool. Amazing where we're at in today's world.
Yeah, I think it's funny though, like the AI will summarize it. So we can actually get like an unbiased, because I always say, summarize this, like, what did I ask? I'll give you the exact words I use, because I've done this a few times to ask it. Summarize the podcast with timestamps. Sometimes it'll fuck up the timestamps and you just tell, hey, the timestamps are wrong. The video's an hour long. You only made the timestamps go for 30 minutes. And then it'll fix them. But the summaries are usually right on target.
Dope. Pretty cool, man.
Yeah, it's pretty badass. It does that shit. I think it'll do it. It'll do it to videos too, but like it's like when you upload it as a video, it analyzes the video, so it takes like hell a lot of tokens. So like the more information it has, the more tokens that is. And it has to hold all the information in memory, and tokens are kind of like its memory, like how many ideas hold in its head. So I just extract the audio and do it that way, and then this is like an hour long. I've been experimenting with this for a little while. So probably, I don't know if I told you guys this. So here's my goal eventually. So this is going to be a minute, so strap yourself in because it takes a while to explain exactly what I want to do.
All right.
I want to use an AI to go. Okay, this would be complex to actually do. I want to take the AI to either write a piece of software or do it yourself or in combination with software. Go to the 24/7 Platter Discord live stream. Analyze every single video on it. Write a summary. Update the description to the summary in the video description. Right? On all of them.
Mm-hmm.
And with timestamps. Every single video. So each one of those videos is 12 hours. So this is obviously not doable, technologically doable right now.
What's this group for? Flat Earth? What?
You just like yell into the mic when you enter a VC. That's shit etiquette, bro. You got parents?
Talking to me?
Yeah. Like, how old are you?
Me?
Yeah,
18.
you. How old?
18.
18?
Yeah.
That's cap, bro. I don't believe it. You sound 12-teen.
What?
Disconnected his ass, dude. Sounds like a little kid. Dude, you're a little kid. Go away. Get your parents on here, and then I'll ask their permission, bro. Like,
Bro, I'm 18. Legally 18.
you're 18. Really?
Yeah.
You sure?
Want me to send you a birth proof or something?
You send me an ID.
There's no way that's 18, bro.
Why?
Because this Discord in general has terms of service where you have to be a certain age to be on it. And like,
Yeah, I'm 18. I'm legally 18.
okay. Did you graduate high school yet?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Do you have good grades?
Can't say that, but average one.
Okay. Cool. Awesome. Well, I mean, you speak English well.
Is it that bad?
No, I said you speak it well. You speak it good.
Thank you so much.
that bad?
That was a compliment.
Yes, it was a compliment.
Well, then, thank you so much.
So
but
I
can you
just
tell
taught you
me?
some proper. Hold on, buddy. So I just taught you some proper English, right? When you say you do this something, some people will say you do this good, but that's actually not proper English. You're supposed to say you do this well. So I just taught you some English.
Wait,
Like you play
well, you can
basketball
tell me.
good is wrong. You should say you play basketball well, or you play chess well, or you drive well,
So
which means
what's
you
the
do it good.
difference? I mean,
I don't
was a
know.
compliment. That's it.
Yeah. There's no difference in meaning. I'm just saying one is proper English, one is kind of like
Thank you,
slang
teacher.
English.
Thank you for telling me.
I'm just telling you, you can do whatever you want. So if you go to England and you're going to talk to the Queen, you say you're dressed
Why
well.
would I do it?
But if like you go like down into the street with the freaking drags, you say you're dressed good.
No.
A drag is like a low person, right? Homeless or something.
That
I should actually
was
chill here and just teach English, man. My vocabulary and fucking knowledge of English is extensive. Anyway, why do you think the Earth is a ball?
what?
Why do you think the Earth is a ball with water zooming through space at 1.5 million miles per hour? Or are you a
Have an
flat
answer.
earther? Well, I mean, that's a good. You did it. I mean, that's a good answer. I don't know is a good answer.
Right. Hello, awkward man.
Anyway, can I
Sorry
finish my
for being dumb.
conversation? I just want to finish my conversation with Apocalypse. Just for a minute. I was telling him something. So I'm gonna finish, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So
You can
Apocalypse.
listen.
Well, he's being polite, so that's a plus. Probably because his parents in the room will smack him upside his head if he doesn't.
She.
My parent.
I'm her. She.
Oh, you're a girl. Oh, okay. I just thought you were a young boy. I mean, that's probably why I'm confused.
Yeah, that explains it more.
That's why you're bullying me?
No,
Or teasing
dude.
me? Can't say that.
No, I'm just like your microphone is not super good, so it's hard to tell. Like
Yeah.
a teenage boy and a girl have the same pitch voice. So it's hard for me to tell like which one you are just from listening. So you're a
Yeah,
girl, you're an 18-year-old girl. Fantastic. Now you're gonna have every simp in the goddamn server in your DMs. You shouldn't tell people that. Not in this Discord,
Yeah,
that's
tell
for
them that
sure.
you're a boy. It'd be better.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
lesbian.
You get a lot less dick pics that way.
Thank you. From now on, I'm gonna be saying that I am Hellboy, or yeah, like that.
Okay. You better just not even say anything because there's a lot of homos in here too. So,
You're damned
just
if
don't
you do,
even
and you're
mention
damned if you
it.
don't.
Just say your they them. Right? That'll cover. So, yeah. So I want to do this to all our recordings. Now, obviously, it's technologically infeasible right now because I don't think that there's an AI out there that can ingest a 12-hour of fucking audio and timestamp it. And I mean, optimally, what I would want to do is also make a transcript with breakouts of each speaker with their names, right? So on our stream, the name flashes, right? So it'd have to read the name and realize who's talking and all that crap, right? So this is like a Herculean task. But eventually, I think an AI will be able to do this, like maybe in a year, maybe 2 years. That can go just point it, hey, here's the link to the Discord channel. Go through all the videos, make a transcript of the speakers with their names, right? And summarize each conversation, break them up into pieces if you have to, right? Like so, an hour or whatever, and and then the silence from here to here, right? That would be freaking awesome, bro.
I think so too.
Can we do that? I mean, like the summary, like we can ask it from ChatGPT.
Yeah. I can do that, but our videos are 12 hours long. Because right now you're being recorded, right? So if you look up top, you see the YouTube bot. So we stream 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to YouTube. But we have a limitation of 12 hours. Now we've been doing this for a few years now, maybe, I don't know, 6 years. So we have lots and lots and lots and lots of videos, probably thousands. So to get it to summarize 12-hour video,
What
ChatGPT
about the
can't do that.
privacy?
But the video is too
What about
long for
privacy?
ChatGPT. It's too
So,
long.
like,
If you download it just as in the lowest resolution, it'll be a 1.4 gigabyte file. If you download it in the resolution it streams at, it'll be like 8 gigabyte file. Now you could extract the audio and bring that down to like 1.3 gigabytes, but I uploaded to Gemini. I uploaded 170 megabytes, and that used 100,000 tokens, 140,000 tokens. So a longer audio, 12 hours, would be like something like 1.2 million tokens per episode. And I don't know of any AIs that do that many tokens. Tokens are its memory. That's how much memory the AI, the large language model, can ingest, can remember at a time. So I needed like a 10 million token at least.
Yeah.
10 million token prompt.
Jesus Christ, that'd be huge.
are you rich?
Yeah, it would be, and that's why I said like it's not ready now. Maybe in a couple of years.
She was like, "Are you rich?"
No, I'm not rich. I mean, maybe rich by, you're probably in a foreign country. I'm probably rich by your standards.
Oh, I mean, you're rich from there, of course.
Well, I live in Cambridge, Massachusetts, so Boston, where Harvard is. You know where Harvard is? Harvard University, MIT.
Yeah, I heard of it. Yeah, yeah, I
So
heard of it.
the most of those are where I live. It's very expensive to live here, so by your standards, I'd be rich, but by like your standards, I'm poor. Put it this way: 125,000 a year is considered the top end of low income.
Crazy when you think about it.
That's crazy, right? 125 year, you're at the poverty line.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Can you lend me some knowledge of yours? Not money. You can take your
Regarding, well, if I lend it
how
to you,
do
are you going to give
make
it back? Are you going to give it back?
knowledge?
Yeah. It's a joke.
Well,
It's a joke, man. Obviously, it's a joke, right? Because when you lend something, someone gives it back, right?
Well,
So you say, "Can I lend you some knowledge? I want it back."
what about I would give you kids when I get?
You're gonna give me kids?
Oh,
Okay.
I would give you.
Whoa.
No.
Freaking
I
cutting
would
right to
give
the
knowledge
point.
to your kids. Your kids.
Wouldn't they be our kids?
What?
You said you're gonna give me kids. Like, wouldn't they be our kids? Like,
I said, I would give to your kids.
oh, to my.
Knowledge.
Oh, shit.
Your
Okay.
kids.
Okay.
I would be experienced one and would be richer. I would just give some
hilarious.
advice to them. How did I get rich? Like your father gives me some knowledges, and now I'm giving or passing to you.
Okay. What do you know? What knowledge can you give to my kids?
Whatever I get to know in the future.
Okay. Well, I'm pretty old, man. So my youngest kid is 13, and then my second youngest is 22.
Oh, I think they can just give me
And,
some.
and there's more than that, but like you maybe you can marry my 22-year-old or something.
But I'm 18. It's an age gap. What about age gap?
Between me and you, dude, I'd be freaking locked up.
22. One.
My second youngest son is 22 years old, and my youngest is 13, and my third youngest is 24.
How many you have?
Oh, I don't think I want to say that on here. How many I have that I know about? I'm not gonna say. That's too personal.
Was it? I don't think so. I mean, there are audience.
Well, I'm a whore,
need
so
to know
yeah,
about
it's freaking.
that. Can be.
Well, okay, it's more than 3 and less than 10. Somewhere between 4 and 9. All boys.
Why not girls?
I don't know, man. Just not lucky, man. I wanted girls, but didn't work out.
I had a boy, girl, boy, girl, boy.
Well, it's not for lack of trying, that's for sure.
I was lucky, and I had a boy, girl, boy, girl, boy.
God damn,
You mean
dude,
you
you
have
are
5?
lucky. Holy moly, that's awesome.
Yeah.
You have a 5?
And
Yeah,
boy's the
that's
first one? Is boy the first
yeah.
one?
It goes boy.
Oh
It goes
boy, so you
boy,
got to
girl,
freaking
boy, girl, boy. My youngest is a boy.
so you got to protect her, man. You got like right. It sucks having a girl the first one because she can't really protect the rest of them. I mean, she can take care of them, but she can't like protect them. Back you
Yeah.
had a boy, now the boy can like, let's say you kick the bucket or whatever, right? You have a boy that can protect everybody
Mm-hmm.
else.
Free protector.
You protect, you know, men protect their families. You know that.
Well, girls can protect too.
I do. Yeah. Okay.
Situation
Dude,
happens.
you've been watching too many movies.
Now I
They can. They
kinda
can't.
have
Okay.
a
I'll say
neighbor.
this.
I kinda have a neighbor whose husband is not here anymore, and she have a two child, and she's protecting them in the
Yeah.
society.
But I mean, she can only protect him so much, right? Because she's a girl. Like, if a guy comes along and wants to do violence, she can't stop him.
That's the thing. Do you know what is kusti? It's like wrestling. She was a part of it.
Dude, I don't care what she did, dude. She could be the freaking. She could be Jackie Chan Ninja. It don't matter. Look, girl. I know on TV they tell you we're all equal, but men are so much stronger than women that it doesn't matter what level of skill she has. The guy is just too strong. Like, I can be skilled, right? And if I fought a gorilla, I'm gonna lose. Because even though I know kung fu, the gorilla knows nothing about fighting. He's still so much stronger
So,
than me. I can't hurt it.
so
This
what
is like
is
a fight
make
between a man and a woman. It's like fighting a gorilla with a freaking doe.
so what makes them different? Like
Bone
they
density.
can become.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell
Huh?
you, bone density, fast twitch muscle fiber, weight, reflex,
Girls can gain
temperature
weight too,
regulation
right?
of the body, endurance, lung capacity, circulation, right? How much blood you can pump through the heart. All those is the difference. And if you're in a fight, that's what matters, like what your body can actually physically do. So a man, as far as like grip, the grip of a man is 17 times stronger than a woman. So if a woman grabs a man, it's nothing for the man to break out of her grip. If a man grabs a woman, she ain't getting away.
So if the situation happened with me, uh, and I'm
I
gonna,
bet you you're like a tiny little petite thing. I bet you your fully stretched, freaking outstretched fingers, dude, are as big as my palm.
I'm like 48. Uh, I have a 48 weight. I mean,
48 kilograms.
yeah.
Okay, so that's 2.2 pounds times 48. So you weigh about 108 pounds or something, right? Right now, I'm at the lightest I've been in a long time. I'm like a buck 65. Okay, that's 165 pounds. That's, I don't know what it is in kilograms. 2 point, which is divided by
I
two.
mean,
So I'm about 80 kilograms, right? So I've been heavier where I've been like 90 kilograms.
I mean, there's no to me in the situation.
Okay, I mean, look, like, listen, there's videos on the internet where there's 3 girls fighting 1 kid. A kid. Not an adult, 3 adult women fighting 1 teenage boy in jiu-jitsu. And all 3 women are losing. And they're trained. These aren't just like normal women. These are trained jiu-jitsu fighting women that can't beat up 1 boy.
So that means
So
totally
let me tell
no
you this, right? So
girls.
the professional, the best team, the United States think it was it the girls' United States soccer team? No, football, right? So they played a 14-year-old boys soccer team, and they're professional football players, right? Girls, and they lost.
Got whooped. They got whooped.
Okay,
They didn't just lose. They got whooped.
yeah, they didn't just lose, man. They lost like 7-0.
Should I just hire a bodyguard?
Yeah, as long as it's a man. Or you could have a husband and a
bodyguard.
father, and that's what I was talking about. It's good to have a boy as a protector. So if he had a girl as oldest, right, she would need to find some guy to protect him instead.
Well, I would just say to tell my brother he would just beat someone.
Well, you're still. That's what I'm talking about. You're agreeing with me now. Apocryphon has children, right? And the first child is a boy. So that boy can protect it. That's the brother to all the other kids. He can protect them.
You know what? And he does, and he's always been like that. And they all look up to him. Like, like that's like, they all like, hey, like, what did he say? Like they'll go like, well, what does he say? They'll check with him. Like he's like, he's taking, that big brother, position pretty.
Yeah, go
pretty
tell your brother
strong.
that if
But
you
he
took some like
teases me. My
some
brother
martial
teases
arts
me
classes,
too.
you can kick his ass and watch him laugh at you.
My brother teased me too. What about that? Should I just complain to my father?
You're still appealing to a man again.
Well, my mom just never scold to him. She always scold me. Only father care about the daughter once, not mother that much.
What do you mean? What culture are you in? Like, what country are you in?
I mean, my mother loves me too, but my mother favor my brother over me.
Yeah, that's because of your culture,
What
right?
do you mean culture?
Your culture, right?
Children are
Like
children.
okay,
I
I
live in
live.
India.
Yeah. So in other countries, they favor the girls more than the guys. Like in America.
My father also favor me, but my mother loves my brother much more
Oh,
than
okay,
me.
I get it. Oh,
So I
I
always
mean,
had
maybe.
a upper hand from my father. Hey, I have a father. He can just scold my mother and my brother at the same time.
Your English is very good, by the way.
So it takes a practice.
Yeah. Well, it's paying off. Okay.
Thanks.
So keep working at it. I mean, you're better than most people. Yeah, you're better than most people that come in here. Your English.
I am grinning ear to ear now.
Good. I mean, now that I've got your defenses down, are you religious?
What is this?
Are
Oh,
you
religious.
religious? Yeah.
Uh, not too much,
Are you
but I believe.
are you Hindu?
But I don't do like too much. I just believe them. There is someone over me, like my father and my mother.
Oh,
My mother and father is always on the top, even if it's a god, because hey, they birthed me.
certainly. It wasn't the stork. You probably like they tell kids here in the West, right? When they're little kids and they go, how are babies made? They say, well, the stork brought you. The stork is like a bird, that the bird brought the baby. It's just funny, right? So you didn't get here by a stork, that's for sure. Your mother and your father did it.
Okay.
It's just a story they tell children here, like adults tell children all sorts of silly stuff. So, like, when they're really young, you don't tell them anything about sex. You just say, "Oh, how are babies made? Oh, the stork brings babies."
Well, I also only knew from my textbooks.
That's weird. Well, I mean, I guess I have the same problem here. It's a touchy subject. But anyway, so in the Vedic cosmology, right? Vedic, you know what that is, right? The Vedas.
I saw a stork in the Augie and the Cockroach. They deliver the children from the sky.
Oh, cool. When the Vedic in the Vedic cosmology, the Earth is flat. You know that, right? It's not a globe. Brumandala, I think they call it. You ever hear this word?
No. That?
I'll actually I'll post a video in the chat that does like Vedic cosmology. Okay, so hold on. You can watch it whenever. You don't have to watch it now. It's a multi-part series. They're short videos. I think they're like 5 minutes, and it goes through the whole cosmology. Right? That there's a flat Earth with like other planes of existence above it and below it.
What about right now? Is it flat or the round?
Yeah, it's still flat. Well, the only reason I bring it up is because the idea that the Earth is round, a globe, is new. It's not an old idea. It's a new idea. It's been around for a few hundred years, right? It hasn't been around. Before, everyone thought the Earth is flat, right? Thousands of years ago.
So the satellites doesn't work properly? Or can't capture the picture
I mean,
properly?
well, how do you know that's a picture of the Earth?
We just saw in the internet.
Yeah, well, they just say, like, what if they showed you a picture of like a unicorn?
Yeah, they don't exist.
Well, yeah, so you wouldn't
Right.
believe it. Yeah, a ball Earth doesn't exist either. It's like a unicorn. It's like Santa Claus. They show you pictures, but that's not what the Earth looks like.
So what are they hiding?
They're not hiding anything. How do you hide the Earth?
They're not even.
How do you? No, seriously. How
Why
would you?
don't
How would you?
tell
How would
everyone?
you hide the Earth? Like, how would you do that? Like, you can't. They offered you a story, and you believed it. That's all it is. They say, "Hey, the Earth's a globe. Look at these pictures. Believe me." That's it. It's not
No,
complicated.
they're hiding the truth, right? Then why didn't
No,
they
they're
tell in
telling
the
you. They're
school?
telling. No, no, no. They're telling you something that's not true, and you choose to believe it. They're not hiding anything. You can figure out. Listen, you can figure out the shape of the Earth for yourself.
So why are they doing it? I mean, they should just tell us in the schools or
Ever think they
our
don't know?
textbooks.
Yeah, I understand, but maybe they don't know.
But the people go in space, right? They
No,
can't see Earth
no,
from the
no.
space. Oh.
Nobody goes to space, man. That's a TV show.
What do you mean nobody goes to space?
I mean, nobody goes to space. It's impossible. You sounded disappointed. You're not going to Mars, Ash. Sorry. There is no outside the Earth. The only way you're going to leave here is in a coffin. No space. Rage quit.
Did she leave?
No, she's still here. She's probably talking to somebody or something.
I was gonna say.
Oh, she said her dad called her for dinner. Come back, Ash. This has been a great conversation. I was highly entertained by it. So we'll be here 24/7. Yeah, you're just getting into the good stuff. And now dad's calling her for dinner. But at least she's a loyal daughter. She's going off to dinner. Good for her.
Yeah, Dad probably heard it and was like, "Get over here, come to dinner.
Yeah,
Stop talking to those flat earthers."
yeah. Stop talking to strange men on the internet.
Well, she's running around telling people, strangers, that she's an 18-year-old girl on Discord, just like 98% 18-year-old boys. Like, that's not smart.
Yeah. Yeah, Daddy needed to step in. Good job, Dad.
I told her to just tell people she's they, them. I was like, that's the only safe course of action. Like, that's the only time I'm endorsing they, them. Just say, like, when you're on Discord and you're an 18-year-old, just say you're a they, them. That's safe.
Yeah, all women. I should try that. It's a good idea. I never actually thought about that.
I dare you to change your pronouns to they, them.
I don't know. Yeah, I can't be like quite that disingenuous. I don't think I'd be capable of doing it. Like, I just don't think I physically could type that in. But yeah, in theory, it's a good idea. It would work. It's effective, right?
I would. It would be funny to see how it changes the way people treat you when they like
I
interrogate
should
you
try
under
it.
they,
Yeah.
them.
Maybe they'd like me better, the Globers. You think so?
She's one of us.
I might try it one day if I'm feeling quite mischievous. We'll see.
Send you out to infiltrate them. You know, I had an idea. I was wondering, like, what if, like, Witsit and Jaren got together and they're like, let's set this up. You're going to become a Glover.
I was talking about this the other day, man. It is a possibility.
Oh, really?
You know, I mean, I hate to question Witsit's integrity. Because, like, personally, I like him. I consider him, like a super close friend, but, you know, I've known Witsit a while. I mean, should I question his integrity? But, goddamn, I mean, it is quite the setup, right? Like one of us, let's flip a coin. Who's going to be the one that goes back on flat Earth? And then we'll stage debates like ex-flat earther versus flat earther that went to see the 24-hour sun. News at 11, like debate at 11 o'clock on pay-per-view. Who's the undercard?
And then
the undercard is McToon versus frickin' Mike Heffernan is the undercard.
and then document it for a year and then just be like, this is how you're treated when you're this way. This is how you're treated when you're that. Because, dude, all the Globers just bowed down and gave him head, bro. All of them. They're like all about Jaren now. Like, yeah, he's a good guy. Dude, they're even like, that guy's a good guy. Like, oh my God, you were just calling him a complete idiot like a month ago, you know? This is before it started, before the little trip. But
yeah, absolutely.
That would be interesting.
Man. You're right, dude.
That'd be interesting if they did a little social experiment, you know?
Yeah. It's actually a great idea, man.
And then they just hit expose them. Because, you know, they're kind of looking at it like that's what they did to them. Like, they set that up for, like, a whole year and then, like, prepped it to where they have this, like, oh, we're gonna go see that 24-hour sun down there. So for a long time, they kept asking people, hey, what do you think's going to prove it? What do you think's going to prove it? Almost like setting them up, you know? And to using their own words against them. And then they made videos about how they once have said that. Oh, so for years they've been saying this is what's good. This is what it would take. No,
didn't they pay-per-view their debate? Didn't they charge money to watch that live?
Well, yeah, it was for during their summit, their online summit. So people did pay, and then people recorded and put it out for free. And
So they're still doing the true earther thing, even though one's a globe, one's flat Earth.
no, they're not. He's not a part of it no more. Jaren's not a part of it no more.
So what is the summit for? The summit of what? Like what was
Well,
that?
he just did that debate on the. It just so happened to be on the summit thing on the day of the summit. Like then they included that
what
as, like,
summit?
bonus footage. Huh?
What summit? What summit?
Their flat Earth summit.
But wasn't that a true Earth summit?
Possibly, you might be right about that.
The Mount Meru stuff that they were all involved in, or whatever.
Possibly, I'm not sure, to be completely honest.
Yeah,
I'm not sure
so I
what
thought
summit
they
it was.
like had something, like the little group that those guys formed, like I don't know, where they were like did this true Earth thing, right? Where they were gonna give talks or whatever it was, right? And you had to pay to participate. Jeremy
Yeah,
was
they had like,
part
all
of
these
that.
guys talking about like
And, like,
health
just-
and like fitness.
What you're telling me is, what you're telling me is, Jaren still participated in it in some way.
Yeah, for the debate part, yeah. Better, yeah.
Well, it's hard to say
So,
you're
like-
not involved when you're actually involved, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah. When you're
That's
still
that's a little sus right there, bro. Because it's not like it, like that. That was those guys' brainchild, and like the dude whose brainchild is like, I'm not involved in the thing I created, but I'm going to be involved in the thing I created. But it's just totally coincidental because I'm not a flat earther anymore. I'm not. Sorry, bro. Like I can't buy that one.
Yeah, so they did a little debate, and a bunch of people reviewed it, did videos on it. They got a lot of money with all their super chats for reviewing it. They got a lot of money calling Witsit an idiot and praising Jaren. Like, dude, it's just amazing, dude. Like, that's crazy. How
I'm so glad I ignore that shit. I just ignore that crap. I don't care about that. Like, I mean, I do. It's kind of important, but like, on another level, it's kind of not. Like, I never put too much stock in Jaren in the first place.
Yeah.
He did discover, assuming he's the one that discovered it. He did steal like someone else, some other flat earther would discover something, and then he'd pretend like as if he was the one that discovered it, and then do a video about.
Yeah, there should, like, for instance, like when I come across stuff, I never claim like this is mine. Like, no, everything I come across is I'm looking at other people's stuff like, oh shoot, like I came across their videos, then I bring that, like, yo, check out, this is what I heard, and this is what I saw, this is what I listened to, and then and it makes sense, and then but I do look into it, kind of like going back to that military operation off the coast of Yemen. I saw that video and I was like, what? Then I went to go read the article. I was like, oh shit, this is legit. And sure enough, took it down. I'm just glad I posted it, and some people saw it, and then that way they don't think I'm just crazy. Like, some people saw it though. They knew it. They saw the article. Like that mountain one that I posted earlier. That's what's his name? Conspiracy, his name? I forgot his name. Makes a lot of videos. I saw that watching his videos.
Who are you talking about?
I forgot his name. He makes a bunch of videos though, and he's like, "Oh, we have another one," and it's like just it's conspiracy. Guru? No. I forgot his name. If I showed you the video and you heard his voice, you'll be like, "Oh yeah, I know who that is."
just forget his name though. He makes really good videos. He's the one that like makes about Lake Pontchartrain, about like all the different like different observations. It's about a lot of long.
I think you're talking about the hell's his name? Man,
It's like conspiracy something.
Oh, I'm thinking of somebody else. That's made a bunch of like Pontchartrain videos. Well, observations
I'll look
because
it
he
up.
lives down there.
He has like a here we go again. Like he has a really like soft voice. Like he's articulate. Like I'll find it.
Man,
Try to
I'm
find
eating
it and
some
I'll play it. Maybe
tangerines right now, and they're so good. They're like usually like the best tangerines I had in a long time. And don't even say nothing, Popcon. I know you're in California. Like you're just like picking them off trees right now. So
It's off the tree at the park. Like, oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yes, I think conspiracy. Let me double check that though, Sporadic. That might be it. You might have. That might be it. Let me see. Conspiracy RS. I'm looking it up on my YouTube right now. So. Like he always makes like a lot of good videos. Gosh. I just play that video. Just hold on. Let me find it. Because maybe not that. Isn't that Guru or Conspiracy? No, hold on. I'm going crazy here.
I want one of those tangerines, and I'm going to the store later. Now I'm gonna have to get some because I came home and my boys had drank the orange juice down to like one drop. You know, literally.
Oh
they
yeah,
put
and then
the,
back.
I put the cart back in there. I'm like, I'm gonna have a glass of orange juice. I take it out. It's like I had tilted it up. It's like, oh yeah, thank you for that one drop of orange juice. That was so good. Thanks for putting it back in the fridge.
You're like, well, we didn't drink it all. There was one drop.
That's right. Yeah.
Someone might want it.
I mean, maybe it was better than nothing, but yeah, now I just like totally crave citrus. So, but I had some lemon, so I put them in some lemon water. That's a substitute, but I'm totally going to get some oranges later.
Sounds good. Well, I mean, I'd give you one if you were here, but you know.
I'll just imagine it.
You ever try to kumquat?
Is this a trick question?
I know.
No,
sounds dirty. I think I did. Maybe like my kids used to play this game on the Nabi, the NABI, which is like this kid's tablet before they took kids over with the other tablets. It was only for kids. Anyway, yeah, there was this game. What was it called? Where the little Oriental farmers collected weird fruit. I feel like that was one of them. And then we used to go to the store and sometimes look for the weird fruit, like dragon fruit, all the crazy fruit. I think I might have had that back in that era, but I don't really remember. Tell us what it's like.
Well, they just grow on trees, a bunch of them, but they're like fuzzy. The outside, kind of like what's the fuzzy one? Like a kiwi. They're fuzzy on the outside, but you can eat the skin. You could eat it, but they actually taste really, really good. Like, they're called kumquats, and they're freaking delicious. And one of my buddies growing up, they had a kumquat tree. Dude, we always used to grab them. We had to eat a lot of them because they're small. Like you had to eat a lot of them to really enjoy it. Yeah, if you've never had one before, check them out. It's pretty good, and they're really healthy for you too.
Cool. We have a dragon fruit in the chat. I didn't even know I was giving somebody a shout out when I talked about the dragon fruit. Have you guys talked to dragon fruit today?
I'm just making dinner. I'm just listening.
He's making dinner. Some dragon fruit on the side.
It doesn't really go with my beef.
Okay. Dragon fruit grows on a flat earth. Did you know that?
I'm a fellow fly earther, just so you know.
Oh, love it. Yeah, of course you are with a great name like Dragon Fruit. Plus, is that Isaac Newton like levitating under the apple tree or what? Your profile picture.
So floating. Is that the meme? Gravity before he discovered it or something like that.
I don't know. That's the way I'm interpreting it. Yeah.
Yeah, someone put a funny picture up of Isaac Newton before gravity was levitating. Copied it.
Yeah, that's what it is. Him
That was
before
brilliant.
gravity. Okay, so here's the video of it. Fine. Mhm. See if
I have more excellent evidence of our flat Earth. Big thanks to Dino from the channel Canal 104 Plus for sharing it. This flat Earth proof comes from this Italian article that has been translated to English. I'll have a
okay, you know that voice? That's the guy. It's like conspiracy something. I think. Let me double check. I just figured I'd play his voice and you guys might. Oh yeah, I know that voice. Taboo Conspiracy. That's who it is. Yes, thank you. He's the one that's where I first saw that video, and he put it out. It was just a couple months ago because it was in May when that news article came out. Taboo Conspiracy. Looking out sporadic. It was something. I knew it was conspiracy in the name. Just couldn't remember. But he's the one that put that little montage together. And what I did, I just like screenshotted those photos, and that's what I posted earlier. But that like destroys the globe, bro. And like I said, that smaller mountain to the right of it, if you look up the height on it, because I looked up I'm like, well, one guy was arguing that, oh yeah, you can see the very top of that mountain if you look at, add refraction. And I said, whoa. If you're saying we should, in your globe, in your paradigm, that we would be able to see the very top of that mountain, I'm all but clearly you can see more than that. But if you're saying, then what about the mountain next to it? It's 4,000 feet lower. And then he just like had nothing to say about that. There was no argument to that. But that's where I would take that conversation. Like, I know, like, the top one already, like, okay, yeah, but let's go to that smaller one. You can see that, and that should be completely behind your globe Earth. Not even seeing the barely a little bit top of it, because it should be way under, like, like saying you're behind the house, but not on the corner of the house. You're, like, by the back door. And I'm at, you know what I mean? Like, that'd be way far. No refraction is going to help you there. So
Do we have any
that's why I brought
bona fide
that up.
globe earthers, man?
What was that?
Do we have any bona fide globe earthers? Like, where are they, man?
So you're super low. Is that me? Is that you?
Nah, it's probably me.
Okay. I was like, what happened? I don't want to be too loud.
How about now?
Go again?
How about now?
Better?
Okay.
Yeah, definitely better. You just came in like super. You came in so low. I thought I like took it off a speaker. Like
Yeah,
I thought it was.
like if I switch devices, sometimes it does that crap. I had it playing through the speaker, and now I'm running it through the headphones, like the Blue Yeti headphone mic, shit, whatever.
Yeah.
And sometimes when I do the switch, I come in low.
Yeah.
It's weird. I don't know.
Like some type of glitch. Same thing like when you get a call and it unmutes your mic. You don't even know it unmuted you. If you didn't know that happens.
Yeah.
I know what happens. I'm trying to be more careful, Bakraphone. We don't want any dandelion uncensored on the live stream. That's very dangerous.
For yourself.
India wants that. Yeah, well, we'll see.
Why not?
He's counting. He's waiting for it to happen.
Happens. You said to be here at the right time.
You know, you're
Yeah.
so just prim and proper all the time. We're just trying to like break you out of character.
I know. I got my like high-necked, roughly blouse. You know, buttons all the way up the neck, long sleeves with ruffles on the wrists.
Oh,
My
Jesus
corset.
Whoa.
Oh shoot! Now you guys are trying to get the uncensored to come out. I'm going to shut up now.
Is this the late night or the early
You're turning
morning
on a bunch
show?
of
What's
Amish
going on?
people. Yeah, you turn on Amish people with that description.
Too early for this. Too early for this. Unless you're in Australia.
Are your ankles showing? Yeah, but
Only sometimes. Only if you get lucky.
That's funny.
Get a little ankle. All right, so we got Sima Yi in here. Maybe they're a globe earther. Do you believe in the globe, Sima Yi? No response.
Look, if you're afraid to speak because your English isn't great, like it's okay. We're not going to make fun of you. It's a good place. It's a good place to practice.
True.
According to the model, there is a point on the globe where the alleged curvature of the Earth begins to obstruct. Globe.
You guys hear that or no? Are you able to hear that?
Yeah, I heard it. Yeah, it could be like maybe a tiny bit louder if possible, but it can be made out. I mean, we can understand it. Yep.
Okay. I was just wondering because I'm not sure if like the audio is looping into my laptop because
Oh,
I
yeah.
have the laptop is sending it to the TV. So like you guys are all on the TV and I'm listening it from the TV, but my mic is on my laptop. So I'm not sure if I'm causing an echo for you guys or not. Like when you talk, I'm not sure if your voice is coming out the TV and then into my mic. So I'm just testing it.
Yeah, okay. Playboy with an eye is here. Welcome, Playboy, to the Flat Earth channel. He came in for those ankle bone views.
I'll be back.
Yeah, Playboy, feel free to talk. If you've got any questions about the Flat Earth, open your mic. No judgment zone here. I think. I mean, I think that's true. Playboy does not wish to speak. Well, if you change your mind, feel free anytime.
Oh, have you guys heard the latest? The latest, greatest news?
Tell
Anybody?
us. Tell us.
Netflix to reboot 1990s globalist propaganda kids show Captain Planet.
Boo! I do not remember Captain Planet at all. I don't think I had a TV in the 90s, so lucky me.
It was a cartoon. So unless you were like 14 years old, you probably weren't watching it.
I was not watching it. Yeah, I was definitely doing other stuff.
Sporadic got right. That show was lame.
Oh, Sporadic knows what you're talking about. It'd be a good name for a Glober. If we find a Glober that needs a new name, it'd be a good one.
The Toxic Avenger. Yeah, I remember that.
Oh my gosh, he looks terrible. Is that the old one? Looks old. The blue guy? I have never ever seen this. Yeah, never ever even heard of it at all. Oh, globalist Ted Turner created it. Was he married to Jane Fonda?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hanoi Jane. Yeah. Somehow she salvaged her reputation. I don't know how she did that.
I think it was on Golden Pond.
Oh, but I mean her political reputation. They had her like on
Oh,
CNN
okay.
and like giving an interview after Ted Turner didn't own it anymore. So I was like,
Yeah, I don't know. She never fixed her reputation with me, but you're talking about the world in general.
yeah, yeah. Like somehow, like she should have like never been on in any media ever again. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not like, I'm like, you don't go to the enemy and be like, this is wrong. Well, I guess, I mean, then again, maybe she was all right.
Well, I mean, Vietnam was terrible, yeah, but that doesn't mean you have to support the enemy, yeah. Oh wow, there's even a whole meme with Captain Planet in it.
Yeah,
Gosh, well,
this meme's been around a little while, yeah. So
yeah, well, thanks for
Yeah.
educating me.
Yeah, guys, I watched Captain Planet as a kid in the 90s.
Did it make you want to go to space?
Not at all. No, wasn't that type of. I was raised like creationist. Young Earth. So the whole concept of outer space was kind of vague, and I didn't really take it too seriously as a youngster.
Nice. I didn't know that about you. That's really interesting. That's an interesting perspective. I knew a lot of people with that perspective, but I wasn't
well, I
one
wound up-
myself. I wasn't raised that
Yeah,
way.
I wound up taking outer space more seriously in my later teens, like early 20s, when I was like in college and stuff. I was surrounded by a bunch of people who were discussing more advanced theories about black holes and all that crap. Yeah, so I didn't really get into the heliocentric model until my later years. But yeah, before that, it was more or less like just creationist theory and young Earth. And so yeah, watching Captain Planet, it was all just fantasy stuff,
Yeah, when I went to college, I met a lot of people who. I remember talking to a lot of people in college who were raised, with those kind of beliefs, and they Yeah, like that. This, in college was the first time they were introduced to a bunch of ideas like dinosaurs existing, radiocarbon dating, evolution, and it would like make them have a crisis. I remember talking to them about it. But they were also examining the evidence, which was good. I guess it depends on how the parents raise them. If they raise, like some of those young Earth creationists are really into like, kind of similar to what we're looking into. Like, yeah, where's the empirical evidence of any of this stuff? I'd say actually a lot of them. I'd say most of the ones I've met are really into like actual argumentation, which is so sad, that they've been brainwashed and propagandized against the flat earth, because that would be the obvious next step. But then you've got that one dude I can't stand who had blocked his name from the mind, because last time I talked to him in the live stream, I was just about to rip across the internet and give him a piece of my mind. The one I'm talking about? Danny. Is his name Danny Turner or something? Is that the guy? Does that ring a bell, John? You know who I'm talking about. Danny something.
I don't know. Did he? Is he a pastor or something?
Yeah, and he totally goes in like he's into all the. Isn't he from Answers in Genesis? It's Danny
Faulkner.
Faulkner. Thank you. Was that Daz telling me that? Yeah, thank you, Daz. Yeah, I blocked him from my brain. Now he's coming back in there. Get him out. Yeah, he's absolutely horrible. He's like one of the worst human beings to walk the earth. I will put him in my top 10. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I can't think of any. Yes.
Are you talking about Danny Faulkner?
That is who I'm talking about. Yes. Yeah.
Me and AI. Yeah, me and AI were talking about him last night with Matthew Lawrence. Like, dude, he's like, it's not just that he's teaching like, the wrong idea. That's fine. Because AI would. Just give you the backstory. The conversation was about there's people in the church ridiculing flat earthers. When there's the admonition of Peter, like, don't like fixate on things which really aren't important within the scripture, right? The shape of the earth is like one of them. It's like it's not necessary. You know what I mean? For salvation, like believe in the flat earther, not Colbert. But for the head of the church to lead in derision of a flat earther, and then he specifically mentioned Danny Faulkner, and like Danny Faulkner don't just do that. He's also a lying snake. He's also just a liar. So he lies to keep people on the ball.
Yes, totally he does. Yeah. Oh, yeah, he's just the worst. You remember he used to come into the home server. I got to the point where I just could not be in the live stream with him because it was just like a little slimy snake liar pretending to be a Christian and meanwhile leading other innocent Christians astray and telling them, yeah, flat earth is wrong, it's propaganda. Here I am, Mr. Scientific Analyst, about this other stuff, the dinosaurs, radiocarbon dating, the age of the earth. But on this flat, so you got to trust me on this one, right? What kind of a snake, little fork tongue, half truth, kind of a worm is that? He better hope he never meets me in the street, because I'm going to sick India on him.
Yeah, well,
Did you like that one? Because I know from the earlier conversation, because I learned from the earlier conversation that he would beat me in a fight. That's what you told me, as if I didn't know.
Oh, yeah. That's okay. I'll take care of him for you.
Thank you.
I'll beat him up with a telescope or something.
That'd be appropriate.
Or I could beat him up with a globe. That would be better.
That'd be even better. Yeah, get it like a stone globe. I'm sorry. I'm getting really off track here. I told you guys not to mention his name around me.
My God.
I brought it up, though. You're right.
Who hurt you? Oh, we know who hurt you.
Yeah, because he's lying. Like you said, he's like not only lying, but he's luring them in with half truths and then brainwashing them against the flat earth, which is the ultimate truth that they all should be heading toward and are heading toward with all these other ideas. But then they're like, flat earth is propaganda. You guys are anti-Christian. We had one of those screaming at me in here a couple weeks ago about how evil I was, a demonist Jew, because I was talking about the flat earth. You know what I mean? Like they become rabid and like bizarre. You know what I mean?
Jew.
Oh yeah, Indio. Yeah, I was a Yankee. Actually, I'm sorry. This was actually one of my better insults on my long scroll of insults that Globers have called me over the years. A Yankee demonist Jew. Yeah. Also a
Or
Yankee.
yes to be a Yankee.
That's true. We weren't even we were hardly a state at that point in time, but
Yeah, it's
take
especially,
it.
like north of the Mason-Dixon line. When I lived in Georgia, they used to call me a Yank, and I didn't even know what that was. Right? I was thinking Yankee Doodle Dandy, like.
Yeah,
like
Yankee Doodle Dandy. I like that song. That's a good song. Great song. Yeah.
Yeah, going back to the good old Civil War.
We were a state during the
I'm
Civil War.
from,
I mean, they used to bring the Underground
I'm
Railroad
from
up here.
Jersey. I'm from Jersey, and I live in Georgia, so I'm a Yankee in Georgia. Technically.
Yeah. Anyone north of the Mason-Dixon line, you're a Yankee.
Yeah. Hey, I've had pretty good luck with the Georgians down here. No, I feel you, Dandelion. That is definitely a pet peeve of mine. Is when people trying to use the scriptures to try and prove globe Earth. I'm just like, what? Like, it's like, what do you just ignore Genesis? Like, you ignore the book of Genesis? It's funny, but yeah.
Yeah, well, you probably could have a conversation about Danny Faulkner with him. I mean, I don't know if he comes around anymore. I haven't seen him for a while.
No, I would rather. Yeah. I'd rather not. I mean,
yeah,
those types
don't.
of people.
Yeah, it's not recommended. Not recommended.
Yeah, they're disingenuous. Like to begin with, it's like.
Yeah.
If they're trying to prove anything with scripture, and they go to a seminary to learn how to interpret stuff. It's like, well, obviously God didn't give you a good mind on your own. You got to go and learn how to interpret words, and it's a slippery slope getting into any of that stuff with anybody, because they'll go back to. You could go back. It's always about how far you go back, right? As far as like, what are the meanings of the original texts, and when you're getting into Aramaic, Hebrew, and all of that stuff, yeah, I mean, forget about it. Talk about being in the weeds, you know what I mean?
For sure.
So it's all about what scholars you subscribe to. I mean, look how many different religious arguments there are when it comes to this stuff, whether it be Muslim tradition and Muslim texts or Judeo-Christian text. So I say the obvious interpretation would be that it's not a globe. I mean, they wouldn't have left out all of the rest of creation,
Oh, for sure. I mean, the obvious interpretation. Yeah, just in life, right? It's obviously not a globe when you just walk around it and experience it. No doubt, no doubt.
Well,
Definitely
John,
flat from a plane.
John, you heard me talk about this, right? Is that from the biblical perspective, to believe the earth, that God says he will be revealed in his creation. So if you believe that the earth is a globe and that it looking flat is an optical illusion, you have to think that God is revealing himself within an optical illusion. Like, does that make any sense? He created a whole world that is visually deceptive from what it really is. It doesn't even make any sense, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, that's the whole thing. It's like, believe that God was like out trying to deceive everybody or make it like a riddle.
Yeah, but he specifically says, "I'll be revealed in my creation." Now, if it's a riddle, then it's not a revelation, right? He's not revealing anything.
Yeah, that's precisely right. That's the whole thing on its face just doesn't make much sense when you're looking at it critically. It's like, well, if he was trying to, like I said, if the texts about the creation story were meant to educate people, right, which it is, right? You see some type of revelation there, talking about what happened on what day and all of that stuff, then why would they leave out the rest of whatever, you know what I mean? Like all of the galaxies, all of this, like, tremendous amounts of space and stuff. Like, it doesn't make sense that all of that would be left out if it was a part of the story, right? But what is part of the story is the firmament and the luminaries, right, and the heavens. So the waters above, all of that good stuff. So I mean, I would say it's pretty apparent, right? What he meant, that the man can only go so far too, and man can only learn so much, and the rest is a mystery to man, right? That's also in those texts as well. So
It always will be. Like that's the thing. It's like it's not comprehensible to human beings in our fallen state.
well, and if you look at the books that were taken out of the original canon, like Enoch and even the Book of Maccabees and all this stuff, Book of Jasher. I mean, like there's so many different books that were in the original canon. Like why they were removed is because of the stories about what was going on in the heavens, like when Enoch was taken up, by the angels to show him what was going on. You know what I mean? Above. So yeah, I'd say it's definitely they're talking about the great trees getting cut down, all this stuff in those removed texts. So there's a lot to it, man. I mean, you could get caught in the weeds and still not know be any more the wiser, right? Like you'd still be just as ignorant as you were. You'd just be like have more questions, right? So yeah.
Actually, I was talking about this with AB. Like even in modern science, like there's some things, the more they learn about something, the less they know. And like that seems counterintuitive, right? Like I knew 10 things, now I know 11 things, so now I know more. No, when you learn the 11th thing, you find out there was 5 things that you didn't even know about, and now you don't know how those things work, right? So the sum of the knowledge that you don't know, now your ignorance, your knowledge increased, but so did your ignorance. Your ignorance increased more than your knowledge. So you're going backwards, right? You're not reaching the end, you're getting further and further away from it.
Yeah, and that's why I tell people about that all the time. I'm like, well, it's impossible to know how much you don't know, that's knowable. Like that information that you could attain, but you don't even know it's possible that you could attain it. That will always, increase your wonder, right? It'll always increase your lack of knowledge when you find out, oh, wait, here's another unknown that I didn't even know I didn't know, there's a lot of that when it comes to researching, like what's missing from the texts, and then just your comprehension of it all too. So yeah, I mean, it's a great journey, but yeah, if you're constantly seeking for knowledge, you're going to find more questions than answers at the end of the day. That's for sure. So yeah, that's a great point you and AB were discussing together.
So yeah, I'm gonna read something real quick. It's funny. Donald Rumsfeld said this in a press conference, and it's pretty hilarious. Reports that say something hasn't happened are always interesting me, because as we know, there are known knowns. That are things that we know that we know. There are also known unknowns. That is to say, we know there are some things that we don't know, but there are also unknown unknowns. The ones we don't know that we don't know. And if you look at throughout history in other free countries, it is the latter category that tends to be the most difficult ones. I feel a little dirty citing Donald Rumsfeld, but even a broken clock is the right place today.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I mean, if you're thinking about these deeper thoughts, you're gonna have some truth snap out of you, right? Because your gut will tell you when something's right. So if you're looking to spit some knowledge, some will come out eventually, just based on your own internal compass of what's right and wrong. And I venture to say you could thank the creator for that one. That's why those of us who are not psychopaths have a conscience, you know.
Now, let's get back on flaming Danny Faulkner. Okay, so Danny Faulkner has his Answers in Genesis site with the section on flat Earth. There is intentional deception in his evidence where he rescales images and does not say they're rescaled, and he uses like a tilted camera, like rotated. Like, the dude is a complete scoundrel, liar, scammer. And because it's not just the things he says in the chat, it's the things he's published are. Oh, look at that. Mary Mom documenting a flat Earth.
Oh, the plane. Oh, yeah. We were,
Yeah, the
yeah,
plane.
because I said something earlier about the plane. Yeah, that's what I saw from the plane. Flat. It was at sunset. I like how it kind of highlights the flat line there.
Flatman can, I'm stealing that, dude. Stealing that gift. It's going up on X right now.
The circle there. Oh, yeah, that is nice. Is that the Bolivian salt flats? Is that what that is?
Yeah, that's what that looks like.
Yeah. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, the #1 place for all your flat Earth needs. Yeah, that's what when Danny Faulkner was coming in there years ago to our home server, wasn't he like collecting material for a book? Did he write that book? That was yeah, I don't actually know that. I felt like at the time, I don't think it was out yet when I was talking to him. I don't remember. That was one of the reasons I think, besides him just being incredibly obnoxious, horrible human worm, it was also because he was collecting material for the book. I'm like, I'm not giving him any of my brain for your stupid book. Yeah, that's another reason I stopped talking to him. I haven't heard anything about him now. Is he just like crawled into a hole or what?
Probably counting the money.
That's right, John Luna, you betcha.
Most people like that, you know. You got to wonder if they're even like true believers in their professed faith. You know, like anybody who goes like, oh yeah, I'm gonna make a career out of this and I'm gonna write a book. It's almost like once you're that invested in a book, if you had contrary evidence that, you know, disproved the reason why you set out to start writing that book, does your need to at least break even, you know, like outweigh your like wanting to be truthful and in your expressions? I mean, who knows where that guy stands?
Oh yeah,
And-
I'm sure he consciously. You couldn't. The level of deception that he, stoops to, like India was talking about, you couldn't do that level of deception unless you already knew that you were trying to obfuscate and consciously obscure the truth. I'm sure he knows. That's one of the reasons why he's in my top 10 worst people in the whole world.
Yeah, I mean, and that's, you know, that's why.
I mean, I'm sure there's heavy competition. I'm sure there's a lot of people. Like, there's probably just a lot of people tied for each one of those spots, right? If I'm actually giving them a rating system, because a lot of them aren't in public. You know, they're not in public. So, the top 10 probably has like 2,000 people in it or something. But he's in there. Yeah. Keep going, John. Sorry, I just had to clarify that statement.
No, it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. No, I appreciate that. You know, when I misspeak, I always want to clarify, especially when it's on the record, you know. But yeah, I mean, there's so many people in ministry that they don't deserve anybody paying attention to what they're doing. But when you have a built-in audience of, I don't even know how many million worldwide, but just in America alone, of if you just get a certain percentage to buy your book, you know, you got a decent amount of coin coming in. Not to mention whoever's a sucker enough to join your ministry and give you 10% of their earnings.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the same thing as academia. Like, I explained that before here in our Flat Earth world about my firsthand experience with writing an academic paper, because there's so much time that passes between applying for the grant, getting all your documentation together to get the grant for the research, you know, like years pass before, and then, you know, getting together your team, you know, getting together your plan for what it is you're demonstrating, and so on and so forth. So, like this particular one I was working on when I was a grad student, like we met, I think we met every Tuesday and Thursday to work on this paper. And like I'd found some information out in the world, which I was like, gosh, I gotta go tell the group this, because this really like calls into question our whole you know, thesis proposal here. And I said it to them. I like laid it out. Like, here's the thing. Here's this thing, that thing, the other thing. And they're like, "Oh, that's not. That doesn't really matter. We're just gonna keep going. Let's get back to the topic." Like, they don't even want. You know what I mean? Because if you find something, yeah, like you just said, if you invested all this money, time into it, you've put years into applying for the grant and so on. Like, that. I mean, I saw it firsthand. I'm sure it happens all the time. You don't want any contrary information where you have to totally start over, throw everything you just did, and reapply for another grant with your, you know, revised hypothesis or whatever. So, yeah, I mean, that happens all the time, no doubt. I mean, it's got to be the rare person who would. I mean, I would have thrown the whole thing out, but I was just one little person there. I wasn't in charge. So, you know, I said what I had to say, and then they ignored me. So, there you go.
Well, you know, if there wasn't people who considered religious folks as like ignorant and gullible and yeah, just not someone who should be taken seriously. If there weren't people who aren't trying to prey upon those people as what they would consider easy prey, right? Like, oh, I could just go ahead and become like a well-known figure, preying on these people, pretending to be one of them. You don't like to think of people being that cynical, but if they don't have any faith in the creator and any faith in repercussions for their actions, then yeah, what would stop them? You know, if they were that dirtbaggy to go and start a ministry based on nonsense. I mean, to me, I feel like if someone's willing to lie about anything, you know, then I wouldn't put it past them to take it to the extreme. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
now he might not be one of those people, but he might.
Okay, John, you're so
He might.
charitable. I was charitable at first too. I did give him a chance, but if you talk to him, your charity might go down like it did for me. Yeah. We got Fadi in here. Fadi's back. We've talked to Fadi about the Earth before. Can you speak, Fadi?
Yeah, he comes in pretty often, man. He's a frequent listener.
Oh, okay. I
Frequent
haven't seen
listener,
him for a while.
not much of a contributor in the conversation. Yeah.
Oh, I talked to him quite extensively, probably like several weeks ago or something. But now he doesn't talk anymore.
No, he normally just listens. I mean, he doesn't have any questions, you know, put it that way. Like I've asked him, do you have any new questions? Like, no. So guess all of his questions got answered and he just likes to listen.
Really? All of his questions got answered. I bet I could get a question out of him. Are all your questions
Fadi, what's
answered,
going on,
Fadi?
bud? Good morning. Yeah, you got any new questions for us?
Guess you're right, John. He knows everything about the flat Earth. Well, if he knows everything about the flat Earth, then he must know that it's definitely not a globe. Oh, yeah, he's confirming that he just likes to listen. confirming that in the text.
Yeah, that guy I was talking to when you came in, Indio, he seemed like a chill dude, and then he kind of turned to a prick towards the end of the conversation, huh?
I must have missed
Yeah,
that one.
they have a tendency of doing that just because, man. You know how it goes. They think like it's gonna be easy, and then it's like impossible, and then they get angry and just start doing the freaking cope. That was a cope session.
Sounds like that's when the actual meaning of the word nice kick in, because he was being having a good tone with you, John. That's what you're saying, and then he turned you. That's so nice, being necious, ignorant, not knowing. He didn't know that you guys knew that he didn't know, and he turned into this not nice or extra nice person. Well, he was necious. Yeah, the nice probably came out of him.
I liked Ash, the one that was talking when I came in. I want her to come back. Ping me if she comes back. I didn't actually get to talk to her, but she was so cute. I could invite her to Flat Earth Ladies Night.
Right, I'm back. What's going on? Mic check.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I hear you. I don't think we have any globe believers in here, so we were just chatting about stuff. Same stuff we were doing before.
We need to make an event.
What?
If we make an event, it advertises it to the server.
Oh,
and it
yeah,
usually
yeah.
draws people in.
That's a good idea. Yeah, who knows how to do that? Do you?
No, I was hoping someone else does.
Yeah. I mean, I've made an event in the home server. I used to make ladies' night events, probably the same kind of process. I mean, I guess I could try. I don't know. I'll look to see if there's any event happening right now. Looks like there's not anything there. Not anything till 4:09 today. Gender stereotypes. Should I go to that one? There are different stereotypes for men and women. I'll click on create.
Gender stereotypes at NASA.
Yeah, good idea.
Planets are named after men.
Okay, so then it says select a channel. Yeah, and hurricanes are named after women, right? Are they still named after women, or did they change that? I don't remember. Did they used used to only be named after women or hurricanes? No, they just, I don't know, hard to say. So what are we going to call it?
Yeah, good question. Maybe we can pull the rest of the folks in here. What do you guys think?
Okay.
We need an event, something catchy.
Gosh, I'm trying to think. Uh,
I'm not a marketing genius. I wish I was.
The globe
Yeah.
nonsense makes no sense. Just kidding.
That's pretty good. Yeah, he's just kidding. That's not your serious proposal. I mean, yeah, we could have a top 3 and vote on them. I mean, right now that's the only one on the table. I don't know if anybody else has one they want to throw out there. I was trying to think of one, but my mind was a blank. I'm usually pretty good at titles, but I just I'm outside. It's really hot out here. I'm trying to trim my flowers, deadhead them, you know. But anyway, that could be why my brain is fried.
Water doesn't work on a globe. It works in a globe. Just kidding.
Your first one. You're just kidding with both of them, Gemsy, because you think they're not good, or what? You should be more confident. Just give me the first one. Nobody else is saying anything. I'm going to type the first one in. Say it again, please.
Maybe verbalizing it better. The globe doesn't make sense. Something like that.
No, you said something like the globe is
Nonsense
nothing but
makes no
nonsense.
sense. Yeah, the globe nonsense make no sense. That I say that to people, but
Yeah. Or we could say
so
like
you-
the globe is only in your only exists in your imagination. You like that one?
the imaginary globe. Only in your imagination. Actually, you can go to Walmart and find one. So,
Scientific
yeah.
imagination.
If you go to a retail store, you can find globes. So it's not only in your imagination. It's also in a retail
Yeah.
store.
And the toy store. Can I put your imagination
toy
and the toy store? That'd be good, right? All right, should we start it at 12:15? That gives us 4 minutes to get ready. Yep. To put on our costumes.
It's just a fish bait. It's a bait just to talk to people about the top.
Yeah. Yeah, why not? No other events going on, might as well. Description.
Here, you guys. Marimon, John, Indio, Sporadic. Hope you guys doing good.
Do you know that Einstein wrote a book called The Cosmic Religion?
I did not know that. Tell us about it.
Yeah, it's actually a booklet. It's a pamphlet. It's basically a collection of his own musings and writings. And there are many, many choice quotes throughout there. He basically says that the modern scientist must be a man of religion because only religious faith can carry the most, I don't know, meaning and scientific progress. Like he's so full of these things. Let's see if I can find a few.
All right, starting in 2 minutes. I'll just go ahead and start it.
In the toy store, that's great.
You like that? Oh, Matthew
Yeah.
Learns is here. We got a real globe earther for the event.
Well, he's shopping for his kids. He needs toys.
That's right. Yeah, Toy Store. You could get it early for Christmas in July. Just put it in the closet.
Right, Matthew? The globe is only in imaginary explanations and at retail stores, the toy section.
No, you can buy toy globes. Yeah, you can. There are toys that are shaped like globes.
He said no, yeah. No, yeah. Okay.
Talking globes. Pib is here. Pib Dionys. Welcome to the Flat Earth.
Guys,
How are you?
I'm good. How about you guys?
Good. Yeah. Have you heard anything about the Flat Earth before?
No, not yet, but you guys can tell me.
Sure, wide open invitation. Yeah. So yeah, the reason we say the Earth is flat, the reason why we know for sure it is because we tested the globe model and the predicted drop over distance that would be necessary if we lived on a globe, and we discovered that in reality it doesn't exist, and that we're actually not on a globe. No evidence of curvature, no evidence of spinning or motion of any kind. What do you think about that?
So you're saying the Earth is flat?
That's what I'm saying, Pib. Yep. And I'm saying you can go out, you or anyone can go out and test it for yourself. Like, for example, I'll put an image here in the side chat. Are you able to see the side chat? Pib, I'll try to tag you in there. PYB. You see that image there at 14 minutes after the hour?
Yeah, I'm just taking a look, giving a look.
Good.
I mean,
Thank you.
52 observation.
Yeah, so this particular image is taken by a photographer named Joshua Nowicki here in Southwest Michigan. He's not a flat earther, but he enjoys taking beautiful photographs, and he is famous for his gorgeous photographs. He took this one from Sawyer, Michigan, which is across Lake Michigan from Chicago. Lake Michigan is one of the Great Lakes, very large lake. Usually, a lot of times when you look out from the shore of Lake Michigan, you only see a flat horizon. You can't see the other side. So, it kind of looks similar to looking out at the flat ocean horizon, which, of course, lies flat and stationary since water always lies flat in its container, and over 70% of the Earth is covered in water. So therefore, at no time is the water curving around your imaginary ball. Same thing with the Great Lakes. If we were on a ball, this vision, this sighting, this objective documentation of the city of Chicago's skyline would be an impossibility, because the entire skyline would be hidden behind the imaginary curve. Oh, he's gone away. Guess he doesn't like hearing about how the Earth objectively measures flat. But if there's anybody else in here that has a question about flat Earth, feel free to speak up. We've got some people coming. That's a great idea. Whose idea was it to start the event? It was John, right? Yeah, that was a good idea, John. I'm glad you said it, and then I figured out how to do it, and I did it. We've got Yvonne. We've got Purple Flowers down there with Kat. Hello, Kat. P1A.JIN. Welcome
Speaking
to the
about
Flat Earth
things
channel.
you didn't know that you knew, so you didn't know that you knew how to do it. Hopefully that works.
Yeah, I think you're right, Rodwin. I think, that was scary. Find out there's actual evidence. So yeah, if you guys, little P1A Jin or Yvonne or anybody, Rain has a question for a genuine flat earther. We got a whole bunch of genuine certified flat earthers in there. We have myself, Daz, FE Batman, Batman Can, Gemsy, Indio, John Luna. Matthew learns he'll try to take over the conversation if it gets too close to the truth. Apocrypha, Professor Triangle, Roots.
That's unkind. That's not true.
I know, I am unkind to you sometimes, Matthew. You don't think it's like a brotherly ribbing? You think I'm
I get it.
actually
No, no,
unkind? Okay, good. I was hoping you'd go for brotherly ribbon. You don't mind that, as long as it doesn't go too far. Yeah, the time I called you a used snake oil salesman, you really didn't like that one. I might have pushed a little too far that day. So we'll just try to forget about that one.
I already forgot. I don't remember that.
Oh, good. Then I just reminded you. Yeah. So I won't bring it up again. And then hopefully we can totally forget it. Sporadic's here. Ultimate FE. Final boss. Yeah, the FE final boss. He just sits there in wait, right? Because most people don't even get to the final boss level. But one day the FE final boss is going to be unleashed, and then you guys will be like, "Oh my gosh, no wonder he named himself that." So yeah, if you guys have any questions for Genuine Flat Earther, feel free to unmute and speak up. Welcome, Stardust. Yeah, tell me more about your Stardust. You got some Stardust in a jar there for me, Stardust? We are Stardust. That's
No,
what they
guys,
say.
I just want to plug us real quick. If you're tired of losing debates on the internet, if it's getting you down, join us 24/7 Flat Earth. Become a flat earther and win every flat Earth versus globe debate. It's really that simple. So just head over here, learn our information, go out there and see the world for yourself, and you can win every single debate, even against astrophysicists.
Oh, for sure. That's why Sporadic, I keep telling them, like, hey guys, like, if you actually want to debate, like, FYI, beginning debate class 101, freshman high school level, you have to learn the arguments of your opponent, right? Yeah. So then once they started doing that, yeah, and then eventually, they might fake it till they make it and actually see, there might be something to that argument. That's probably why they're too scared to actually become a good debater and actually learn the arguments of their opponent, most of them. Eric is here with this scary looking dog face. Hello, Eric. Welcome to the Flat Earth.
Hello.
What's going on?
Nothing, just chilling.
Cool. Me too. So, have you heard about the Flat Earth before?
hmm
Yeah? What did you hear? What'd you hear?
Mm, I didn't really, you know,
You probably just heard kind of like it. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Keep going. I didn't know you weren't done. What were you going to say?
I said I didn't pay attention to it because, like, I know it's kind of, I forget it.
No, I hear you. Like that would be the normal thing in modern society that if you encounter flat Earth at all, it's probably in the context of a joke, a ridicule, a straw man meme of a disc flying through space. That's why I put that in the description. Did you read that part where it said the flat Earth is not a disc flying through space? Did you know that we do not think that?
I didn't know actually.
Yeah, well, now you do. Yeah, because this particular, our channel here in the English Hub, and we have another one in the politics server, and then we have a home server with over 28,000 members. So our 24/7 Flat Earth channel in particular is dedicated to the empirical, testable, repeatable, verifiable evidence that the globe claim is nothing but what it says in the title of this event. It's nothing but an imaginary idea. And if you would like that imaginary idea to be codified and solidified, you can look in your toy store aisle for your little fantasy globe, or you might be able to get a globe plushie pillow that you could sleep on at night and dream about globe and fantasies of outer space. But that's all it is. When you actually take the idea out in reality, you find out that the drop over distance required by the geometry of the globe model is nowhere to be found. And calling it a model, I'm being too generous, the globe toy, the geometry of the globe toy, Eric, is nowhere to be found in reality. What do you think about that? Can you turn up your mic a little bit? I mean, I can turn you up, but like other people might have trouble hearing you. Can you go to your voice settings and turn up your mic a little bit? Do you know how to do that?
My microphone isn't a good quality one, so it's like
cool. I mean, even if it's not good quality, like volume helps as long as you don't overdo it on the volume on a bad mic. But bad mic, low volume, that's a really bad combination. I think bad mic, medium volume is probably the best place to be. Yeah.
Just,
So if you,
or just get closer to it.
yeah, there you go, Gemsy. That's even easier.
Be on the same room as your mic. Go ahead.
And the funny thing is, like, the microphone is touching my lips.
Oh, but that's whatever you just did there. That was good. Like by the end of that sentence, it was way better. Whatever you just did there, stay there.
Whatever
So
you just
actually,
did, just keep it.
yeah. So does it? The things that I just said, do those bring any questions to mind? Did you not understand anything that I said? Did you want me or someone else to repeat or clarify? There's a lot of guys here. If you'd rather talk to a man, some men do. They're available also. Is anything that I said make you have any other ideas or questions?
I didn't have any questions, and I heard it, but no comments on that.
Oh, you did hear it. So, like, could you just give me a rough summary of what I said?
I'm like, not a shy person, and it's nerve-wracking for me.
Oh gosh, well, I don't want to rack your nerves. I mean, I would not have guessed you were a shy person because you spoke up, and these other people we tried to talk to wouldn't talk to us at all. And then one of them talked a little bit and then ran away from us. Whereas you have persistence here. You're still talking. Yeah. So that's fine, but I won't put you on the spot with a summary. That's probably too hard. That's probably too difficult. So yeah, I do apologize. I will back off, Eric.
I'm sorry. I've been on Discord for
Hey,
hours.
bro, no need to be shy. You could take this as an opportunity to practice your language, the English language and conversation skills. And I know Mary Mom sounds like he might intimidate you, but no, she's pretty sweet. You can speak to her confidently. You don't have to worry about it. And any
You
people,
put that. I was like,
people
how
here,
can
you
I
can
put
you
this? That
can
will.
if
How
you
can
like.
I
So
put
you're
this?
welcome
That
to
will.
ask your questions anytime and have a back and forth if you like, just to practice your English, bro. No need to be shy. Okay, so just letting you know.
No.
Future reference.
The nerve-wracking thing about this is like all these people are listening, and
And get your confidence up.
idiot is talking.
I like how you put that, Gemsy. You're like, how can I say this to give the guy some empathy without insulting Mary Mom and making her yell at me? Intimidating was good. That was fine. Yeah, I mind that. I try not to be, Gemsy. You know I do. I can be way more intimidating. Do you not think I'm low on the intimidating scale right now?
Yes, but some men, just the fact that they're speaking to a woman, they get intimidated right away.
I know. That's why I said he could talk to a man. Yeah. And so then you jumped in. So it worked out. Good job.
I'm just trying to let him know he doesn't have to be. It's okay. So it's fine, bro. Hey, you can think about Mary Mo as a teacher. She's a teacher, so there you go. Don't worry about it. She's a good teacher.
It's not.
No, she is a teacher. No, she actually is a teacher, though.
Yeah, she is a
All
teacher.
these listening, and I'm the idiot who's talking. It's not good enough for a speech.
Just get
Put your
closer
lips
to your
back
mic
on that
again.
mic. Yeah. Put those lips right on there. Put them back on there.
Okay.
Look, don't be afraid if you don't know a lot, because we've talked to people that are like graduates from university in a science and they don't know much more than somebody in ninth grade of high school. So most people, they don't know this topic very well at all because they just simply were shown it when they were little kids, like Earth's a globe. They tell you that like when you're 6, and everyone just believes it and they don't learn anything more than that. So don't be afraid of if you have like some lack of knowledge, because you're pretty much in league with all your peers because they don't know anything either.
So what do you believe?
No, I don't believe that Earth is flat because I follow a channel called Star Talk where Neil
Good.
deGrasse Tyson puts some points about how the globe is round and why it's round. So, and
Neil
I just
deGrasse Tyson is a great man.
Did you really say that?
was it?
Okay.
Somebody said that. Who was that?
What was the? So you watch Star Talk, okay? Out of all the things you watched on Star Talk that he said why the Earth is round, what was the best thing? What no? What would just tell us? What was the best thing he said that was most convincing?
Because the balls are round.
Because the balls are round. Not if you hit him with a hammer.
You
Go in the
have a
bathroom,
second
do
guy
that, and then come
interjecting,
back.
India. There's two guys speaking, and they thought they were speaking
Yeah, I
to
know.
each other. So yeah, all right.
So what did Neil deGrasse Tyson show you?
It just, give you the link because I'm not.
We've seen it, dude. We're well aware of things he says on there. Okay, so let me tell you something he said on there. He was asked, why are all the craters on the moon perfectly round? He said it's because meteors hit it at a magic speed. So do you want to go with that?
Oh my god.
You want to go with magic?
Not a good person? What the fuck?
Magic, dude. He said magic is the reason all the craters are round on the moon. Magic. He also said the Earth looks flat from 128,000 feet, which is I don't know what that is in meters. But that's pretty far up there. He said it looks flat. So that's why I want to know what he specifically said, because he says all sorts of crazy stuff.
I think was the things he said were a fact or were a joke? I am not sure.
No. It wasn't a joke, man.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Ton says, state in the chat, he's saying, state one lie he told. Gosh, hard to reduce it down to just one, right, guys?
Well, lying implies that he intentionally deceived people. He can just be wrong. Ever think about that? That he's just wrong?
Is that for Ton? Hey, Ton, you still there?
He did
It's
lie
not
when he said there's more.
It's ton.
He said, well, hold on. I just want to say this. He did lie when he said there's more than two genders, so he was lying in that case.
Yeah, it's because I didn't get that third Ton in there. You're right, Jemsy. That's why I didn't reply. Ton. Or if there's anybody who has a question about Flat Earth, feel free to speak up. More people are coming in here. John Elden Ring from Elden Ring down there at the bottom. Rizhu, Rahin.
You think his name is that? So, like, if someone says his name, you can ask them why they're stuttering.
Could be. I thought it was more kind of when I said it kind of reminded me of like dun dun dun, ton. Makes it sound. It's very dramatic.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, it actually sounds cool.
Yeah.
Is the Earth flat or a globe? Ton.
Exactly. Oh, Joy Boy's here. I bet Joy Boy will speak to us. I mean, gosh, you can't call yourself Joy Boy if you're not going to speak. Aaron Creatives here. Welcome. Eric can ask another question as long as he kisses his mic. Don't forget, you got another question there, Eric?
Could you guys give me a solid argument where the reason why you believe the Earth is flat, or is just an imaginary thing to you?
Who wants to give Eric a solid argument? He's intimidated by women, so somebody else has to do it.
Okay.
I'm just teasing you. I already gave you a solid argument. You had no comments, no questions, and you wouldn't summarize what I said. So yeah, you want it from somebody else. There's other people here that can give it to you, Eric. You didn't like mine? The long distance observations? How we see too far, the water's flat. Remember, I actually gave you two. I gave you flat water. Did you understand the flat water one? What did you think about that one?
Yeah, you should start with the flat water. The water is not curving into a ball. Okay? The Earth is covered in ocean. Most of the Earth is ocean on the surface. That water is flat, which means it can't be a ball.
You know, when you zoom into a ball, like a marble, like with a microscope, it seems like flat, you know. It makes sense if you study.
God, get out of bed.
Sorry?
Are you in bed talking to your mic from across the room, man? Why is your mic so low? Go in your settings and like turn up your mic.
Yeah, he's got to do that because he keeps forgetting to lean in real close to that mic. So yeah, just go to voice settings, voice and video, and then you can turn up your.
I wish I could show you that my input voice and my output voice all are the full.
Okay, well then how about projection? You just like speak from your diaphragm. You fill your air, your lungs with air, and then you project your voice. I bet you can do that. Try that.
That will help your confidence while speaking.
What were you trying to say when we tried to coach you on your microphone use? What were you saying there, Eric?
I said if you look at a marble through a microscope, it looks flat. And if you have studied like derivatives, you know, we calculate the area, not the area, the radius of a circle with derivatives, and that's where I get the idea. Like, if you think of
derivatives for that.
straight lines connected with each other, it makes a circle.
Oh.
I think I'm not good enough to explain in English because it's not my native language, and I don't think I can put a solid argument that understand.
Did you say that straight lines make a curved line? Is that what you said? Make a curved surface? Straight lines make a curved surface.
I think I put it in a wrong way. What I want to mean, it's hard for me to explain in English. If you put several tiny lines, straight lines, to like an angle really close to 180 degrees, it would look like a semicircle.
Yeah, so you're saying that since the globe is a certain size, if you have a curved surface and you are in a certain area, it's gonna look not curved because you're too small. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
But the thing is
It
that
makes sense. Maybe you're 1 meters tall and maybe 2 meters tall, but the Earth is like 6,600 kilometers in diameter, maybe.
yeah, that will give you a rate of drop over the distance, right? If you do the math. So you're standing at the top of the sphere, and all around you there's gonna be a drop within a certain rate. Yeah, and you can calculate that, and you can actually measure for it, and you can test if the drop over the distance is there or is it not there. And come to find out, people have done this testing for the curvature with lasers, long distance observations, and come to find out the curvature, the rate of drop is not there. So it's not curving, it's not dropping over the distance at any point.
In my civil engineering surveying course, I have studied that we do see a drop, and we can even observe that in ocean. It's called the visual length of horizon.
I almost was able to get what
Maybe
you
I was
said.
being brainwashed. I was saying, can you hear me?
Just try to get a little, maybe closer to your mic or speak a little more.
Yeah, I was closer to my mic. Is it good now?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, so in my surveying course in civil engineering, I studied that we do observe a declination in curve when we go over the long distance, or when we do geodetic surveys, we do consider that curve. So not and even in oceans, we do observe the visual length of horizon, like the ship revealing itself from far away. So maybe those textbooks were just brainwashing me. That's all.
You're talking about geodetic surveying, right? You take certain observations and measurements across the surface, and you input it into was it the globe math or the geoid?
Yeah,
There's people
the
here that
geodetic
do
show.
yeah,
For example,
but you don't
let me
measure
explain
you
it
don't
like
measure
this.
you don't measure curvature. You input the measurement, the observation that you do, and then attach it to a model.
Because if you don't do that, then some mega projects will might not go very well. This is why sometimes we have to consider the curvature, like in making long lines, we do consider the curvature of Earth, and it is very much visible.
You're cutting out, bro. You're cutting out.
I'll join you later when I'll have a stable internet connection.
Maybe it was me. Anybody want to touch into geodetic surveying with him by any chance?
Okay, I will. I mean, what do you say? Wasn't paying attention.
He was saying about the how that works in his field when they do measurements and
I heard him say civil engineering. Like what measurements? What are you using for a datum?
Which guy was that, Jemsy?
I didn't see the main. It was someone different that when I mentioned the drop over distance, he opened his mic and.
Is he still here?
Not sure.
I'm not sure because he said he was going to try to fix his connection by coming back. Was that you, Rishu? Was that you, Rishu?
Yeah, that's
okay. There he is.
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah. So what? Like when you say, I didn't hear everything you said, but what are you using for a datum?
What datum? Like datum is in labeling. We do labeling.
So
we consider datum when we are doing
I'm
labeling.
going to get out right now, but I want to say one thing.
Why are you interrupting, buddy? Like somebody else is talking. Interrupt. Jesus Christ.
He's gone
I'm
now.
supposed to
He
hear
just
his
left.
answer.
I know. Yeah, back to the person you were talking to, Riz Hugh.
Yeah. So what
Yeah,
datum are
so
you
You
using?
want to say that flat Earth is a stupid? You are stupid. You are stupid.
All right.
Well, you
He
sound.
keeps going. He keeps going in and out. So if you see ASSEM
Yeah,
at the
I'll
top,
mute
I'll
him,
try to
and
watch
then
for him. Yeah, there he is. There he is.
Have mind. You don't have.
good. Now he's muted in every VC, so he ain't gonna like that very much.
Yep. Good job.
Not very smart. Anyway, moving on. What datum?
In leveling, the datum is a point of where we know the height from initial mean sea level is. First of all, my native language is not English, so I might
Okay.
pick up or just
Okay, I understand.
understand.
All right, listen, I
Okay.
understand.
Thank you so much. So
Yeah, I know. I know where I am. I know I'm in a server where people learn how to speak English, so I know that not everybody
Yep.
is an expert in
I
English. So
thank you so much. I appreciate that. So
yeah.
When we do labeling, even in labeling, labeling is a concept where labeling is a method where we take the measurements of the height of a point from a reference to another point. What is the reference? The reference point, we already know the height of that point from mean sea level of that point. That's the reference point, and labeling is a method to calculate the that's called RF, not RF. I don't remember. It was a long time ago when I studied that. So at that point, we calculate the difference of that height, and in order to do labeling for a very far distances, uh, we see we have to consider a error. There is a error we have to consider in order to do that labeling, and that error is the error of curvature. So what we actually do that when we take the measurement, like you see the light travels in a straight line. So the light is traveling in a straight line, and I have a labeling staff somewhere very far away, and that horizontal line is cutting at a point. But we consider, like in engineering, we consider the earth is a curvature. So we have to bring that uh, the horizontal line a little bit down, uh, and that is a kind of ratio. Um, we we have to like correct the error, and that error is the error due to curvature, because light travel in a straight line and we have to go a little bit down because earth is a curvature. So it's like done everywhere, like while when you are making roads, or when you are labeling with
Re-
reference to a data.
Rio, are you saying that you are adding the error to the measurement? You're not measuring the curvature, but you're adding it as an error metric of some sort?
Yeah, we are adding the error, but we are
You're
adding the
adding the
corrections.
measurement.
No, we are correcting the measurement, and correcting the measurement means like you might even subtract and you might even add. So, what the correction factor was, I think, the negative when we consider the curvature of Earth. So,
So
for
you
example,
measure
when
it not
Wait,
curving, but
can I
then
ask you? Hold on, let me ask you a question, Josie. Have you done this in practice? Like, have you gone out in the field and done this yourself, or is this theoretical what you learned from a textbook?
no, no. When we study civil engineering, we have to perform all these
Yes.
experiments using very sophisticated instruments. They cost like a lot, like total station and all those kind of measuring instrument. At first, I used theodolite, and my professor told me that if you lose it, if you break it, then it is going to cost a lot. So yeah, those are very sophisticated instruments that we use in surveying, and in every university we have that instrument and we perform that kind of survey, and we do see that curvature error. and I'm still curious about the the because of that, because if Earth is curvature, then if you go to the sheet and um, there's a concept where you see the visible length of horizon line. For that is why, like, the what is called the light tower. The light tower is so much high because it can cover more areas and can show more light to, can give more direction to ships and who are traveling. So people cannot see the whole tower from a very far away, but when they get closer, the tower keep revealing itself like it's coming out from the sea. And maybe when I get a chance to travel that far in a sea, then I will try to notice that. But yeah, in leveling we do that. I have done that. Hello. Um. Um. Was my voice? I was
No,
audible
he
back
might have
then.
got a phone call or something like that. I'm sure he'll be back in a second.
Oh. Oh, it was a very long time. I mean, the first time I have spoke that much of English in one time.
Oh, that's cool. Well, yeah, when Indio gets back, hopefully you guys can continue that. We got a bunch of new people that came in. If there's anybody else who has a question, we started going over some of the basics earlier, but a lot of these people have come in since then, like AR, Shavan, C, Empty Duty. Look at all these amazing usernames. Joaquin, Maxwell. Still nothing from Rain. Now we have Rega Peso. We've talked to him before. Good to see Vivek down there, who's made all this possible for us. Great place here. We love this server. So if anybody's got a question about Flat Earth, just feel free to speak up. I don't know if you saw, Vivek, there was this person in the home server that was trying to get in here and they said they couldn't get in. Bombi Dagroot says, do you need specific roles to join voice in the English Hub now? Used to listen in, but now I can still read the chat. But clicking on join voice does nothing. Any ideas, anyone? I don't really know what's going on with that. People usually can just join here, so maybe they're just having a problem with their device in general. I'll tell them that. Try a different device. I'll tell them that. That's the best device I got.
Hello. I'm Dishu. I have to go and I'll be back in 20 minutes. So if he return, then please ask him to hold for film. Thank you.
We will tell, we'll tell India when he gets back that you'll be back for part 2. Sounds good. Good to talk to you.
I love to learn a lot from you. Thank you.
Within his speech, he said that after the measurement, they add the curvature as an error to fix it. So the curvature is added, saying because it's a globe, we add them. We don't mention the curvature, but we do add it. I mean, we didn't say it like that, but they're adding the curvature to the measurement, which is, interesting. What do you think, DJ? He said surveying, they measure, and then after the measurement, they add the curvature.
Yep, that's how it's done. Sounds like they measured a flat Earth.
And he said it because it's curving, we have to add the error because it's curving. Bro, you measure it not curving, and then you added the curvature after the fact.
Yeah, they added the error in afterward. They got it right the first time.
Yeah, that's super interesting that they do that. And the logic or the way of thinking is that we have to add it because we know it's there. Even though we didn't measure it, we're fixing the actual measurement to fit the curvature.
Were they adding it in to fit the curvature or just to fit the the latitude and longitude based on the celestial sphere?
Yeah, good question. What is actually happening there? This is C. C has his mic open. Go ahead, C. You can ask any of your questions to Dandelion. Anybody that got any questions about the topic of the VC, you can direct your questions to Dandelion, DJ, and who else is in here? John Luna. Go ahead. You're welcome to ask.
Maybe I have a question.
Go for it.
So I'm new to this religion. So if someone asks me, I don't know how to answer. But why there's someone that is hiding to us that the Earth is flat? Thank you.
It's not hiding. It's not hidden. Yeah, it's you think it is because the thing that you think the Earth is, meaning the globe, you have actually only seen that on a TV screen, a computer screen, a toy store, or your imagination. In reality, you go outside every day and you experience a flat and stationary Earth. So it's definitely not hidden. And in fact, these days, the information, like you can get really good information here and other places about how, the expected drop over distance dictated by the geometry of the sphere is not found in reality. So you could go out, you could test it for yourself. Do you live anywhere near a large body of water?
No.
Like the ocean, a large lake, so on and so forth?
No.
Yeah. Okay, well, yeah, that's not a problem. Like, if you go on vacation, time, you could always, if you ever go to the ocean, you could do that. There's, pretty, like, you don't have to have like a really large lake, but you have to have like a somewhat large lake. But there's a lot of tests you can do without that. And in the meantime, before you get out there to make your own observations, in the chat there at 56 minutes after the hour, remind me who I'm talking to. What's your name? Empty Duty, right? Yeah, Empty Duty. Yeah, I'll tag you there in the side chat. Anyway, so you can see there in the side chat, if you click on that, I keep hitting the wrong person here, Empty Duty. If you click on that link there, Don Matthew, you will see the flat Earth observations. So this is just a very small sampling of the observations, including visible light observations, laser tests, and so on that have been done all around the world that demonstrate that this geometry of a sphere is not actually observed in reality.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Did you have any other questions?
No, thank you. That's it.
All right. Anybody else? We got Carrie and Chris that just joined us. Jay Hay, 69. Good to see all these people in here that know the Earth is flat and stationary, just as it appears. I gave shout outs to some of them earlier, but we got Toby Dog has joined us over fences, always very helpful in the chat. Neil's here. Morvis, shout out. OG. Very consistent, amazing flat earther. Heretic, our leader. One of them. We got lots. Actually, I shouldn't say that because that makes it sound like the Borg, which I keep telling we're not the Borg. But we do have administrative people who help keep everything going. Hell's Angels here. Effie Batman, can't remember if I mentioned you before, but you deserve 2 shout outs. Elbows here, DJ, 20 Cups up the top. All right, so yeah, if anybody's got a question, look at all these genuine, certified flat earthers.
Hey, good evening. I'm here,
Hey,
but
Jay.
I'm trying to keep up. So good evening.
Okay, so Jay Hay 69, do you have any questions about the flat earth? At least he acknowledged that I said his name. Did I say Toby Dog? Can't remember, but he's great. Oshix has joined us. Hi, Oshix. Joaquin's got, Joaquin, I guess, must be a flat earther, right? Because he's got the Red Bull jump with the flat horizon profile pic there. Hi, Joaquin.
Hello. Hello.
You know that the Earth is flat and stationary just as it appears?
Of course.
Good. All
Or
right.
the universe.
Super. We're on the same page. Talha, cheers, champagne toast, is here. Rubber duck. Welcome to the Flat Earth, Talha. Feel free, even if you don't want to ask us a question, you can always just open your mic and say hello. It's a nice thing to do, if you can. I didn't mention Elmo's here. I'm sorry, Elmo. I didn't mean to leave you out. It's just like you never talk. So I'm like, but you could still surprise us and talk one day, Elmo, right? You still could. I'm waiting for the day. Maybe this is it, July 28th. Welcome, Elmo.
I need a question answered about, like, South. What if, what if, say, someone went high enough and south enough? Isn't maybe south a little lower, not quite like around, I don't know. I'm thinking like 70 miles or to like some point where we'd be getting close to firmament, Like if someone ever got through it, would there be a pressure breach?
You're asking hypotheticals. Well, I mean that's a slippery slope. It would just be your best guess, really. There's a pressure breach. You could assume that there's either more pressure or less pressure outside of the container, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So one or the other, right? There might be something pouring in or something escaping. Which would be scarier? I don't know. They would both be pretty frightening in that regard.
Are you trying to destroy us and to destroy all of humanity, bro? Come on, you're trying to go up there and breach the containment? Come on, bro. Have plans for next year, dude.
Jeez.
You got a doctor appointment. You're trying to cancel it?
How about the 19 time zones in Alaska? If they're hiding more land.
"19 time zones in Alaska, yeah. That's like for commerce. politics?
I got it's just started pouring rain here. I gotta go like bring a bunch of stuff inside. So I'll be back later, but I started the event, but somebody can end it, right? Didn't we decide that, DJ, that if even if I started, somebody else can end it if they need to? I think that's true. But you guys can always ping me. I'll be around and I'll try to come back later.
Thanks,
Go
Dandelion.
ahead.
Yeah,
Hey, catch you
Dandelion,
later.
thank you.
good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
bye.
get your stuff done, Dandelion.
Thank you.
Yeah, we
All
got
right.
plenty of people.
I know we got a great team here. I know we got a bunch of all-stars in here. It'll be great. All right, see you
You don't
later.
have to worry about anything. DJ's here. You don't have to worry. He drives.
Good. DJ is a good driver. You're absolutely right. Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah, good on you all. I'm at work myself, so I won't be able to contribute much for the next hour.
Yeah, any mod can end an event. You just have to be on a computer. That's all. Can't do it off a phone. Well, I guess no one has any globe evidence. Surprise, surprise.
Never will. Never will.
Yeah, that's right. What about J. Hay, 69? Got any globe evidence? Guess not. Elmo's got no globe evidence. Maxwell, do you have any globe evidence? Nope.
Welcome to the new people. If you're welcome to ask questions about the topic. You want to open your mic? Go right ahead. Welcome, welcome. If you got any questions about the topic, you're welcome to open your mic and ask.
I've been wondering. I hear Mount Meru could be a something else. What do you know anything about it? Like from books, like ancient books or something.
Yeah,
You know, the
it's
recent
an
stuff.
interesting topic for speculating a bit. Mount Meru, the what is it? The magnetic mountain that people talk about, allegedly.
Yeah. Yes.
Some people say it's used to be one of the giant trees of the world.
Okay. Yeah,
That it was cut down by the fallen angels or something.
like the font, like the Norse mythology. So their cosmological ideas was that the tree of life had us held up in the canopy. I was thinking more like what Admiral Byrd said. He was. I don't think he was crazy. Like it's hard to believe someone could make that up. You know, ruin his reputation and everything. Get fired, and then kill us. I'm just he died an unexpected death, heart attack. But you familiar with Admiral Richard E. Byrd's testimonies about the North Pole?
Isn't that like someone else's alleged readings from his notebook or something? So
It was way back in like 2015, 2016. I researched it, but you might be right.
because
And
I
what
think
did
some
he?
people say that they found a diary and they read it, but I don't know if you can actually verify that it was his or whatever. I'm not sure about that.
Oh, it's from his diary. I thought there was like footage of it. I must have been mistaken.
Footage from the North Pole? I haven't seen that one. I know there's some
Oh,
footage
dude,
from
I've
the
seen it. I've seen it
south.
lots of times.
You want to find it, and if you can find it and share it in the chat, that would be cool.
I'll go on a mission real quick.
Awesome, bro.
Yeah, that footage from the North Pole, I like to see that one. I've seen some of the Operation Deep Freeze during the airplanes. They flew across these huge land masses, whatever. Then it was just recording up in the sky, so across the whatever Antarctic frozen lands, and then they found like this warmer area. But yeah,
No, that was the
not
south.
much about it.
That was south. That was an Antarctica, I think, or whatever.
Yeah, allegedly, I don't know, some type of propaganda thing, because you got the narrator, you have the camera guy being recorded by another camera guy.
Yeah, that's why I was asking about it. Sketch for me. Plus,
Maybe
it
they
made me
had two
wonder why.
cameras.
Maybe it makes me wonder why they even let us see it. If they're letting me see it, it's because they want me to see it.
Yes, please. I'd love one. What one
Does
second?
I like
anybody,
one too, DJ. I'll get one.
does anybody want to talk about like how YouTube is like treating us as people wrong? We're taking away their rights and free speech.
I mean, anybody wanna keep it on, the topic? Maybe we can do
Okay, the
that. But
topic.
if
What
you, no,
what
I'm
was the
just saying
topic?
that if any of the new
Oh yeah,
people that have been joining got any questions, go right ahead. But if you're trying to bring up a topic, which one is it? I'm not sure.
I was talking about the North Pole. I say it's kind of like something to worry about, right?
Worry about it? I don't know if worry will be the right word, but well, what do we have to worry about?
Like if it's going to be taken over by like powers to be right now and like mess it up. Like, they get those CERN things all over, and maybe they're doing rituals, satanic rituals there. It's like we gotta stay close to God, and if they're gonna bring God's wrath, I mean that's something to worry about.
Yeah, I think if they could bring God's wrath, they've been trying it for a long time, and yeah, that will come at the timely manner whenever God decides to leash
for whatever reason. Because I mean, God is the old. My comprehension is that whatever we're doing down here, it definitely has, an effect, some effects in the environment, people, and that kind of stuff. But the ultimate boss, or the one that decides how everything goes, will be the creator. So I don't know. That's speculation, and belief, I guess.
I agree. Listen, we're kind of fooling
When
God's
they
hand.
threw all the bombs to the sky and they said maybe we'll break the sky, were they challenging the creator? They're saying we're gonna break your fishbowl, but they couldn't.
Yeah. Um.
They had a competition between many nations about who was gonna dig deepest hole, and the Russians dug the deeper, but
Yeah.
they still couldn't do much.
7.8 miles deep. And every time they got 100 feet deeper, they make speculations of what they're going to find. And every time they were wrong. When there's supposed to be water, there's rock. When there's rock, there's water. When there's clay, there's no clay. They couldn't predict any of it. And at the very end, it was so high, it was melting the drill bit, and they couldn't drill no more. And they're only 7 miles down. I think like hundreds of miles of crust, at least, when they ball Earth.
I still wonder if that's an accurate number from that position, or who knows, if a different spot it could be deeper than that, but it's just all speculation. Another interesting fact is that, underground there's so many like structures and long tunnels that go for thousands of square miles in many nations. That's another crazy thing about whatever is below us. It's like
She was.
cities or
I thought
communities.
about that. And I
Very
forgot about it. What you saying? It's what down there? We go down under the earth.
Man, you go to many nations and you have like underground tunnels that goes from hundreds of miles.
I heard this world taken over by the evil one. Or even worse. All the missing children's marks on the map line right up with the map of the underground cave systems in America.
It's an interesting topic actually. But if any new people got any questions about the VC topic, you're welcome to open your mic. Flat Earth, Globe Earth, got any questions? Want to post any evidence? Go right ahead. If not, we'll keep talking about talking. In the Grand Canyon, people, if you look at records of the past, people found a bunch of things over there, and it's like restricted. It's a huge region, the Grand Canyon, and recordings of buildings in the canyons and many structures and all sorts of things. People say, "Oh, there is Egyptian stuff in the Grand Canyon." No, that's stuff in America. That's not Egypt. I mean, I guess if you find a pyramid in Mexico, that doesn't mean that the pyramid is of Egypt, right?
Yes,
it's a Mexican pyramid. I mean, it's in Mexico. You find like this whatever stuff in Arizona or the Grand Canyon, that doesn't mean it came from Egypt. People say that come from Egypt. Like, I don't know about that.
Why would you think it came from Egypt? Egyptians. It's not Egyptian. It's here in America. Not Egypt.
Hey, you know what? When you think about God's creation, wouldn't it be cool if he like did do like the Norse and like he just grew a tree and it scooped up some ground and then he threw us down on it and he's just a giant?
I almost got what you said, but try to pronunciate your words a little better. I don't know what's happening. Like you're far from your mic or sleepy or something.
I was trying to say that it'd be cool if you think about how God created the world. It's like if he could just grow a giant tree and he scoops up some dirt with it and it throws us down on the dirt in the middle of the tree and like sets our sun and moon in the system and puts all the
It's a
animals
good question. For all I know, we could be in God's laboratory or living room, just on a table, his table, and this is like a terrarium that he's looking at.
Okay. Jeez, that's a
You know, like the ants. You know, like the insects and the ants in the terrarium. People make terrariums in their living rooms or basements, and
yeah.
The designer of the terrarium is looking in, but the insects are looking up and down and away.
Yes.
Across.
Sounds a little globy to me, though.
A little globy. I mean, either the creator is an inside agent that he lives within his creation, or he's an agent that can go in and out.
Not that. I was saying, when you're saying the ants are going up and down, left and right and sideways and all that, I said it sounds like a globy to me.
Oh, I mean, up and down will be, the soil. The insects are going in the ground, out of the ground, across the ground. They get, Oops. Who's that hurt my kid? Who's that?
Basically, what I'm saying is that there is no up and down or left or right or forwards or backwards on a ball, because my up and down would be somebody's down and up. My left and right would be somebody's right and left on a globe. For everybody on Earth, up is up and down is down, forwards.
That's what I was trying to say about the ants. I was going to fight for the ants and say the ants could either they have an equilibrium and that's how they tunnel so accurately.
Yeah, Globers say that there's no up and down in a globe. Obviously, there's only in and out. But in reality, we do have an up and down across.
Amen.
So just by looking up and looking down, there you go. You debunk the globe right there, up and down, easy.
Yeah. It's like when's an airplane that's rigid in space flying through the air? That's what they say in flight school. They say fly rigid flat line over a flat non-rotating flat Earth. And never does that plane correct over even 2,000 miles that it's going to start tipping its nose down to curve around the ball. And that's thousands of feet of curvature just not accounted for on the globy side.
Welcome to any new people. You're welcome to open your mic and ask questions or bring up evidence for whatever homology or conception of the world you have. Globe, flat, concave. Go right ahead. Egg shape. You might be inside of the egg. You are navigating across the yolk. Go ahead. Joaquin. Oh, was that
Yeah.
what you were saying?
What?
You said something before I welcome the new people. I just hear people joining and try to check on them.
Yeah, how many are here?
I was just checking if you were saying something about whatever before.
Oh, oh yeah. Something about that. I can't remember. What was the last thing you remember me saying?
God's living room, terrarium.
Oh yeah, it's so funny. I forgot. So yeah, I've had the idea even before that. Someone told me if it's God's terrarium, it doesn't have to be a dome or just outside of Antarctica. It could be a huge flat sky like a fish tank. This is huge. You know how they have like a rectangle or a square, and it could be a giant container. You know, since the pressurized air 14 psi at sea level, it's
I mean,
double that
it
of
is
a
what it is,
basketball.
right? But to be able to give it a shape or something, you have to be from God's perspective, from the outside, and say, "Hey,
I
this is
know we
the whole
can't
shape."
do that. Even our best high altitude balloons can't get over 29,000 feet. She has those metal ones.
There's no person alive that can say this is the whole shape of the earth, right? Of existence or something.
No, there's a rocket that went 100. I saw a rocket went 73 miles up, and it still couldn't see everything. It was 180 something. I think it's
You can only
180.
see you can only see what's illuminated as well, because during the nighttime,
Oh
what are
yeah,
you gonna see?
not gonna be much. Some clouds. Probably nothing. Nothing. Can't shine light on it. Maybe
So
long
only a
exposure.
percentage of the ground is illuminated. Let's say, I don't know. Some people say 50%, but I don't think it's even that. So within a certain altitude, you're gonna see certain area illuminated, but that's it. Can't see all of it.
Yeah.
I wonder, can you be in a position and that you can be like, when you're in if you're in the lighted room or you're outside in the light and then you look into the dark room, you can barely see the dark room. But if you are in the dark room, you can see the room that is illuminated. Can you be high up and see kind of like the area there illuminated while you are in the darkness?
Yes. Wait, actually, no. You can't see those lights. They're too far away. Are you saying you see my porch light from 120,000 feet away? I don't think so.
Welcome to the new people. Sorry, bro. Walking.
It's okay. Let's see.
If the new people got any questions, you're welcome to ask questions. Open your mic or right ahead. New people, go ahead. Questions related to the VC, to the title of the channel. Go ahead, Joaquin.
Okay. So I was trying to say that. Crap, I forgot what I was talking about again.
Oh, anything.
Okay. How about how whales can communicate over 4,000 miles with their sonar and there's no curvature obstructing it?
Well, whales can do that over 4,000 miles. That's amazing.
Oh, sorry, I got that backwards. 2,000 miles for the whales, 4,000 miles for submarine. Not submarines, battleships. Because battleships send out yes, a sonar beam that's higher up than a submarine. I guess it works better. I heard that the Navy ships can detect up to 4,000 miles away with sonar. Maybe it's submarines. It's a long time ago, but same concept. They can still communicate with each other over 4,000 miles. There's no curve obstructing their sonar.
Is that like line of sight? Is they have a sonar or something or some radar system and there's bouncing
sound
signals
waves.
of something 4,000 miles away? That's crazy.
Oh yeah.
So I can imagine the creator as the most high. He can be using his senses to just know everything then. I mean, if you can be on a boat and check things 4,000 miles away, I guess the most high can check everything at the same time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. This is better than Jesus. He's been man. He knows what it's like. He's even God now.
I'm just saying the sonar. That's interesting that they can go that long.
Oh yeah.
I know
Pretty sure
Marconi
now
was
it's summer.
sending a signal like 10,000 miles away from Europe to Australia. So yeah,
Oh
signals
yeah.
that long.
Those towers are badass. He put up little antenna, sent it that far across water too, right?
Not sure if from Europe to Australia was across water because I imagine China is in the way.
Well, there's lots of tests that have been like that. I think he got all the way up to like over 40,000 miles. They were still talking to each other. Maybe even way bigger than that.
Marconi did from the east of the United States, New England to Scotland, and that's about 3,000 miles, and that allegedly was
on
the coast of Massachusetts. I think it was to Scotland. I think that was near the water. So yeah, line of sight across the water. It's a good one.
Yeah, you know what's sad? No matter how many times I tell people that are globies, hey, Captain Cook was the last guy to try to circumnavigate the South Pole, and he went over 60,000 miles. That was only supposed to be a trip that was 12 to 13 at most. And they say, oh, I don't know, it's wind. They'll say anything or just nothing at all and just get angry. Like, that's a great idea for me to think about anytime. I'm like, hey, what's a good thing to wake people up with? So it's the cognitive dissonance is just so strong with adults.
there's a timing to everything, I guess. Time and place. So if someone is want to have the conversation, they're interested, and they want to hear the information, and might be able to come to a conclusion about it. That might be okay. But some people are just gonna hear something like "Earth is not a globe," and they're gonna just dismiss it because
That's
obviously
exactly
it
right.
is.
They'll use something so silly as like just a sentence. Earth's not a globe. What do what you call it? It's just the appeal to authority fallacy or whatever. But like, the idea is Earth is not a globe. It's just them saying that they're not proving anything. They're not showing any evidence. They're just
Yep,
saying it.
yep. Yeah, that's the point. That and the information when you have to look through it, like you talk about physics of water, like this, the observations, laser tests. There's so many things that you can do in reality. So it takes time. If you look through the information, you have to sit down and think about it. But if someone is busy, it's the time that they're not considering it like honestly and putting the time, they won't be able to figure it out. It has to be you have to be thinking about it instead of thinking about something else to go through the process to figure it out. A lot of people don't do it.
I put a good dent in it so far. What I'm doing is I'm saying things like, well, number one, I said you can see the lunar module shadow on the ceiling of the studio they shot the film in. I showed her the photo, and she's like, "It still doesn't matter." And so, would it matter if you knew they spent $400 billion annually on space exploration? It's just, I was like, imagine what they could do for people all across the world.
If it didn't matter, why do they push it so much if it didn't matter?
Oh, that's a great one right there. Why, if it didn't matter, why they push it so much? Exactly. Well,
The money is one thing, but the human resource, like people that are putting time. How many employees are sitting down in front of computers just wondering about balls and dreaming about it? That
oh my God. I remember I never believed in the globe Earth until I was about, what was I, 15? And I got enrolled in high school in ninth grade, and all my teacher wanted to talk about is how she takes pictures of the stars and the planet, but she would edit them to make them look crazy. And then when I go look online at some amateur photography of the stars, they look nothing like what we were taught in school. So I raised hell all through school, and then I looked up the answers and showed them. What you're teaching us doesn't even make sense. It's so computer generated. Doesn't even the new program they're testing on us. It's like, dude, thanks for the beta schooling program because. Oh yeah, back to flat Earth. Um, sorry about that. What were we talking about? Just flat Earth.
it's all good. You got any people that want to check and ask questions? They're welcome to do so, but cannot micromanage everything and everyone. Just if anybody wants to talk about it, they can open their mics and ask questions. You're welcome to. The amount of resources, money, and time that is spent into useless jobs like astrophysics, astrobiology, nonsense fantasy. The effort, that time, those resources, and money, and people's time and effort to be put into something else.
More productive. Yeah, but go ahead. New people can open your mics and ask questions. I'll be here.
So my point was it was space exploration is what I was talking about. And it's they got the 2020, 2025. We're supposed to go to the moon again. Pushed back again. Pushed it back. Just like every single time. In the next 10 years, we will be doing some crewed flights and space exploration to the moon. Every time. Never happens. And what is it, like 50, 60 years? We still haven't gone back to the moon. And it's what is that, 5, 6 times four, 5, 6 times they put it off. Like, what's stopping them if they went, what? I think they went 4 missions to the moon with 12 men and never again. And they were out there in little like 90s, little onesies, with some knee pads on and a scuba helmet. Like, number one, it would inflate their suit being in a vacuum, and they wouldn't be able to move. It'd be stiff as a board. That people joining.
Yeah, no worries.
They just stay quiet all the time.
Kind of nonsensical. The trouble thing. I think it's almost like in the video game, when you reach that point that you cannot pass, and if you pass it, the character dies. That's probably why they don't go, because you lose all your health. You have to stay within a boundary, I guess. That's why they have to give you Hollywood, because when they try to put people in these spacesuits and they try to test that stuff, they almost, kill people. So that's why they have to give you Hollywood.
Yeah, all Hollywood. Oh,
Yeah,
you're
it has
right.
to be Disney. The Hollywood, NASA, Disney are basically in the same field. It's movie making.
Yeah. I'm saying Elon Musk is supposedly doing all these things, but he's never going to do them. I don't know how much money he's gotten, but it's never going to go to Mars, like he says. And now everybody's thinking, oh, we're going to Mars. What happened to the moon? Say, oh, we just can't live there. It's not the right atmosphere. As if there's an atmosphere on the supposed Mars. And Mars, you look at it, all people have to do is look at it through a telephoto, a wide angle telephoto, high zoom camera, and a P1000 with 120 zoom, the 10 meg digital zoom. You get real close to the stars. Or just look it up on the internet and punch in high definition. Or you see it in high res. It'll blow your mind. It's like the jello on a roller coaster is jiggling around. Like the lights bouncing around a whole bunch. I can't explain it. It's described as seismatic.
There's a lot of the footage that people record about the stars, and a lot of it people say is out of focus or whatever. But if there's one that is actually not out of focus, can you actually zoom in into the stars and see the way they actually look? And how can you actually tell that this is the way they look?
Because they're not that far away.
Yeah, they're not even that far away.
I'd imagine pretty soon here, the Agenda 2030, they're going to take off with the carbon footprint tracker and the digital AI governance chip and try to do what they've been doing across the earth, pushing forward carbon tracking and eventually they say you're carbon, we just get rid of you too. Get that population down to 500 million. Ask you a serious question. Like, one time I went to the hospital, a normal hospital, and they shot me up with barium, metal barium, and it was like at least a cup and a half of it, or at least a whole cup of it. This gigantic syringes on a machine. It's getting like a CAT scan or MRI, and they said so we can see inside you. It's like, how long? I've been eating cilantro and stuff, trying to get it out of my system, but without taking something serious like NAC, how long would it take me to like get barium out of my system?
That's a good question, but we cannot discuss medical stuff because of YouTube guidelines. So we
Let's not
might
do
be
that
able
then.
to take that to a different channel, or maybe in DMs, but not in the PC here because rules.
I forgot about that. I'm sorry.
Just follow your doctor's advice. Wink, wink.
Yeah, come on, bro. I told you that yesterday. Remember?
Take your pills take your pills as prescribed.
Exactly. Yep. That's it.
Back to flat Earth. Debunking the space exploration. They're gonna put people up in balloons now with globe windows and show people the curve with the curved glass. The fisheye lens, looking at the Earth from high altitude, maybe 5 or 10, whatever percent of the Earth they can see, is gonna be the whole half of the Earth to them. They'll be like, when Felix Baumgartner went up and there's that globe outside of his craft, the space thing, not space thing, is a high altitude balloon carrier,
It
and
looked like space. Planet Arizona, planet Nevada, planet.
yeah, yeah,
Piece of America, planet.
yeah, Planet America.
Planet America, yeah. That's a good one. Because on the other side is the rest of America, because you only see a section of it from that vantage point. But the whole
Yeah,
planet
you're
is
right.
America.
That's excellent.
Rio is back. Rio was speaking about measuring, not curving lines, and then adding the curvature after. Right, Rio?
Yes, in geodetic survey we do that. Geodetic survey is like the survey of long distances where we add those curvature corrections to our observation.
So that's the point, though, right? That you actually don't observe the curvature. You don't measure the curvature. You just add it after to the datum, to the model.
Yes.
Isn't that interesting? That you actually don't measure the curvature. It's not there. It's just added after the fact.
Then why do we add that as correction?
It's a misrepresentation of what you're actually observing and measuring. Think about it, because like we're trying to tell you, in reality there is no curvature, but people give you a cartoon of the Earth that is misrepresenting the Earth as a curving thing. But when you go to the Earth, you don't find the curvature. You have to misrepresent it as a curving thing. It's not Earth is not curving, but then you see a cartoon that is curving.
The Earth cannot be the cartoon. Think about it.
When we are when we are taking observation, the light travel in a straight path, and if Earth's surface is also flat, then we don't need to add that correction to our observation. But still, we do.
I'm not gonna say I'm an expert on the surveying. You probably know way better than I do. But I heard people in here speaking about it, and even from both sides, they do agree that the curvature is an added, like you said, it's an error fix or some sort that you add after the fact. So
Yes.
you
That
should
the correction,
consider
I
that.
think it was the
Is it
correction was, I remember, minus 0.067 d square.
is it
The
trying to make the observation fit into like the WGS 84 or something like that?
what is WGS 23?
Yeah, I wish we had sporadic in here to explain all this stuff. Yeah, I don't know a ton about it either. So all I know is that when we go out and test the Earth, there's no curvature. We can see magnitudes further than you would possibly be able to see if the Earth were a globe when we do long distance observations, laser tests, infrared photography, and so on.
I need to look about that laser experiment and the infrared photography.
Well, a lot of them aren't even done by flat earthers, right? Like if you look at the Guinness World Record photography shot, the guy can see 255 miles using an infrared lens, and the objects that he can see should be hidden by a very large amount behind the curvature of the Earth. I can show you I can show you the I can show you a long distance observation. I can show you what I'm talking about if you want.
I will look about it because this is interesting, I feel. Could you please tell me some keywords for using which I can see that?
Yeah, I'll show you a long distance observation just now, so just give me a second. Okay, so this one is done over a big giant lake, and there's 21 miles across the lake, which is 33 kilometers. Can you see the side chat?
Oh, yes, the side chat. Your DJ. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so this is where the observation is taking place, and this is where he's standing, and you can see the yellow line. Okay, so he's standing at the top where the yellow line is at the top of the image, and his target will be the shoreline on the lake, 21 miles away. Right? You can see the Google distance marcation tool is used there. Okay.
The image is not loading for simulation.
What's that?
Sure. The image you sent is not loading for some
Oh,
reason.
it's not loading. Maybe your internet's a little bit slow at the moment.
Yeah, it might be. I was also back then. My internet was not very good.
Yeah. My internet's not very good either.
There could be one counter that when light travel to in air, it tend to bend a little due to refraction.
Yeah, but just a little. It's, over this distance, there should
Yeah, but
be
yeah,
a huge amount of curvature.
yeah, it depends like how much significantly it affects the
Yes.
visual.
So this would be 293 feet of curvature over this distance.
Who thinks that the Earth is flat?
Actually, I can do the calculation right now.
Who thinks that?
Just the reflection
There's someone that has a question or something? I think there was a third person jumping in. Can you repeat that, sir?
No, that's Mimi. Mimi can put your. Yeah. Okay. Rizhood, let me know when you've done the calculations, whatever you're doing.
What are you guys talking about?
We're talking about there is no measurable curvature across the surface of the earth or the waters of God. No curvature.
All right, hold on a sec. I'm just gonna pop Mimi on mute for just a second. So Rizhu, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna present the information in the side chat. I'll let you have a look at it. I'll explain it in the side chat, and then when you've finished analyzing the footage, then you can let me know when you're ready to talk about it. Okay?
I need to open my laptop because on my phone the image you sent is not loading. Just
okay. All right. Yeah. Well, I'll put all the information in the side chat. You just let me know when you've finished looking at it.
Mimi, when you invoke God into the conversation, what do you mean? Like, we're talking about, obviously there's a creator. We're talking about the surface of the earth as a non-curving surface.
No. I'm not really.
God, maybe your God designed it to be that way, but let's stay away from the God for the moment, and let's concentrate on the surface that God put in place. Go ahead. Is that okay? The surface is not curving. Is that reasonable for you?
I'm not religious. I have an opinion, and I don't believe in a God. I will not prove my arguments with a God because I'm not religious.
Oh, okay. So when you brought up God, when I was speaking about an objective reality, that might be the confusing part, because I was speaking about the surface of water across
I
the
did
surface
not
of the
say
earth is not curving, and this is not an opinion. Listen, bro, you have when someone is speaking, this is how conversations work.
Yeah.
When
But
someone is speaking, you listen, and then you reply to what is being said. You don't speak
Okay,
when someone
go
else is
ahead.
speaking. Okay, thank you. So, objectively, the surface of the earth is not curving, so it cannot be a globe, a sphere, because it's not curving. Go ahead and reply to that.
So you can prove it.
Yes, long distance observations, laser tests. There's many examples. Would you like some information about that?
Yes, I honestly I want to know what is your opinion on why do you say that you can prove that.
Okay, let's go to the text chat. There might be some examples already in the text about laser tests, but I'll get some and I post it for you, and you'll be able to look through that information if that's what you want to do at the moment. There are many examples of laser tests shooting across bodies of water, and that's for specifically to test if there is a drop over the distance, as claimed for the globe. Right, the globe will be curving away from you. It'll be dropping. There will be a drop over the distance, right? You get that? Because you're allegedly on a sphere. The sphere drops. The ground is dropping. The water is dropping.
Okay.
Right. So this
I
claim
will see that.
can be tested and it has been tested, and the results are that there is no drop over the distance that conforms to the globe. There you go.
Okay, but
The curvature has been falsified. Go ahead.
okay, but there are so many things that can I can say that I know, like if a ship goes so far away, it will disappear. The time zones,
Okay, let's stick to one, bro. You said many things. Bring the first one. What is the first one that you want to talk about? Go ahead.
When a ship goes far away, you will not see it. It will disappear.
Yeah, and there are many variables that you will have to take into account to be able to determine what is the cause of that effect, right? You are saying that you observe a ship over water going away from your view. Is that what you're saying?
Wait. And again, I don't have a high level of English.
Okay. So you're saying that you observe a boat going away from your view. You cannot see the boat anymore.
You can see it, but you will see slowly how you will stop watching, and the last thing that you're gonna see is do you know the we say in Spanish mástil?
El mástil, yeah, the 90 degrees wood or metals thing going up, pointing up.
Yes.
Yep. And you're
So
gonna see it behind the water. You're saying that it's behind the water.
If the Earth were flat, the ship will not. Okay, so the Earth for me, it's not flat. It's not flat. So you're watching that the ship is slowly is going down, and you will see the high part of the ship. The last thing that you're gonna see is that. But if the Earth were flat, the ship will get smaller.
Hey,
But it
bro,
doesn't happen.
right now in the text chat, if you click the text bubble in this VC, you're gonna see a bunch of examples that have been posted for you.
Okay,
And
but a second.
you can use this as a reference to maybe the topic that we're talking about. I'm gonna
Okay,
try
I
to
will
post
see.
one myself that is in relation to what you're talking about, and we can consider what's actually happening. And if you're saying it is because the curvature of the Earth is covering the view from the boat, but could it be something else? Perspective, the water between the observer and the boat blocking us a percentage of it, the resolution of view, angular resolution, visibility of the day. There's many variables that you're gonna have to take into account before coming to the conclusion that the only reason you see the boat you see the boat disappearing from that perspective is it might be the curvature. But that might not be the case. It might be something else. Because the water is not curved. And remember, if you're saying that the boat is going behind the water, behind the curvature, that mast, you remember the mast will have to be tilting, not 90 degrees, because you're saying it's on the side of the globe now. It's on the side of the ball, but it's you still see the mast behind the water, and it's still 90 degrees up. It's straight up. It's not tilting on the side of the sphere. You know what I'm saying? Think about it. You're saying it's not that boat. I don't see it anymore. I can only see the mast because it's on the side of the ball, but it's not tilting. It's not tilting. It's still 90 degrees. 90 degrees vertical.
Yes,
vertical.
yes.
Yeah. So the boat is still vertical. If it was on the side of the ball, it wouldn't be vertical to your perspective. It will be. How do you say that? What's
Should
the
be
other
leaning
word?
away from you. It should be changing its angle and leaning away from you.
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, but as you sent me the videos, that there's not a curvature of that videos of that ships. All right, but there is a lot of another different videos that it happens. So if we think this, that there are videos that happens and videos that it doesn't happen,
There you go.
that we can think that that must be
Something
a
else, like I
light
told you.
effect,
Something else, right?
temperature. It can be
Yeah.
like different. I don't know how to explain. Different
Right,
things.
exactly. That's a great point. Let me explain. Okay, so please notice in these videos how it's very clear conditions and there's no waves. There's no waves and it's very clear conditions. When you see the boat that looks like it's disappearing behind the horizon, from the ones that I've seen, there always looks like there's big waves. Right? Obviously, if there's big waves, that's going to make the boat look like it's disappearing. And then sometimes there's miraging effects. Certain types of miraging effects also can make it look like the boat's disappearing behind the horizon. And it can also make it look like the boat's floating in the sky, depending on the particular type of miraging effect taking place. But in these videos, right, and what happens most of the time is we can actually zoom back in and bring the boat back to view.
Right.
Oh, am I lagging? Okay.
No, that sounded pretty clear to me. Every single syllable.
Yeah. Did you miss anything I said?
Yeah, you sounded clear to me too, bro.
Spanish guy, what was your username? Probably looking at this stuff or maybe busy.
Yeah, I don't see him. Hey, Joaquin, you're hot micing a little bit. You got a little bit of background noise, brother. If you could pop yourself on mute. Yeah, a little bit
I
of.
was muted. I'm sorry.
Just a bit of background noise, man. It's all good. Just put yourself on mute, or turn your noise suppression up.
Sorry, my internet.
Oh, Mimi. It was Mimi that we're talking to.
Yes, my internet. It was lagging so much I had to close Discord.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's okay, Mimi. Welcome back.
Okay, thank you. What was you saying, DJ?
Yeah, okay. So most of the time what happens is the boat will get smaller and smaller until you can't see the boat anymore. But you can zoom. But you can. Yeah, so
Okay.
did you see the images in the side chat? Notice that there's no waves.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
If you have waves, obviously the boat will look like it's disappearing bottom up because of the waves.
Oh,
Right?
so you say that it is because of the waves?
Yeah, sometimes it's because of the waves. So if there's waves, then yeah, that's usually the reason. But sometimes you can have different types of mirages as well. Okay, so there's certain types of mirages that can make the boat look like it's going behind the horizon, and there's other types of mirages that can make the boat look like it's floating above the horizon. Right? There's different types of mirages sometimes. But most of the time we can zoom back in and see the boat again, unless you have the mirage or you have the waves. The only times that I've seen the boat disappearing bottom up is when you have the mirage or you have the waves.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but I'm sure that if I search images and videos, I will find it easy. I will find videos of ships disappearing without waves.
And without the miraging effect?
I don't know what is that.
Well, there's a certain type of miraging effect called sinking.
Can you write it in the chat and I can search that effect? I'm not sure.
Yeah. I'll put a link for you in the chat right now. Okay, so I'll just read it out quickly as well. Okay, so this is Oxford reference. Sinking, a refraction effect in which an object normally visible on the geographical horizon apparently sinks beneath it. Okay. And I'll put the link for you in the side chat there as well. So yeah, sometimes that can happen as well. I mean, that's a known effect. Okay, so it can be explained, and it can also be recreated on a small scale as well, like on a flat surface, on a short scale, right, over a floor, on a like a living room floor, a hallway, or like a flat table or a small pond. It can happen as well. We can make the same thing happen. So it proves that it's not something that is good evidence of the Earth curving. Gemsy just showed an example as well, where it looks like it's disappearing bottom up, but we can see the miraging effect. It's very clear that there's a miraging effect taking place there. That's a great example, Gemsy. I'll save those images. And now I'll show you the same thing happening on a small scale as well.
Mimi.
Oh, what?
You also have to take into account that the claim of the globe is a geometry. You know, the ball is a geometrical shape. It has a specific size. You know what that means?
Mm-hmm.
So the drop where the boat will have to be going away from your view. It has to be at a specific place, specific spot, because the geometry it allows for that. For the specific place where depending on your altitude, your position, the observer, and then the boat will be going behind a curvature at a certain distance. So if you're seeing the boat beyond that point, then you know that the curvature rate is falsified. It's not there. If you're seeing the boat disappearing 5 miles, 6 miles, 10 miles sometimes, 30 miles sometimes, if you see the boat disappearing at a different distances, that is not that the reason is not the curvature of the Earth, because the curvature will be at a specific distance. It will have to be there. You get that, Mimi?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah, because the geometry is specific.
Yes, but as I'm not a guy that studied so much about the to talk about that the Earth is not flat, but I think that it is like, for me, I'm sorry if it seems disrespectful, but for me it looks like a primitive way to think. So there are
Mimi,
so much.
think about that, Mimi. Think about that. We're using high level optical devices, very expensive laser systems that are people can buy or build themselves. And this is not primitive. To build one of these lasers, the one that I showed you was done by field engineers in Brazil. And they know about that. This is engineers and people that work in these fields. They're not primitive, dude. They build buildings, structures. These people know what they're doing. They're not primitive. And we're
Yeah,
not primitive.
I mean the cultures that
Think about
use
that
the
logic,
thing
Mimi.
that. Yes, I will. But the most cultures that think about the flat Earth were primitive cultures, ancient civilizations, like
the ancients.
Mesopotamia.
Think about it, Mimi. Think about that logic. The ancients built structures that you and I cannot build today.
We can.
You and I can build those structures.
No, not you
Exactly.
and
So
I.
you and I are primitive. They
Well,
weren't primitive.
No, no,
and
no.
let me
But I
just
mean,
interject for 2
not
seconds.
you,
Let me
not you and I.
interject for 2 seconds, you two. Mimi, 1 second, buddy. 1
Okay.
second. We don't have the technology to lift certain weights right now. I just want to make that clear to you. We do not have the capability to lift certain tonnage of stone.
We do.
So I just wanted to get. No, we don't, dude.
We do.
Our
So
max capacity for lifting stone. No, we can't. No, dude. The trilithon stones cannot be lifted by all of the cranes that we have today. We
Yes,
couldn't
we
get
can.
enough cranes around it to lift the trilithon stones. Go ahead and do
Yes,
your research, buddy. I promise you,
can.
we can't.
Okay, so
Do you
John.
know what the trilithon stones are? Do you know what the trilithon stones are?
Okay.
They're in
Okay.
Baalbek.
Wait.
They're in
Wait.
Baalbek.
Calm down. Calm
No, I'm
down.
just making sure. No, I'm not, dude. I'm perfectly calm. I just want to make sure you know what you're talking about before you make a fool of yourself, because
Okay.
you're
Now, wait.
discussing stuff that's being
Okay.
recorded. It's being recorded. You're saying that we have the technology to lift 1,000-ton stones. I just want to make sure that you understand what you're saying.
Okay, but you're talking that we can recreate some buildings of ancient civilizations. You mean that? Yeah, I know that you said stones, but you said what stones? I don't know. What do you mean? Sorry, I can't understand. What did you say? But I'm sure
There's
that
1,000-ton stones. There's
okay.
1,000-ton stones at Baalbek. Okay,
If you
and that's the foundation. They were cut and placed. So you're telling me that we have the technology to lift 1,000-ton stones? Go
Can
ahead.
you write it? Can you write it in the chat? Maybe I can understand what you said. But okay, I can't because maybe you have more things to say that the Earth is flat, because I didn't study it about the Earth and the shape of the Earth. But I love history, and I know things about history, and I can tell you that we can recreate the most all of the ancient buildings, because that's not difficult.
Yeah.
That is
We do have capabilities, right? But the point was that you're thinking that our ancestors were like people that lived in caves and they didn't know how to do stuff. They
no,
were
no, no, no,
very
no, no,
capable.
no.
So you're saying primitive in
No.
the primitive. Listen, no, listen to this, Mimi, bro.
Okay.
The pyramids and many landmarks that are still standing today, are aligned with the luminaries, with the sky, with the stars, with the sun, with the moon, aligned. To
Okay,
do
hear
that
me.
stuff, they couldn't
Okay.
be these primitive people that you're thinking about. And
Okay, no.
when they aligned these structures to the luminaries, they didn't. Their own cosmologies were not a globe cosmology.
Okay.
Their cosmologies of your ancestors that made these structures aligned to the luminaries, they
Okay,
weren't
so
globe earthers.
okay. So before I said primitive civilizations and protohistoric civilizations, there are different civilizations. So I mean, ancient and primitive civilizations used to think that, but I mean,
Okay, that's fine. So what about the ones that think that didn't, the ones that align, the ones that make the structures, the ancient structures that are still standing today, all of these
okay.
landmarks that still exist, those they weren't globers.
Okay, wait a
They
second.
were events.
Wait a second. I'm going to search that thing, that stones that that guy sent it to me. I'm going to take a look about that thing that he sent me.
Yeah, it's not a good argument, Mimi. There's the idea. You gotta remember that you read this in probably in YouTube, because you mentioned YouTube, and it says
No.
that flutter is a primitive idea, blah blah blah. But
No. I'm talking
Mimi,
about
come on, bro.
books. No, I'm
Yeah,
talking
so we're
about
trying to look. Okay, so you've presented one argument so far. Do you understand now that boats over the horizon are not a globe evidence?
No, I'm not talking right now about the Earth, the flat Earth, or the shape of the Earth, because I don't have that no knowledge. No, I don't know the word. I don't have that information. But
Well, do you know that the Earth's a globe?
wait. I don't have that information of the shape of the Earth because I didn't read it so much about it.
Okay.
But
So you
but
believe
I
it's a
did.
globe. You believe it's a globe, but you don't have any
Okay,
evidence.
wait. But now, a few guys said that there are so much ancient
Don't worry
buildings.
about the ancients. Don't worry about the ancients. Just because the ancients all believed that the Earth was flat, that doesn't matter. We have empirical evidence. We can prove that
Today,
it's not a globe today.
2025. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right
so
now.
we don't need to worry about what ancient cultures did or thought.
But that's not intelligent. We have to think. We need the history. We need the ancient information to
Yeah, so all the ancient cultures knew that the Earth was flat, right? And we've confirmed it in 2025, in 2024, and 2023. It's been done over and over and over again that there's no curvature, right? We can prove that to you. We have empirical evidence in the form of practical demonstrations. Like Gemsy said, we've had teams of engineers go out with a $30,000 laser, right? Shooting it over huge distances where there must be a certain amount of curvature. We have long distance observations. We have infrared photography. We have all kinds of proof that the Earth's not a globe. So that's why we're asking you, like, do you know that the Earth's a globe, or is it something that, you just believe it because you were told? Or do you have some type of evidence that you want to present? Because the boats over the horizon argument isn't a good argument for the globe.
Okay, so I was hearing what did you said about that, and the people told me about ancient buildings, and I searched a little bit of that you told me, and now you're saying another thing. So I can't. I
You
can't.
can that's it. That's called gauge galloping. We jump in between topics, and that's why we
Yes,
try to
you're.
keep it in one topic. So if you concentrate on the original claim, remember what I told you. Let's stick to one first. Yeah, I'm sorry that we jump into the other ones, but
No, he
if you
did that.
concentrate and focus and think about the first claim that you made, that boats go over the horizon because globe, right? Because curvature. Now you come through certain information that shows you that that is not the case. The original belief that you had, that the effect that you're observing is caused by curvature, when the curvature is actually not measured, and that's not what you're looking at. So think about it, Mimi.
So I have a little bit of questions because I didn't meet people that think that the Earth is flat. So that's a little bit interesting for me. So
Yeah, not concentrate on the information that is being provided. That is the crux of the topic. Not one topic, boats going over the horizon. Now you look through the effects. The guy provided miraging, visibility. I showed you like they were looking with a high optical device, looking at the boat going away from the view. Now you can see that the effect is being caused by multiple variables, and the curvature is not one of those variables.
but you okay? So I don't. So I don't know where to start. Wait.
You can concede that you listen. This is you sound pretty honest, and you have to be honest to yourself. You believed that you see boats going away from your view because it was the curvature, but you didn't know that there was other effects in place that would cause that effect. That this actually can happen on a surface that is not curving. So you can concede to the point and say, hey, you know what? I was incorrect. and we can move on to the next point. If you have another point that you think proved the globe, or you know, you believe that it proved the globe, we can talk about that other topic. But this topic, bring it to a logical conclusion, and either concede that you didn't know better and now you know better since you have better information, or maybe say what you gotta say about it so we can finish this topic, maybe, hopefully.
But I mean, you can't prove that not that the Earth is flat. You can prove something with a few arguments. So you have to have like a so deep investigation, so much arguments,
Yeah,
strong
Mimi, I agree
arguments,
with you. I
and
agree with you. That's
and
why,
wait,
Mimi, I agree with you. This
but
is why we are
I didn't
impatient.
finish.
Yeah,
Wait,
Mimi, but this is the thing. Well, that's why we're trying to move on. And exactly what you're saying is what we're trying to do. We are in page 1, boat over the horizon, and then we can go to page 2. You can go in depth about this topic. The boats over the horizon. There's many information about it. There's many observations, and yes, you can go in depth, and then we can go to a next topic and next topic, and you're gonna be able to find out that none of the things that you believe, like, for example, the boats of the horizon, is not caused by the Earth being a globe. So yeah, we can go in depth about many topics. Go ahead.
okay, but I mean, the most important thing is that if you want to find the truth of something, you don't have to do it with the view of a guy that thinks that the Earth is flat or that the Earth is uh, a globe. You need to have a neutral view, because if you want to prove that the Earth is flat with the view of a guy that thinks that the Earth is flat, you will find it because you have.
Mimi, I was a globe believer, Mimi. I believed in the globe. I grew up looking at the globe images. I believed in the moon landing. I was that guy. Then I tested it. Then I went to test for it, and I found out that there is no curvature. So what you're saying, yeah, that's what we're doing here. We went out there to the real world. We turn off the TV, turn off the computer, and we went to check the claims, right? The globe claim. We went to the real world, the waters across. We put the laser test out. We brought out the optical devices, high resolution devices, the binoculars, the infrared opticals. We brought all that stuff out, and we came to find out that the curvature on the TV that I believed is not here in reality. You get it? With what you're saying, that's what we're doing. We are the middlemen.
Okay, so you said that you want to change the topic, and I have a little bit of questions that I all my life I wanted to ask to how is the word to say that for a guy that thinks that the Earth is flat? I don't know the word in
So
English.
that's one of the issues that people have, that flat is a description of a surface. It's
No.
not the
I mean,
whole.
no. Because in Spanish we say terraplanista to
Tierra
the guy
plana,
that.
sí. Yeah, tierra
Okay, but
planista. That's like
how?
a meme label that you give to people to make fun of them.
But
Yeah.
but how? Okay, so how do you describe yourself to use it? Because I don't know a word to use to the people to
Tierra
think.
planista. Okay, so flat earther or tierra planista is like when you know about something. So you could be a mechanic, right? If you know about mechanics, you can wear the label mechanic. You're a mechanic. If you're a doctor, you know about, you have a doctorate. You can label. You can wear the doctor badge. Tierraplanista or flat earther, you must know about many of these topics, even though there's people that are gonna label themselves a flat earth or globe earth. It's not what you actually are. It's a knowledge based thing that you know based on the tests and the observations and the demonstrations that the earth is not curving. So the description, the aspect of the surface is used as flat, and that's why the label is thrown at people. Tierraplanista, plano, flat earther. But that's not what you are, right? You are you. You are many things. Maybe you know about other topics, but in this topic, you're not a globe believer. Now you know that it's not a globe. So the label is tierraplanista or flat earther. But I know you're gonna in the internet, bro. You're gonna find a lot of wild claims. People are gonna claim that they know things. Like there's in the internet, you're gonna find crazy things about so many different topics, including this one. Things that you cannot verify, but the things that we're trying to tell you about here is stuff that you can actually verify, which is the laser test, the long distance observations, the physics of water, gas pressure, the lack of motion of the earth that is not spinning, like the globe shows you. So the objectivity of reality is what we're trying to bring to you here, so you can consider and acknowledge that reality is a certain way objectively, and that the globe is a misrepresentation of reality. That's why it cannot be.
Okay. I have a question. Can I do? It is like two questions.
Go ahead.
Okay, to change a little bit of topic. What? Why do you think that the society thinks that or try to? I don't know how to say it. Why do you think that the society is trying to hide that the Earth is flat?
No, society, you, I, my neighbor, your neighbor, people have beliefs. And like you said in here, I believe the boat goes over the horizon because of globe. And when your teacher, part of your society, tells you the earth is a globe, right? She believes that. It's believe. Like you admit it yourself. You believe it.
Okay. But and what
But that's
about
not every.
the?
Listen, bro. That's not everyone. There's huge percentage of people across the world that you don't know, and you never heard of, and you never met, that don't believe that the Earth is a globe, including most of all of ancient civilizations. Right? Your ancestors were not globe believers, and today, 2025, there's a lot of people that don't believe in the globe. So the society are not
Just
trying to hide this to you. Some people believe it. Some people push it as some type of belief, like Santa Claus, San Nicolas. They push
yes.
it as a belief, like a religion, like a doctrine of men, and they believe it.
But if you meet ancient civilizations, you have to understand that they believe what they see. So they see flat terrain. Apparently, they will think that it is flat, and we have so much maps from Mesopotamia and Babylonia that it is like a flat map, uh, like uh, like a circle, but it is flat because they believe what they see. So if they see that it is flat, apparently they will think that.
Yeah,
So
that's a description. So the projection of the cosmologies that you find in the internet, those are projections from let's say you're looking at an image and a projection of a cosmology from an outside perspective. Nobody that you know, nobody that I know have ever had a perspective, an outside perspective from reality, right? So when they give you anybody, you see how there's many different cosmologies. They look similar, but they're all different at the same time. So those projections are beliefs, opinions, right? But the realist level, the objective realist level from the Asians or from people today, is the way we actually do things practically in reality. And we do measurements, we do observations, the things that you can objectively do, verified, right? these practical things are the ones that we're talking about. And none of these things that we do in a practical sense, like communication systems, airplane, aviation, none of those things use a globe to work in reality. So whatever opinion people, you're gonna find people that have opinions about all sorts of things, and even in the Asian people have opinions about how the whole of the universe look like, right? And then you're gonna find depictions of that. That's not what we're talking about. What we're talking is from the realist level, our perspective, and we extend from there. We go from the real perspective, the realist level, from our senses, our own experience, and then we extend from there with equipment, laser, infrared, communication systems, airplanes, all the things that you can extend, the technology, all practical things that you can use, they require the realist level reality. And in that reality, a globe is never taken into account to make things practical. You never use the globe, the curvature, the movement of the sword, the alleged
Yes,
spin of the ground below your feet to do anything practical.
Yes, but because we don't need to know
Because it's
about.
not there.
Okay, but okay. So you said so much things. They 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 don't need to know. They didn't need to know that the Earth, that the shape of the Earth. They didn't need to know the shape.
No,
They
nobody
only
knows the shape of the earth. Listen, Mimi, no one knows the shape. The claim of the globe is a shape claim that has not been verified or confirmed, or it actually has been falsified. The the shape,
what
listen, the shape, like I told you, the shape of existence, the shape of the whole of the earth, you gonna need an outside perspective, like God's eye view. You're gonna have to look in outwards towards inwards to say this is the shape of it. The surface that we're describing you, and people describe it as flat, is just the surface that you're on top of. What is below 7 miles below? What is the luminaries? The sun, the moon, those mediums above. What is the whole of the construct? What is the shape of that? There's unknowns. There's stuff that you don't know. There's stuff that you know that you don't know, and there is stuff that you don't know that you don't know. And there's stuff that we do know, like the Earth is not curving, it's not in motion, it's not spinning. We need containment. Mimi, you know something about gas pressure, the air that you're breathing. We know that it requires containment, a container. And the globe doesn't have any of those things. The globe doesn't have a container. The globe doesn't have a I mean, the globe claims curvature, but we don't have the curvature in reality. So that's what I'm sorry, bro, that I threw a lot of things to you, but we're operating from trying to operate from an objective thing point of view, but there are also unknowns. So the shape of the earth is just a claim. No man has ever seen the earth and be able to attribute it a shape, a whole of a shape. No man has
What?
ever seen the earth
Okay.
to say this is the shape of the earth.
So what do you think about the moon landing and about the people that went to space?
That's Hollywood. That's Hollywood. Disney, Hollywood, NASA, same thing.
You say Hollywood?
Yeah, películas que viste en la televisión, cartoons, movies, Disney, Disneyland, Mickey Mouse. Yeah, that.
Yeah, but do you say Hollywood to make a reference of of like a set and those things, or you're
Exactly, as
saying that
said, like the people, cameras, action.
or
The
you're
moon
saying that
landing. The
or
moon
you're
landing is ready, set, action. That's the moon landing.
but I want to know if you said that or if you're saying that Hollywood was uh uh estaba relationated with
So there's many names in relation to Hollywood and movie making that are related to the moon landing. So there's history about that. The people that give you the moon landings are, intelligence agencies and also people that work for movie industry and Disney and even the Nazis. So yeah, that's the moon landing for you. It was brought up to you by intelligence agencies and fantasy making industry, like actual movie filmmaking, bro. That's not difficult to comprehend, right? It's a movie setup. When you make a movie and you want to make something look certain way, that's the moon landing. Just look at it, bro. Mimi, go look at the moon landings, the footage, and tell me what you think about it. You really believe that it's not a movie made somewhere?
Okay, I will. But what do you think then about the international spatial
The space station. Okay, so one last point about the moon landings, right? The place that they claim they're going to, it doesn't exist. So there is a difference between the observed phenomena that we call the moon, la luna, right? La luna, the moon, that is real, that we observe in the moon, right? But what they claim the moon is and what they show you in the footage, those are different things. The moon that we see in the sky is not the thing that you saw on the TV and the place they claim they went to. Those are different things.
Do you think that the moon is flat?
No, the moon is the moon, observable phenomena that you and I and no man can go to. No man can go to the moon. That's why they have to give you footage, Hollywood fantasy setups footage, because no man can go there. Or the place that they tell you that it took place in the vacuum of space, that doesn't exist because we have gas pressure. We have gas pressure. La presión de los gases necesitan contenedor. Gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of its container.
Okay, but do you think that it's flat? The moon?
We don't. I cannot verify that. The moon can be a sphere, can be flat, can be a concave, can be a plasma screen, a TV screen up in the sky. It could be any of those, but we cannot. Some scientists used to claim that the moon is plasma. So there's many speculation things about the moon, but Mimi, can we go to the moon and check it for what it is and test it and check the mechanisms of what causes the effect? No, we don't know exactly.
They went.
No, they told you they went. They show you a movie set and they claimed that they went, but they did not.
So, I mean, I know that
you
there
believe
are so much,
that they went.
I know that there are so much scientists that believe that they went with proofs, with things, but for me, I can understand your point because they were. Do you know the? I don't know. Space race. Do you know?
Yeah, the space race. Yeah. The Russians, the Americans.
I can understand your point that they can do that because they were I don't know how to explain. Do you know forzados?
Forzados.
Yes, because they didn't have time and they did that to win the space race.
Win the space race and say, hey, we are the superior country because we made it to space first than you and we are better than you now.
I can understand your point for that, but if you think that they did that because the government wants us to think that the Earth is a globe or something. I don't know what do they have to hide that the Earth is flat.
Maybe the one, whoever is pushing the narrative, maybe they want to control someone's mind, and if you can convince someone
Why?
of,
But
listen,
why?
listen, Mimi, if you can
Okay.
convince someone to believe absurdities, you can convince them to commit atrocities. You get that?
But why?
Si tú convences
What
a
type?
alguien si tú convences a alguien a creer algo absurdo, lo puedes convencer a cometer atrocidades.
But why? Why do they
Why?
want?
That's a good question. You're gonna have to ask why the liar lie, why the psychopath does what he does. You know, this is a really good question. Why? Yeah, you're gonna have to ask them. And most of those people are dead already, right? Like whoever did the moon landing and that kind of stuff. They, you know, you maybe can get to some higher ups up in NASA and ask them why are they pushing this narrative. But yeah, that's a good question. You're gonna have
You
to
know,
ask
it's
them. Go
when
ahead.
it's like discovering a murder. I don't have to know the motive behind the murderer to figure out who the murderer is, right? I don't have to figure out the motive behind the liar to point out the liar and to point out the lies. And that's what it comes down to. So why would they lie is actually a silly question because you're asking for motive.
We can speculate about, money, different, I don't know, hiding resources. We can speculate, especulación. But the fact is that the Earth is not the cartoon that they show you in the TV. The Earth is not curving. It's not in a vacuum of space because we have gas pressure, and that requires a container. It's not in motion. We know that those are the facts. So why are they lying about that stuff? Maybe to convince you to carry their water. I don't know, and you're carrying it right now. You're here defending the globe. So maybe that's they got you. They wanted you, right? They wanted me as well, but I guess I don't believe the deceivers anymore. I don't believe in the deception because the truth is the truth is objective. It's not an opinion based thing. You don't require belief for reality. But the globe is a belief, so it's kind of like a doctrine of men, like a religion. So some people are part of the religion even without knowing it.
Okay.
And you see in the internet, you see the terraplanista, you see videos in Spanish, right? How the globe believers make fun, and it's like a war between people's opinions, right? It's kind of crazy how they have the people divided in a topic that it shouldn't be a big deal. The reality is reality. Doesn't matter your opinion or my opinion, but they have people arguing about cartoons in the internet, which is a very powerful thing. It's like the magic trick is the magician has you tricked to be looking at one hand while the other hand is doing something else.
But that it's not divided because it is like uh, nine, 99% with 1% or less.
You don't know that you just made that number up. You don't actually know that.
Okay, so
You just believe that, bro.
I'm not sure of most of things of the conversation because I can prove, that things that you said of lasers and those things, but I can prove that. I can go to the streets and ask people, what do you think? Do you think that the Earth is flat?
This has been done in Brazil. It's like 30% don't believe in the globe. In the US, I think it's more than 10%. You have many people across the world. You have people in high places that they know it's not a
I am
globe.
in
But they
Saudi
listen.
Arabia and
You're
I
gonna have
also do not live
people.
in
You're
Earth
gonna have
is
people
curved. I believe
that
Earth is flat.
know.
What if we ask to scientists?
The shape of the Earth is not a scientific question. Science deals with cause and effect relationships. The shape of something is geometry. It's a what is question. If you measure the table in your house, the table is 12 by 12 by whatever 15 centimeters or inches or whatever. That is not a scientific question. You get that? Science deals with how and whys. Geometry is a what is. So the scientists can have their opinions about the shape of the Earth, but they don't know the shape of the Earth. They have an opinion, like you and I. Yeah, they're like, if your opinion is, if your belief is that the Earth is a globe, and that's totally fine. The scientists, about whatever science, believe that the Earth is a globe, but he didn't prove the Earth is a globe. He cannot do that. He just believes it.
Okay, mathematics are science.
No, Mimi, cuando vas a la escuela, vas a la
Ajá.
clase de ciencia y a la clase de matemáticas, dos clases distintas, no la misma.
It is science. It is science.
No, Mimi, when you can use math within the scientific method, but math is not science.
Yes, it is. Do you know the pure science?
Mimi, piensa esto bien. Think about this, right? The wheels of the car are not the car. The wheels of the car are part of the car, but not the car. You get it?
Okay, so this is easy to understand. Mathematics and science. Okay, they are two different subjects, but they
Different,
are
exactly, not the same.
not the same subject, but it is the same.
No, look, Mimi. Science will deal with the physics, right?
Science.
Listen,
You know.
The
Okay,
mathematics, the math numbers, the numbers, you don't find a 6 or you don't find a number 1 in nature. Those numbers, the -1, -25, or the pi, whatever, you don't go to an apple tree and say, look, number -37 apples. You don't find that in nature. In the natural and physical world, you can observe phenomena. Let's say you observe water boiling, right? You can observe water boiling, and you can say, hey, the water is boiling because of heat. Something is causing the water to raise in temperature, and is causing the water to boil. And you can manipulate the temperature of the water, right? And it will cause the water to freeze or to boil, and that you will be doing some sort of scientific inquiry to check the cause of the effect, why water is boiling or why water is freezing,
Okay,
and you can determine the cause of the effect. But you never needed to use any numbers, bro. Like you didn't have to use. You can use the numbers to say, hey, the temperature is this and the temperature is that. But within this number, but the numbers are not the cause of the effect. The numbers are not the observed phenomena. The numbers are not the independent and the dependent variables.
Okay, you said so much things, but okay, yes, the
Correct. And you don't say much,
negative.
Mimi. You don't say much. You say many. When you say many, it's like a
Yes,
you
many
said
things.
many
Many
things.
things. Yes.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, so you said many things, and but the negative numbers doesn't exist in like a physical, but it does. You know, as you said, temperature. Do you know cargas eléctricas?
Yeah, that will be the numbers will be the description of the phenomena or the natural thing or the fire. But the numbers are not the fire. You can say this fire is burning at 1,000 1,000 Fahrenheit, right? But the number, the math, that's not the fire.
What? Sorry, I didn't.
Yeah, bro. This is not. I mean, this is it's an okay topic, but it's not gonna be fundamental to demonstrate anything. But you asked about scientists, and scientists have opinions, but scientists cannot scientifically prove to you that the Earth is a globe, because the shape of something is not a science question. It's a geometrical question. We use measurements. We measure the surface of the Earth, and the surface of the Earth is not curving.
Okay, but uh, we, we, we was or were, um, was or were, I don't know. We
were
was
we're doing something.
Okay, we were talking about.
Oh yeah.
You said that that maths are not science, but without maths, you can't do physics. You can't do science, chemistry. You can do
Physics is
biology.
not math.
What?
Two different books, bro. Two different books. Two different class. Two different
No,
branches of the tree.
but we don't have to think it like a class, because we think about it like different parts of the science. Like it is like chemistry and physics. It is science, both.
Yeah, you can use one and the other to. You can use the math to describe what you observe it in the natural world, but they're not the
No,
same
no,
thing.
no.
This is not a big deal, bro.
It's not that you can think that. It's not. It's that it is, because without maths, you can't do science. You can't wait. You can't do physics. You can't do chemistry. You can't do nothing.
Hold on just a second. Okay, so if you're the question, I guess that should be asked is when you're doing geometry, at what point is geometry going to turn into science?
What?
Yeah, exactly. Right. The Earth being a ball or flat is a geometric issue. At no point ever when you're doing geometry are you ever going to have to do. You're not going to have to do any science when you're doing geometry. So that's the point that is being made here.
When you talk about geometry, you're talking about science too.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
No, Mimi.
Yes,
Cuando vas
because
when you go
science.
when you go to build a table and you use geometry to give it a certain shape to your table, you don't use science for that, bro. Come on, this is pretty simple. You saying yes, it is science?
Like, what science would you use to measure the surface area of a beach ball? Can you tell me that? Please tell me what science would we be using?
So there is like a conflict to find what is science and what is not. So
No, you're in a category error. You are making a category error. That's all I'm trying to
Estás haciendo un error de categoría. Category error.
So when you're trying to we are talking about science without describing what it is. So okay, so all right, the maths are not like it doesn't depend of the observation or experiments, but it uses logic to find the truth. So it is not like how do you call this ciencia empírica? You know,
empiricism.
Yes. So
Yeah.
you don't. It's not that type of science, but it is like ciencia pura, a pure science.
Mm. Yeah. he's trying to give he's trying to say there is pure science and then there is empiricism or empirical science. That's what he's trying to describe.
So
What
when you're
does that
doing
mean?
science, you're doing natural science, right? In fact, you're looking for the independent and dependent variables. You'll be making a hypothesis. You'll be doing tests. You'll be gathering data. And that's not necessarily what you're doing when you're just measuring the surface area of something. You're just making measurements. You're doing some geometry.
But
You're not using any science. You're hardly doing science at all.
It is.
I don't know why you're so hell bound on saying that it is. Like you are hell bound on sticking to
So if you
categories.
want,
It's not cool, dude. No, you're
Mimi, when you go to the shoe store and the guy at the shoe store measures your foot to give you
Okay,
the
so
measurements of your feet and to give you the right size shoe, is he doing science with your shoe?
but
With your feet?
you're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm trying to say that there are different types of science.
we understand that completely. We're not understanding what we're trying to tell you about how you're making a category error. About how
Wait,
at when you're doing geometry, at no point ever are you going to use science when you're just trying to measure something.
Okay, one second. Now, Mimi, go to Google and search the term pseudoscience. Go check that term, pseudoscience.
It is okay. So when you're trying to explain what is maths and what is physics. So if you are trying to explain physics, you're gonna say that it depends of the observations and the experiments. So the physics depends of that, of the observation and of the experiments. But the maths doesn't depend of that. It depends of logic. You know? So it is a different type of science. It is not empirical science. It is a pure science or like a formal.
Dude, math is just a language of numbers. Okay, if they tell us the Earth is a certain dimension, and we go out and test it, and it's not the dimensions are not present in reality, right? Then you have a problem.
What again, please?
Okay, so they tell us the size of the Earth. When we go out and actually measure the Earth in reality, okay, it doesn't match. Not only does it not match, there's zero curvature.
What are you trying to say?
There's no curvature in reality.
Okay, I told you multiple times.
Just like what hold on, Mimi. Just like what Jemsy was saying earlier, right? If you go to the the shoe store, right, and the guy trying to measure your feet, right, and when he measure your feet, is that science or is that like just geometry?
It is science because geometry is science too. Don't laugh at me.
Dude,
It is. It is. It
measure
is.
something is not science, dude. Right?
It
Like if
is.
you want to measure your TV, how long your TV is, right? You take the tape measurement, you measure from one side to another side. That's not science, my friend. That's geometry. You just measure something, does it? Because science deal with cause and effects relationship.
Okay, so when we talk about geometry, it is not maths. It is another science. Maths and geometry, it's not the same.
Can I ask you a real question? Can I ask a question real quick, unrelated to this? To go to the store. So I started this event. We have to stop it before the top of the hour. So I don't know if you guys want me to stop it now or if DJ wants to stop it like closer to the top of the hour or somebody else. I don't know if you guys can stop it or not. Do you know, DJ?
Yeah, anyone can stop it if they're on a laptop or on a computer. But yeah, you can just stop it now if you want.
Yeah, because I know they're doing an event at 4. So you got a lot of people in here, so might as well just stop it. Yeah, but it brought people in here, so that was good. Yeah, okay. Thanks.
Okay, hey.
I don't understand.
Hello, Mimi. Sorry to interrupt you. But uh, I want to ask if I can share some images in the DM. Is it possible for someone like me?
What?
No, I'm not asking you. I'm asking the moderators if I can share some images in the uh, channels, the channel vision.
Oh,
You
if
can
I
share
can
it.
see
If you cannot share it, you can send it to me and I'll share it for you. Send it to me.
What is this? Oh my god. That
Mimi,
image.
he's asking a question not to you, Mimi. He's trying to share something in the text that you have nothing to do with it.
Oh, I don't know. Did you change topic or something? I don't know. What are you talking about now?
No, I'm not changing topic. We were having a previous conversation about something else, and I just paused to do some calculations, and I'm still doing it.
Yeah, go ahead and you can post text in the chat. If you want to share images, I'll post them for you. Unless you have
Okay,
the terms.
Okay. I just said that you said about if I go to a shoes store or shop, I will the guy will not use science to to give me a shoe of my uh, uh, with uh with the size of my feet, but um but he's using geometry, and it is a science, a different science.
No,
Okay,
it is
so
not.
yes, it is. So it
No,
is.
man, I will tell you why. There is social
Okay,
science.
but
There
I
is.
didn't
I will
finish.
tell you. I will tell you the types of the science. There is social science. That's not natural science. There you have natural science. Natural science are like chemistry, physics, biology. That's natural science.
Okay, but
And then you have
I didn't.
computer science, and then you have
Okay.
pseudoscience. And geometry has the definition. If geometry is the science, you will have geometrical science. Geometry is geometry, and science is science.
Okay, so I didn't finish. I was gonna say that geometry, it's like a different. I don't know. Do you know the word rama? Um, ¿Cuál era tu nombre?
Dude, we're not going to keep arguing this stupid shit. Just go look it up online. Geometry is not science. Get over it.
Geometry, it is a science.
Bro, go look it up. Right, there's another guy. You're an idiot. You're an idiot.
Not. You're a
Okay?
fucking idiot. At this point, you're
Yeah.
a fucking moron. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. If you don't know the difference
Yeah,
between
go look it up, dumbass. Now we got. No, go look it up. You're going on mute, bro. You're going on mute. Go look it up. We're not going to keep going back and forth with you when you're a dumbass. Right? We got another guy that wants to share some information in here. Right? You've been hogging the chat for friggin' hours, dude. Right? We're not going to keep arguing whether geometry is science. Hold on a second. We got Riz Who. Right, Riz Who, did you have something that you wanted to share?
Just one moment.
Okay. All right. We'll chat with the other guy while Riz Who's getting his information. Mimi, go look up is geometry science. All right. Yeah. Go ahead with your question. Whoever asked.
If the Earth have no curvature, then if the Earth is flat, then how it's rotating then?
The Earth is not rotating, my friend. The Earth is stationary, just like you experience every day of your life.
But we can see the rotation by non-rotatable camera, right? 360-degree camera. I saw this video on the internet.
No, you didn't see the Earth rotating.
I mean, I think he's right, and I think the Earth is, rotating.
Yeah. So, what evidence do you have of the Earth rotating?
I don't have any.
Seeing the sky, seeing the sky moving is not the Earth rotating.
I'm not saying the sky is moving. I'm saying Earth. So, I mean, I have no evidence. So, why do you think Earth is flat?
Because we tested the Earth.
Oh, so you've been in space?
No, we can test the Earth over large bodies of. Yeah, I was just answering you. Okay, so we can test the Earth over large bodies of water over the surface.
Oh, that's nice. Like you do this from Earth to like
Yeah,
the
from
outside
Earth.
of Earth. Oh, that's
Yeah, we can't get outside of Earth, my friend. Right, we can get up to about 120,000 feet with a camera on a weather balloon. That's the highest we're gonna get.
Okay, so like, have anyone like tried, send like camera and the balloon and go from
Yes.
all Earth to see if it's flat or not?
You can get up to around 120,000 feet before the balloon pops, and yes, it's completely flat from that height. I can put some footage in the side chat of that if you would like.
Well, can I like ask you guys something like, what's you guys gonna get if it's Earth flat or not?
Well, we already experience it flat every day of our life, so it's not going to change anything, right? It's good to know where we live and that we don't live on a spinning space ball. Yeah, I think it's important to know the true nature of reality and to know if we're being given false information. So yeah, there's footage from a 120,000 feet. Yeah, so but that doesn't prove that it's flat either, right? That just shows that when you go up to that height, it looks flat.
Yeah, but like we need to understand, like Earth is so big, so like of course, like we can't see the end. So maybe the end it's gonna be not flat. It's like you're going
Well,
up and you're watching,
Yeah. Think about this. Okay, so they tell us the size of the globe. That means that if we go to a 20-mile lake, there should be a certain amount of Earth curvature over the water. So it should be about 270 feet of Earth curvature over a 20-mile lake. But when we go and test over a 20-mile lake, there's zero curvature. We can zoom in from one side of the lake. We can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake, right? From just above the surface of the water. Then we can shoot high-powered lasers across and we can hit targets on the other side. And then we can use infrared photography and we can see perfectly from one side to the other side. If the Earth was a globe, there would have to be 270 feet of curvature over that distance. That's over 80 meters.
But if we travel into the sea, we can see the curvature. We can't see the island, right?
Well, we can see much further distances than you should be able to see if the Earth's a globe. So sometimes we can see islands that are 30 miles away, 20 miles away, but you shouldn't be able to see them if the Earth was a globe. But you can't see forever, right? We can't see forever because of the clarity of the air and because of perspective and because of angular resolution. So yeah, we can't see forever. There's limited visibility through the air, right? Because the air is not perfectly clear. That's why if you go up on top of a mountain and you look out over more mountains, each mountain further away in the distance becomes more and more difficult to see because of the opacity, the clarity of the air, how clear the air is. Some days you can only see 10 miles. Some days you might be able to see 20 miles, 30 miles, 50 miles, but you can't see forever. But when you go out into the ocean, you don't see any curvature. You see a flat horizon. When you go to a lake, you see flat water, right? Water is flat on the surface. Obviously, unless there's waves or something like that, but you know what I mean. Yeah, so Mimi, you're unmuted, man, but you can go and look up is geometry science right now, right? And it will tell you, no, it's mathematics, it's not science. You can use mathematics within science, but it's not science itself. Okay? So that's that. I don't want to keep you on mute. But we're not going to keep arguing that point with you. Now, does anyone have any questions about Earth curvature, long distance observations, Do you have any globe evidence? Or is the globe just something that you believe because you were taught it when you were growing up? You've never experienced the globe, but you believe it's a globe because people told you it's a globe. They told you you're too small to see any Earth curvature. You're too small to notice it rotating.
That's all. You're a fucking idiot. You had all the information that you need. So if you want to know a little bit more, just tell me.
Mimi, you don't even know what science is, bro.
Relax, bro. Come on.
He's gone. But yeah.
Hello. So let me join in now.
Yeah, Risu, go ahead.
Okay, so I shared an image of there's a picture of 3 mountain cliffs. I cannot pronounce it because I don't know what is this language, but it's there. And these images are 144 kilometers away, and 2 of them are 180 kilometers away. So if you go to the website where they show how much curvature they should bend. So let me go to the website. Where was this? Okay. So at the distance of what was that? At the distance of 144 kilometers, and okay, this picture. This picture was taken from 1,000 kilometer at height. Okay, so if you put
1,000 kilometers. Sorry.
No, not kilometer. 1 meters. Okay, 1,003 meters. Sometime ago.
Is that just
The eye
above
height
sea level? Are you talking about above sea level or above the surface level?
No, about the sea level. We do all the calculation above sea level and not the surface, because surface doesn't have any reference. I mean, surface itself is a reference of sea level, so it's above sea level, and the distance is 144 kilometers, and so the visual horizon must be the D1 difference is 133 kilometers. So anything beyond 133 kilometer, we should not be able to see. And about the cliffs at 180 kilometers, and from that height, the D1 is 133 kilometers, and the most height we can see is 351 meters. The H1. If you are on that website, you can verify that. Now, if you consider the reflection lift, when I was talking about how much reflection it can lift, so in my surveying course, I was just applying those correction to a very small distance compared to this, for example, 10 kilometers or 20 kilometers. But at 180 kilometers, actually it is very significant. And these are like C35 and C35, and the geometric drop you can see in the spreadsheet I shared. It's there, and you can do all this calculation like effective drop and total height, and the final clearance come out to be 809 meters. So anything beyond that, we will be able to see 809 meter up. Like we can still see 809 meter part of that cliff. The one with whose name start with DUM. So what you what you were just saying that it is like a counter for what you said, that we would not be able to see anything beyond the visual length of horizon if Earth was curvature, but actually we can, because
you don't see the true horizon there. You've got mountains blocking obstructing
No, I'm not.
everything in the distance. There is no horizon. You're
Yeah,
just seeing
but
mountains.
if Earth was flat, we would be able to see the base of the mountains. Considering if we
No,
have considered the
no,
basis
you've
of,
got mountains. You have mountains in front of the mountain. You're not going to be able to see the base of the mountain.
we don't need to. We can just calculate like I did right now.
No, you would need to look at something across water, right? If you can't, you can't
I
see
don't need
through
to
the
see across-
mountains. If
Okay,
the mountains weren't there, you might be able to see the base of the mountain. You've got mountains in front of the mountain.
Well, I don't need to see the base of mountain. We cannot actually see the base of mountain. We can see only the
Yeah,
8 or
because
9
it's being blocked.
meter
It's
higher.
Yeah, the base of the mountain is being blocked by the mountains in front of the mountain. Look at the observation below that. Right, this is taken over.
sure.
This is
Okay.
look at the quality of the observation taken below that, right? Because it's over water. There's not something blocking the mountain in the distance, right? You can't have mountains in front of the thing you're looking at and say we can't see the base of it when you've got mountains blocking the base of it.
But we won't be able to see. We should not have been able to see the top, even the top part of mountain, if Earth was curvature. But we still do because of reflection. And if we consider reflection,
How did you validate? How did you validate the refraction? How did you validate that?
You were just talking about the mirage effect. That's also just a part of that. Also because of reflection. How can you ignore that?
What do you think
You were
refraction
just-
is, bro? What do you think refraction is?
The bending of light in
Depending on what? Depending on what? The bending of light depending on what? What's it depend on? What does the light bending depend on?
density of air, like the density of air.
Yeah, so it can bend. It
difference
can
in
bend
density
up.
of air.
It can bend up or it can bend down, right? Depending on the gradient.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how did you determine whether it's bending up or bending down?
No. Wait. We can actually determine if it is bending up or bending down because hot air always rise up and cooler air always go down. So the gradient of the density of air is almost constant. And
No, it's not. It's not constant.
What? It is not constant. Then how do we calculate the? You can actually find the formula to calculate the reflection thing.
No,
the reflection
no,
depth
you
of,
don't. You would need to know what the optical density is.
At a certain point, like at that point, the density is determined by also the pressure is also the main factor on determining the density of the atmosphere, which is almost and constant on.
No, the main factor is caused by temperature. The optical density is mainly caused by temperature.
Yeah, but to cause that much of difference of the density, you need to there need to be a huge difference in temperature, and I'm talking the difference I'm talking about has to be like something like 100 degrees Celsius or something like that. But 4 or 5 degrees Celsius difference would not affect that much of the density of the air. And also the property that.
But you have no idea what the optical density gradient is doing between point A and point B. You don't know what it's doing. You don't know the temperature, right? It wasn't measured in this observation.
I have a study reflection lift for whole semester, and that's what I'm telling you.
No, refraction doesn't always make things lift up. Refraction doesn't always make things lift up, does it? It can make things appear lower.
Wait for a minute, and I'll send it something to you. Because we will be just going into feedback loop, and we will not be able to go from anywhere. So, if anyone have to ask some question, they can, and I'll just look now.
Refraction does not always make things lift up. That's you've got looming and you've got sinking, right? It depends on the actual temperature. between point A and point B and what it's doing. You're just guessing. You're just guessing. That's what you're doing.
No, I have studied it. I know.
You don't know the temperatures in this observation.
Yeah, but I told you, the few degree of temperature will not affect the formula I'm using. I have
You're saying-
verified it. I have proved the formula myself back a month ago, and
No,
I'm pretty
you
sure how
didn't.
it
You
works.
didn't. How did you verify the formula?
Well, I verified my formula with, I told you, the 12-kilometer observation I took in my labeling survey experiment or the practical observation.
And did you take the bro? I don't think you know what you're talking about when you're talking about atmospheric refraction.
No, I know what I'm talking about. Do you know? I have to look if reflection can bend light up.
It can bend light down as well. If refraction is bending the light up, that means the object in the distance would appear lower. If the light's bending up, that would mean that the object that you're looking at would be sinking.
That's why I'm saying the reflection bend. The first statement that you said, I'm not able to at English. Just wait for a second.
Dude, you don't even know anything about the temperature gradient in the observation at all.
I told you that
all you did was provide an observation that doesn't match up with the globe.
That doesn't match up with.
So you're saying you shouldn't be able to see the mountain that you can see.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. You should not be able to see the mountain which you're seeing, but we do see it because of reflection. And if Earth was flat, we would have been able to see the base of mountains because of reflection.
No, bro, you wouldn't be able to see the base of the mountain because there's mountains in front of that mountain.
That's obvious.
Like, why am I having to explain that to you, bro? Apocryphon shared an amazing observation where it's done over water, right? And that's why, look, have a look at what OG Apocryphon shared, just under what you shared.
Alright, so I have found an article which says it is caused by the vertical density gradient of atmosphere. Air is almost always denser near the surface and get progressively less denser with altitude. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Yes. So effect, what kind of effect it shows? As a light from a distant object travels through these layers, it continuously bend downward, which you said in the first time. But you are saying it does bend upwards. How it is possible? Because to bend it upwards, the gradients have to be opposite, like
because of temperature. Dude, atmospheric refraction is primarily determined. The vertical temperature gradient, the vertical density gradient is primarily determined by temperature, right? So I'm going to put citations in the side chat. It gets colder. Okay, what happens when you cool down a balloon, right? Just say you get a balloon and you cool it down. It shrinks, doesn't it? It shrinks. Does a balloon shrink if you cool it down? Why does it shrink?
Balloon shrinks when you cool it down.
Why?
Okay, the air density has to change inside of the balloon, and yeah.
So it's the same amount of gas particles, except now they're closer together. They're more condensed. So that means you now have
and
so they're more dense, right?
They are more dense, and this is why they get closer to the surface of Earth.
Yeah, but it gets cooler as you go up in altitude.
It's cooler? No, it gets hotter as you go.
It doesn't go
up
hotter as you go up in altitude. That's ridiculous.
No,
It gets cold when you go up a mountain. It
wait.
gets freezing cold when you go up in an airplane. It's freezing cold.
Let's ignore the temperature. Okay,
No,
just focus
no,
on
bro. We're not
the
ignoring the
reflection.
temperature.
The reflection doesn't work because of temperature. It works
Yes, it
because
does.
of the density gradient. The density gradient. And
No, the
I
optical
was
density
talking about
gradient. All right, here we go. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Okay, so we got the American. Have a look at my citation in the side chat. This is the American Meteorological Society. Atmospheric refraction. Refraction by an atmosphere, usually Earth's, as a consequence of refractive index gradient, resulting in molecular number of density gradients arising from pressure, temperature, and possibly water vapor gradients. Near surfaces. Yeah, so it says it's usually dominated by temperature gradients.
Okay, now do you know how temperature affect the density? Because if you read it correctly, the molecular number of density gradient. This is the main reason why the reflection works. Like the refractive index changes.
Yeah, but the temperature gradient is what causes.
There's no. You don't need to explain about. Okay, temperature gradient do matter, but it is very much clear that even you just agreed that the denser air is more at the surface, and the less denser area is up at the surface. And this is the reason why. This is the only reason why the refractive index changes. And because of this refractive index change, we see the curve of light, like the bending of light effect, or the mirage effect is also works also on the same thing. But in mirage effect, the reason mirage effect happened because the change in gradients are abnormal, you can say, or not very usual at the surf as we see every day. And it is very common at sea areas, like at seas, and this is why mirage effect is very common there. And this is why even the boats are very, very far away. This mirage effect is because this mirage effect is very drastic. We are able to see very far distances, and this is very much
so it says right here.
Long distance observation, which you guys are talking about.
I've just put in another citation. Okay, so it says the density variation is primarily dependent upon temperature.
Yes.
Look, it says it right there in the Mirage definition. Okay, so
what you're trying to say, like
that light doesn't always bend up. Sometimes it can bend down. It can bend down. It can bend up. Depends on the heat flux.
Okay, so you do consider that that first of all, are you very much clear that this temperature affect the density, this density affect the bending of light?
That's what mirages are.
The closest point is the density of air. Are we like the context we are talking about? The density is the closest to what we are talking about, and the temperature just affects the density.
Yeah, but it's primarily, it says here, okay, so the density variation is primarily dependent upon temperature. It says it right there.
Yeah, I'm saying the same thing.
So if you have warm, right? So if you have a warmer layer of air closer to the surface of the Earth, right, and then you have cooler air above it, it's going to make things in the distance look like they're sinking, look like they're downward.
You're right. But it is impossible because the balloon example you gave.
No, I just told you.
Because of the balloon example you gave right now. Okay, let me clear it out for you now.
No, let me clear it out for you, bro. Listen.
You are okay. First, listen to me, and then we will talk. Okay,
no, listen to me, bro.
Okay,
hold on a second. Okay, so if you have warmer air closer to the surface, right, the gas particles are spread apart more. Okay, so you have a lower refractive index. If you have a cooler layer of air above the warmer layer of air, you have a higher refractive index. Okay, so that would cause things in the distance to look like they're sinking. That's why
Yes.
it's called sinking, right? And then if you reverse that gradient, okay, to where you have cooler air closer to the surface and warmer air above it, then you have the opposite of sinking, you have looming. So sometimes, depending on the vertical temperature gradient, you will have sinking, where things will look lower in the distance, and sometimes you will have looming, where things look higher in the distance. You need to measure the temperature gradient vertically to be able to determine which of these effects is taking place over the distance that you're looking. You haven't done that in your observation if you want to make specific claims about matching up with the curvature of the Earth.
You're right. You're absolutely right. But the thing is, the cooler air never moves up. The cooler air will always, because the cooler air have higher density, it will always be closer to the surface of Earth, and the warmer air will always be will above the surface of Earth, like up
It gets
there.
cooler. It
As you
gets
go up
cooler as you go
the,
up. It gets cooler as you go up in altitude.
but the air density do decrease as you go above the altitude.
No, the optical density gradient is primarily caused by temperature. It says it right there in the citation. You just agreed with that as well.
No, it is. It is impossible because of the
You're
balloon
denying.
example you took.
You're cherry picking mirages. You're cherry
Can you please?
picking.
I heard you a lot. Now you have to listen to me. Okay. So as you cool a balloon down, it will come down. Okay. So now, if you are considering a area which covers like hundreds of kilometers, do you think it is possible for cooler air to be cooler air which have high density to go up, and the warm air which goes down? Because according to flat earth, we are only down because we are at higher density. We people have higher density than air. This is the only reason. And now you are just contradicting yourself, because the cooler air which have higher density, you are saying it will go up at the range of hundreds of kilometers. It is not possible.
No, it varies. It depends on the weather conditions. It depends what's going on in the
It varies,
particular
but how much do you
scene.
think it will vary? And even if it vary, then it will always bend down. It will never bend up. This is not possible. But
You're denying superior. You're
can
denying
someone else?
inferior. Bro, you're denying
Can
inferior
someone else? Okay,
mirages.
wait. I
You're
need someone
literally
else's
denying
opinion on
inferior
that.
mirages. Let's go over more citations, bro. You look.
The thing is, we are going in a
He
feedback
keeps
loop.
talking. He keeps talking when you're talking, DJ. He's not listening.
Bro, read up
No, I
on what this.
listen to you.
Dude, look.
I listen to
I'm
your
providing
whole thing.
citations for everything I'm saying. Look, do you know what an inferior mirage is?
Wait, let me read it. So,
You
Hello.
read it, Riz.
Yeah,
Right.
I read it.
So,
So,
okay, so look, also below that we have sinking. Okay,
yeah.
sinking right there. It's a form of mirage, and it's just a less extreme version of the inferior mirage that you just read about. And then we've got an Oxford quote underneath it. Okay, a refraction effect in which an object normally visible on the geographical horizon apparently sinks beneath it. And if you read
Could you look one more thing for me, please?
Yeah.
The effect of sinking or inferior mirage over long distances, like 150 kilometers.
What about it?
Like I told you, like the mirage effect. You have to agree that mirage effect does work over long distances because it is like it is like basic the denser
Yeah, you
thing
can.
at the down and but I would like you to search the effect of inferior mirage over distances like 180 or 200 kilometers and how it works, or even 150 or even 100 kilometers, whatever you want.
Yeah, the problem is when you're looking over those huge distances, it's very difficult to measure
they
what's
have
going on
to
with the
change.
temperature. It's very Okay, so inferior mirages are very obvious, bro. Obvious when there's an inferior mirage taking place. Okay, you can tell that there's a mirage. So we're not dealing with an inferior mirage, right? When we're looking at over these distances in these observations.
So what we are dealing with now?
What's that?
So what are we dealing with?
We're dealing with such a huge lack of Earth curvature. It's not possible to explain with sinking or looming. We can count out the miraging. We can count out the inferior mirages. We can count out the superior mirages because obviously they're not taking place in these observations. Okay, and because of the huge distances, right, the huge margins of error that are present in these observations, it's not possible to explain with refraction. Refraction is something, sure, you need to take it into consideration, but it's only a small difference.
So you're saying that refraction is not taking place here?
No, I didn't say
And
that. I said there's. I said it's
no,
not an.
in my picture, the picture I shared.
I said there's no. Okay, do you agree that there's different mirages? Okay, you've got looming, sinking, inferior. Okay, bro, you were trying to say that light can only bend up, right? So you're just skipping half of the miraging effects that exist.
No, now I know inferior mirages because when there is a high heat condition where the surface is constantly absorbing a lot of heat, then the equilibrium shifts in a way that the when there is like a lot of the sun is up there exactly above your head and it is constantly giving light on the surface, throwing light on surface. The surface quickly warm up and it doesn't have time to cool down, so the equilibrium shifts in a way that the less denser air is on the surface, but as soon as it like
it just doesn't get a chance to cool down. So that's the simple. So it creates the shrinking effect or the inverse mirage which you are talking about. But it is not very much practical in over long distances like 150 kilometers. And if I am right, I just need to look if this is right, like if I can just see the average temperature or the average temperature variation of these mountains in Slovakia, which it says.
That's what I said, though. You don't have that. You don't have that data.
We can look up the average temperature or like what are the temperature conditions there. And if it is a cold place, then the concept of inverse mirage is completely gone. It is not possible for inverse mirage. So I will just have to look for that fact. So you have waited a lot for this conversation because I just keep doing my calculations. Have some patience for
You're
this.
doing a calculation based off data that you don't even have.
Yeah, but internet have those data. And
no, it doesn't.
It's not
It
like
does
government
not.
will be hiding.
It doesn't have the data for that observation. Temperatures fluctuate. It's always different. It fluctuates constantly.
Okay, I am a civil engineer. Okay, I have worked with GIS program and I have studied the environment conditions of my own place, and these data are publicly available at government sites. I have done the GIS of my area and I know the temperature, what are the weather and climate conditions and how
Dude, it doesn't matter if we have civil engineers on our side as well. That doesn't mean anything. Okay, so
I would love to talk with him.
Well, you're denying. You were just denying that light could bend downwards just before. You said that it's always cooler. You said it's always cooler down lower, when obviously it's the opposite of that. It's always cooler when you go up in altitude.
When I heard this name Slokavia, I thought it was not anywhere near a hot region. But if it is in a hot region, then I might stop debating with you.
I provided citations that backed up exactly what I said, dude. You were denying the mainstream citations.
The reason I was denying because of the context.
No, it's not context. These are definitions of miraging effects. This is the definition of atmospheric refraction. This is the definition of mirages.
The reason I was stuck with that because I thought that the name Slokavia, which I have heard somewhere, which sounds Russian, and the Russia is mostly a cold place. That is why I was going with normal mirage effect. But it is not like I had not. I think I read about invert mirage in my 5th standard when I was a kid. So I do know about the sinking effect. I do know that in in hot regions, this inverse mirage is quite popular. Not just in this hot region. Even when you go on a highway, you see a reflection of something on a road, and feels like the road is.
That's not sinking. That's inferior mirage. That's sinking is when you only have a small difference. It's when you have a very small difference in temperature, which creates a very gradual, a small gradient. It's like a little bit warmer down lower, and then it's a little bit cooler above. And it's temperature that creates the optical density gradient. It's primarily caused by temperature. You denied that. I don't know why you're denying that. If you're saying that you studied this and you know so much about it, right? It says right here. It says
I was denying because of the context. Because currently it's summertime and the weather condition is like 18 degrees Celsius.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it depends. It depends on the difference vertically in the temperature gradient. Do you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter if it's 5 degrees to 10 degrees or if it's 30 degrees to 35 degrees. It depends on the difference in temperature, right? It changes the optical density gradient. It doesn't matter if it's 0 degrees to 5 degrees or 40 degrees to 45 degrees.
The equilibrium will not work at at a temperature at this lower temperature. You know the equilibrium which I talked about to the equilibrium, the condition which I talked about to shut out the inverse mirage effect.
No, it just depends on the vertical temperature gradient.
And the reason I denied the effect of inverse mirage back then because the inverse mirage is only possible for short distances and it doesn't work on very long distances. Like on roads, these are just very short distances things, not you see 100, not you see the inverse mirage of thinking even
Oh,
thinking
it
effect
works
over
if you're
100.
looking over long distances, bro. If you're looking over if you're looking over like 100 miles of water, and you have a warmer water than the air temperature, it's going to be warmer lower to the surface, and it's going to be cooler above that. So it can absolutely happen over long distances.
Can you repeat what you just said?
If you have, just say you have 10 miles of water, and you have warmer air above the surface of the water because the water is warmer than the air, right? You're going to get sinking, right? So
But
now
there is no water.
instead of
They look like shitty between and
exactly, but you don't exactly. But your whole argument's that you can't see the bottom of the mountain, but you can't see the bottom of the mountains because there's mountains in the way, in front of that mountain.
Yeah, but you can see the peaks of the mountains, and because there is
you
normal
can't see the
mirage
bottom
effect,
of the mountain because there's mountains in the way.
The possibility of shrinking and inverse mirage effect is like completely gone. Then the only possibility left is the mirage effect, and because of this shrinking, we are able to see the height, the peak of the mountain, and this just and based on my calculation.
How is this globe evidence, though? This is just inconclusive evidence that you presented. It's inconclusive.
What is conclusive about that? I just concluded that the Earth has to be the Earth is curvature, and these long distance photographs, which you keep saying, is not possible. Over these distances, it just works. Like even if the Earth is globe, we will be able to see above the horizon because of the mirage effect. It is completely possible, and you cannot deny it because you just said that mirage do work.
Bro, that's just
And so that
ridiculous.
will
You
not
just what type of mirage is taking place? What type of mirage?
What type of normal mirage? Just your everyday mirage.
No, there's no such thing.
Not
No,
thinking
there's
or-
not. Bro, you don't know what you're talking about.
I do know. I know what I'm talking about.
No, you
I
don't.
told you I was
There's no such
studied
thing
in
as just a standard mirage.
Yep, it's a standard mirage which I'm talking
No, there's
about.
no such thing as okay, give me the definition of a standard mirage.
Okay, I'll just give you the definition of normal. What is mirage?
You don't have one, do you?
Wait for because I'm looking on a laptop because I don't have a lot of my internet is slow.
Dude, your internet can't be any worse than mine. I have like the world's worst internet.
But I'm talking on phone.
You don't need good internet to just do a quick search.
I look for credible sources because you'll just deny whatever is shit.
No, I'm not. Dude, I already know what I'm talking about. I've looked all of this up. I've researched it. I put the definition of mirage in the side chat, which goes over the different types of miraging effects. Okay, we have
Hey, don't
syncing.
do that, bro. No, the one sec, don't do that, bro. That's called poisoning the well. Would you like it if we just said we're showing you evidence, but you'll just deny it? You'll just deny it for no reason.
Me?
You
I'm
don't like
denying
that being said to you, then you don't say it to other people, please.
Okay.
It's rude.
Okay. Stop calling that because I never acted any rude. If you compare to other people who just call you stupid and jobless people, don't call me that. I
Bro, don't even start with that shit, bro.
I don't debate like that. Okay. So DJ,
Don't make us get nasty with you, bro.
Just look for the definition of mirage on the same website. Like, if you can find on
I already
AMS.
posted it in the side chat, dude. It's in the side chat.
You just posted the inferior mirage and sinking mirage, which is
Mirage.
which
I
really
posted.
Okay,
Alright, I'll post
the
it
mirage.
again. I'll post it again.
It was up there.
Yeah, I'll post it again for you.
But you do agree that the mirage I am talking about do happen.
Yeah, all different types of miraging effects happen depending on the vertical temperature gradient. That's what mirages are.
But how can you verify the temperature gradient of a place? And if you cannot verify the temperature gradient of a certain place, then how can you say that the long distance observations justify flat Earth?
We're not using them for that. You just okay, so do you agree with that? Do you agree that if you don't know the conditions that create the different types of miraging effects, then you can't use that as evidence if you're trying to make specific claims?
Yes, exactly.
Okay,
If you don't
so
have the
you just debunked your own observation.
The reason my observation still works because the data is available. There is data
You
of
already
the
admitted. You already admitted you don't have the data. You said that maybe
When
you
did I
could
say
find
we
it.
don't have data? I told you. I told you when I was doing GIS, we have all kind of data is available, and we can plot on
You didn't
GIS
present
software.
that. You didn't present that. You presented a specific observation.
It is very difficult to the data are in a very raw format, and we have to do a lot. It took when I was doing calculation for my city, it took my computer to 6 hours to process that raw data and to give some valuable data which is useful. So you want me to do that for this place right now? For this in this just short amount of time.
This is
and I can you have to wait for a day in order to
you don't have the data. You didn't present the data at all.
There
And you
must
don't
be
know.
raw data
You
up
think
there
that there's
because
some type of. You think there's some kind of standard mirage, which there is not.
okay. Uh, Tomorrow I will. I took a lot.
Look, I
Give a
just
lot
put
of
it in
time
the
in this.
side chat,
I,
dude. Look,
no,
I just put
I
it in the
told you.
side chat. It says.
I don't know if I can find the
Bro,
process data of that place.
quiet for a second. Quiet. Okay, so you were just saying that there's a type of standard mirage, and that was present in the observation that you presented. Okay, I asked you for the vertical temperature gradient data. You didn't provide it, and now you're denying that there's different types of miraging effects.
Okay, I have to look if there are process data of the temperature gradient of that place available
So
on
you
the
didn't.
internet.
So you didn't
Otherwise,
provide it, did you?
tomorrow,
What?
because
Okay, so
it might not be available.
Bro, so you haven't checked? Have you checked for that before in the past, before you presented the observation?
Yeah, because I consider it's normal. Because
answer the question.
With your comments, because
you guessed.
with
You
your,
guessed. You guessed. You just guessed.
No, I did not. I did a calculated guess
Based on a
because
guess. You did a calculated guess. Yes, there we go. You
I did a
guessed.
calculated guess.
You calculated upon a guess. Thank you for admitting
Because
that.
because that guess was the calculated guess. I am an engineer and I do not just guess
So you
it
just
up.
guess things. You just guess things because you're an engineer.
While
They just
stuck on a
guess
point,
things.
I have.
You just
You
admitted that you just guessed. You just guessed.
Calculated guessed.
Yeah, you
just
guessed and then you did
calculated.
you guessed and then you did a calculation. You did a calculation based off a guess.
No.
Yeah, that's the globe for you.
Say I did a calculated guess because I can see the landscape, I can see the mountains, I know the region because it's a
shouldn't be
cold
able to
place.
see the mountain.
And because of that, I took a guess. And that guess is very much common because there is a formula for that. The refraction changes and the shrinking effect is very for only short distances, and it is not valid for long distances because if it started to show on a long distances, then we will go up flying on your own.
Look, you just guessed. You just guessed.
No. Listen to me.
Slow down.
Okay,
is the observation is the observation in question a long distance observation?
So you are saying, okay, I agree with you. That
just be quiet for a second. Be quiet for a second. Hold on a second, Risu. Just wait a second, bro. All right, I'm just going to find T-Dub the observation. Okay, so let me just break it down to T-Dub quickly. Okay, so if you go up to okay, so Jamsy shared it. It's 14 minutes after the hour. I'll just tag you quickly. 1 second. Okay, so he can see the top of a mountain that shouldn't be visible if the Earth's a globe, and he's guessed that there's a particular mirage taking place, which he calls a standard mirage. Okay, so there it is. If you want to have a look at that, so he's guessed that there's particular density gradient taking place that's created this type of mirage, and he's saying that proves that it's a globe. It's crazy.
Right, okay. I see.
So he even admits that you shouldn't be able to see that mountain, but because of refraction, it proves the Earth's a globe.
Wait, hang on a second. Hey, bro, I want to ask you something. How come it is when you can't see something, you say, yeah, it's Earth curve, but when you can see something that you shouldn't be able to, you say, well, it's a mirage. But flat earthers can't say that when you can see something that you shouldn't be able to see, that's flat Earth, and when you can't see something that you shouldn't be able to see, that's the mirage. How come we don't get to say that?
You need to repeat
work both ways?
I don't get you.
Well, you'll say, okay, so you'll make an observation, okay, and you won't see the object that you shouldn't be able to see. You can't see it because you'll say it's blocked by Earth curve, right? And then we'll show you an observation where you can see something that should be blocked by Earth curve, but it's not, and you'll say it's a mirage, right? How come flat earthers don't get to do the same thing but in reverse?
Because mirage is a standard phenomena which take place.
And it only works on a globe? Does it only work on a globe?
If Earth was flat, then yeah, it would work. And if Earth was flat, which I talked before, if Earth was flat, we would have been able to see the bottom of the mountains. Even if it is blocked by some mountain, we will be able to see it.
That's a mirage.
At a higher
That's a mirage.
The dumbest
That's a
shit.
mirage.
and it
a
has to
mirage.
take place. Yeah.
Dude,
That's a mirage.
he's saying
That's a
his
mirage.
only argument, T-Dub, his only argument here is that we should be able to see the base of the mountain, even though there's mountains in front of it.
Oh, right. Okay. Oh, I see. That's weird. Why would you expect to see the bottom of something if there's something in the way?
And now, okay, I do agree that there might that a shrinking effect you just talked about take place at long distances, over 100 distances, over 100 of.
Nobody's claiming sinking is taking place in this observation, bro. Nobody's claiming that.
Yeah, but it is possible according to you.
No, nobody's claiming this is sinking.
No, I'm not saying nobody's claiming,
Look,
but you are
Tito,
saying
look
it
at
is
his
possible.
observation here.
Then how
Look at
is-
his observation. Look at there's mountains in front of it, but he's saying we can't see. If the Earth was flat, we'd be able to see the base of the mountain.
Yeah, that's possible.
Bro, but it's not a concave Earth. Bro, how could you see? No, you shouldn't be able to see the bottom of it if there's things in front of it.
It won't be a concave Earth. It would be still a flat Earth. We would be just able to perceive the Earth in a concave way. And you just muted me? Hello?
No, we can hear you, dude. I don't see how you don't get that we can't see the bottom of it because there's things blocking the bottom of it.
Can I just throw in real quick, DJ? This is the weirdest globe argument I've heard in a while. Go ahead, go.
What?
Sir, this
You're
is
going to
the
ban me?
weirdest. This is the weirdest globe argument I've heard in a long time. Good job. Go ahead.
Because you're talking to an engineer and not just another.
By another mountain. I mean, you heard what you said. What you said. You said the
I
bottom of the
cannot
mountain.
hear what you're saying because your mic might be too close to your mouth. Please change the positioning of your mic a little so I can hear you.
I try again. You said the bottom of the mountain is blocked with another mountain. I mean, that's why you cannot see the bottom of the mountain. If I'm standing behind the wall, you can see only my head. You cannot see my feet because the wall is blocking, right?
No. If the light managed to bend, if somehow light bend to your feet and come across the wall to my eye, I will be able to see your legs. DJ,
You cannot
verify
see
that.
because the light is not bending, right?
No, I'll be able to see your leg if it is possible for air to bend through the wall, like bend over the wall. DJ, verify this. If mirage is true, it is possible. Explain this thing to this man. Because I'm not going to
Oh,
explain.
bro, you're the one you're the only person in the room, right? That even if there were other globe earthers in here, they're not going to agree with you. They're going to say, obviously, you can't see the bottom of the mountain because there's mountains in front of it. You shouldn't be able to see the bottom of the mountain on a flat Earth if there's mountains in front of the mountain that you're looking at.
Understand mirage, right? You do understand mirage, so you know bending of light is possible. I'm talking to you, DJ.
Yeah, I think you have a very limited. Maybe you did a very small research on mirages.
No, how can you say that? Don't you agree that light can bend?
only on globe,
can
or
change
can they happen
direction.
on flat Earth as well?
No, I'm asking DJ. Please don't interrupt me. That's very rude.
Oh wow.
I'm talking very polite with you all guys.
No,
Light.
you're not, bro.
I mean, yeah, I might not be polite. Some few minutes behind, but yeah, over the conversation, I was pretty much polite, and anyone would
Listen, bro. Light can change
Yeah.
direction, right? Agreed. Light can change direction. But if you're going to say that it's allowing you to see over a curve that exists, like the curve of the Earth, because the Earth's a ball, you're going to have to prove that the Earth is a ball in the first place.
Look for the inverse mirage effect. Okay, and there you will see the bending. The graphic you will see. The graphic you will see a bending of light, which is completely opposite. Like you will be amazed with that.
There's no such
You're not
mirage
looking-
called an inverse mirage, by the way.
All right.
They
I got a point. I got a point.
Tell him. He's just one. Go ahead.
Inferior mirage, sorry, not inverse mirage. Inferior mirage.
All right, brother, hold on a second. You stumbled onto a point which a lot of Globers don't ever realize. A lot of flat earthers don't call them out for, which is if you believe light can curve, and you believe that things in the distance prove it's a globe because I can't see the bottom, then there should be long distance observation. Hey, I'm speaking. Thank you. Don't interrupt me. It's very rude. I didn't interrupt you. Thanks. So I'm going to start over from scratch so everyone understands what I'm saying because it's important. If you believe that light can curve to show you things that you shouldn't otherwise see, but you also believe that things in the distance I can't see the bottom, and this is only because the Earth is a globe, you got a problem. Because it should be the case that we have extreme long distance photography where you can see the bottoms of things if your belief is that the Earth is a globe and light can curve. But we never see very long distance observations where you can see the entire object all the way to the base. That actually disproves your claim. Because flat earthers understand that there's a such thing as angular resolution problems, right? And so you wouldn't expect to see the bottoms of things at long range. Now, you Globers think you should, and you guys are the ones with the faulty logic. I rest my case.
The reason we don't see the basis of the mountains because the Earth is a globe. That's simple. Also, don't use the word belief for me. I don't believe things. I do calculations.
So 1 sec, AI, are you saying he should be able to show us an instance where light is bending around the curve in such a manner that allows us to see the bottom of or the base of the object?
Yeah, I will believe you.
Yeah, that's what he should have according to his own worldview. But he never does, which means there's something else going on. And notice how he completely disregarded everything I said, and he said, no, the only reason you can't see the bottom is because Earth is a globe, proving my point.
Can you share me some images or something I can verify where we can see the bottom of the mountains?
No, you can't. That's the problem. That's a problem for your worldview, not for ours. That's what you seem to not understand. Now, it could be a language barrier, but then again, it could be a competency barrier.
But if Earth was flat, then we would be able to see the bases of the mountains very, very far away because
Right,
of the mirage.
Thank you for saying that. Thank you for saying that. You think that if the Earth was flat... Hold on, friend. It's my turn to speak. I waited for you to finish your sentence. It's now my turn to respond. If you're going to talk through my responses, that's going to be quite rude, don't you think? So just be quiet, zip your mouth, don't even acquiesce, just don't talk for a second. Thanks. Appreciate it. We're friends now. You just claimed if the Earth was flat, you should be able to see the entirety of an object, no matter the distance. That's what you just said. And that's not true. So you proved my point twice. I claimed exactly what your position was. You then proved it to the audience that I was correct.
I quite don't get what you are talking about. You have to
I know it. I know you don't get it. I know you don't get it. That's the problem, friend, is you think You
Yeah,
think
but I might learn something new
that
from
the
you.
only
That's why I'm
reason, hold
asking
on,
you.
brother. Brother, you think the only reason things can disappear from the bottom is because the Earth is a globe, and that's just categorically false.
Do we have any images or anything proof that we will be able to see the bottom? This is what I think. And
I'm
if you
not
think,
saying, no, friend, hold on, friend. No, nobody here said that we should be able to see the bottoms of things at range, at long ranges. None of us think that's the case because we understand there's optical limitations beyond just geometric limitations. You think that, not us. You're the one in error here, not us. You're asking for evidence that wouldn't exist in our worldview, and it's actually evidence that should exist in your worldview. So this hurts your case, not ours.
so if for Earth is flat, then how should we be able to? Then what you're trying to just say that? Let's say I trust that I believe that Earth is flat. Then what does that mean? Like how should this mirage effect or the bending of light effect take place?
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. If the Earth is flat, right, with no atmosphere at all, you wouldn't be able to see the bottoms of things at distance, no matter what. At a certain range, the bottoms would disappear and they'd be gone because you wouldn't have an optic that has a resolving power sufficient to open the angles enough to get enough received light to make an image. Now, you add atmosphere, and now you're going to have extra effect beyond that. So it's perfectly congruent with a flat Earth. It's actually incongruent with a globe Earth because you don't have the niche observations of the idea that this object is so far below the geometric curve, I should never see it at all. Yet we see it. And then your hope and prayer is that I can't see the bottom. But it should be the case that sometimes you can see the bottom. So this actually hurts your case. And I hope everybody listening right now understands that. This is bad for you. The more you talk about it, the more it proves you don't have observations congruent with your worldview, and we do.
If you can see the side chats, I actually provided the calculation, the image and the calculation, which proves my statement that if the mirage, not the mirage effect, not the inferior mirage or not the sinking effect, is taking place. Wait, I heard you a lot. You don't interrupt me. That's very rude. It's you. This is what your idea is. So please don't interrupt me. That's rude. So I shared the images, two images, where I have just given the proof of if the reflective index shift and the geographic drop, like the curvature drop, and the height we are able to see, does make sense with this image. So, so if you say the mirage effect is right, then Earth is globe. And if Earth was flat,
Cool story. So why is it the case that you can never show me a long distance observation where you can see the entirety of an object? If you're saying that light can curve around and reach your eye, then that would include the bottom of the object as well. How come that never happens? What's your answer for that?
Because Earth is not flat. That's finishing.
No, dude. You just said light can come around the curve and reach your eye. So that would include the bottom portion of the object. How come that never happens?
Sure. The Kraloa Hola. Can you see the image? Are you on the image? Which
I don't need to see it. I don't need to see it. We're talking about an exclusion, which means either it's the case that there are never observations of the bottom of objects at distance, or sometimes there is. Now, your claim is that light is going to curve around the Earth and reach your eye. So if that's the case, that means that an object 100 miles away, which should be buried beneath hundreds and hundreds of, feet of curvature, hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of feet of curvature, it should be below. You're claiming light can be brought back to your eye around the curve. How come that never includes the bottoms of things? That's the question I'm asking you. It's a sincere question.
if it fits the calculations, the bending of light, if refraction, the formula for refraction, what was the word I used? We have to hold on for a second.
Yeah, there isn't a formula,
Yeah,
dude.
the refraction.
There's just an increase. There's
The
just an
refraction.
increase to the Earth's radius. That would still mean
If
the
you use
bottom. Listen, if you increase the Earth's radius and you assume curvilinear light rays that are parallel to the Earth's radius in a curvilinear fashion, you would still get light from the bottom of the object reaching you. So how come you can never see it? That's what I'm asking you.
How can you say we never see it?
Yeah. So
How can you
listen, I
say
have to
that?
go. So listen, I'm going to put a pin in it, and I just want all the flat earthers to understand what I just said. The fact that you can't see the bottom of an object at range hurts their case, doesn't help their case. Hurts their case for the reasons I just described. If you don't understand it, ask me later. I'm going back on listen mode.
I agree. I got a good point. There should be many, many examples of really a globe of what I was talking about.
So the Dave here, Dave. How can you say that? Do you have any knowledge of any backing knowledge of what you just agreed with?
Riz, you already said you guessed earlier. You just said you just guessed the refraction.
I just pulled up the
You
data
just
of.
guessed. You pulled it out of your ass. That's what you did.
Yeah. But now I just pulled out off the internet, and the data is in my front of my eyes. So
Put it on the screen. Put it on the screen. Put it on the side chat. Send it to me.
off format. I don't know how you will be able to understand it. I can read it, but I'm pretty sure you can, because you probably not have any understanding of GIS. Do you know GIS, Global Information System?
Put it in my side. Put it in the side chat, bro.
You won't be able to understand it, but okay.
Tell me won't understand stuff, but just send it to him if you got some evidence. Sorry, go ahead.
If you don't really have a backing
Put it in the
knowledge
side chat, or put it in my DMs.
I'm not talking to you, please. Dave, if you don't have any backing knowledge of what you're talking about, you should shut up. Now, oh, shut up! Not you should be quiet. The shut up was very rude.
Riz, don't tell anyone to shut up, right? Don't stop being rude.
I say the word shut up often.
Yeah, I don't care. Don't start being rude to people for no reason. Okay? If you're claiming that you have data to back up the refractive index on that particular day, prove it. I think you're full of shit.
Okay, I will use the image. I will reverse search the image, learn who took it and on what date, and I will pull up the data of the temperature gradient of that day. Does that make sense?
Dude, post the information. Post the information. You said it's on the screen in front of you. Just copy paste it. Take a screenshot. Put it in my DM.
You won't be able to understand it. You will be say you are just making salads of things. That's why.
You're full.
No.
Dude,
You didn't even know half of the things you were saying, and DJ had to walk you through with the mirages and atmosphere refraction, dude. So stop pretending.
You know what mirage is?
Hey, bro, you don't know what a mirage is. I'm the one putting the citations in. I'm the one educating you on how mirages work. Don't start bullshitting. Right? This is recorded. This is live streamed.
Yeah, I should how mirage works. On the surface, on the planet, not like at long distances. That was what I was talking about, and not on over the short distances or the inferior mirages or the shrinking effect, which does not take place over the long distances. It never does on the planet of Earth, and if it does, then it would be then we will be floating into air, according to you. If thinking effect was possible, because in case of thinking over long distances,
you have no idea what you're talking about. You have no idea what you're talking about.
I have. Okay, what does the thinking means then?
It's when
you were literally saying words that make no coherent.
When the Hey Dave,
Yeah.
Yeah,
please
it's when
stop it.
it's when you have a higher temperature, lower, and it changes.
Higher temperature.
Yeah, higher
Higher
temperature
temperature
at lower altitude
Huh?
into a cooler temperature. A higher
At
temperature,
upper,
a
upper.
higher temperature at lower altitude into a lower temperature above it.
Okay, the cooler air above lower temperature. The lower temperature means a lower density, and cooler temperature means higher density of air. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Yes.
I told you that, dumbass. I told you that earlier. I was the one that told you that.
I know that.
You,
Okay.
you said it wasn't caused. You said it wasn't caused by temperature. You said it wasn't caused by temperature. I brought up the citation where it said that it's caused by temperature.
I never quoted if temperature was not the cause. I do know how the molecular
This is
theory of gases.
recorded.
I
Now
do
you're
know.
lying. You're lying, bro.
I'm not lying. You can just go watch before. I never said a temperature.
I don't need to. I remember.
Temperature do have effect, but what I was saying back then that it is not necessary to consider the effect of temperature. We can simply consider the effect of the density. The density of air. This is what I was concerned about. I even made a relation.
Oh
I
my
even
God!
made a
Shut the
relation.
hell up, dude. You're waffling
Why
on
are you
now.
in here lying,
It's getting
bro? Why you
tiresome,
lying?
bro.
It is, man. Why is he lying, DJ? Why you gotta lie, bro? Why are you in here lying?
This guy's a jerk.
Well, how would you even know? Are you just assuming based on the observation what the air is doing, like its temperature and its density?
He said he guessed. He just guessed.
Yep, we said that earlier. I mean, he hasn't proved the curvature yet, right? That's what in contention,
Exactly.
right?
Exactly. That makes what he's saying. They call an ad hoc rescue device.
Yep. I mean, like we're not denying that these, mirages or and stuff like that happen. We're not denying the phenomena that we can observe or we see. But what we're trying to, find out, trying to measure is the Earth curve. You haven't presented any of that at all this whole freaking time. And you didn't even know half the things that you say. And DJ had to, show you the information, different mirages, the singing, the looming, whatever, in inferior mirage and atmospheric refraction. You didn't really present anything at all.
Yep, if you're gonna claim a ball, you gotta have curvature for the ball. It's not our fault.
So maybe we should unmute him and give him the other mute.
Well, let's change the topic. Riz who? To geometric horizon. Do you have any evidence of a geometric horizon? Riz who? You're not muted, bro.
He's probably Googling geometric horizon right now.
Nope, I was lighting.
That's
the
what he
chat.
did earlier when DJ was asking him if he know inferior mirage, and he went silent about maybe 2 minutes, and then he came back because he had to go research it. And then when he came back, he turned into inferior mirage expert.
Yeah, as soon as I present an observation, all of a sudden his internet won't work and he won't be able to look at the images.
Because inferior mirage wasn't the part of context which we are talking about. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Bro, it's not worth discussing it with you because you don't understand mirages properly. So it's no
We
point.
were
I'm
back
not going to
then
go
when you
back
were
and forward. Look, there's a new topic. There's a new topic, right? Do you have any proof that there's a geometric horizon? Do you know what a geometric horizon is?
I want to share one thing before this conversation ends. Just for 30 seconds. And please, I don't want any interruptions. So when you were talking to Miami, you confused him with the science, and these are geometry and these are not the part of science. So what I was so much worried with that I don't bring out any other subjects uh, other than the normal mirage effect which we see in the daily life, which is visible all the time.
No,
And
bro. There's no normal mirage effect that's visible all the time. That's retarded.
then whole engineering field is retarded because the conversation I started with was this that we apply this correction of curvature, and include with that we also introduce correction due to diffraction in our geodetic survey, and all kind of the surveying you see, all kind of infrastructure and the civil structure you see have this curvature thing in equation. So yeah, the whole generation of this humankind, except the flat Earth society,
Oh my
is
God.
retarded according to you.
Hey, maybe you'd be more comfortable talking about the derivation of basis vectors for different coordinate reference systems, since you love GIS so much. You want to talk about that with me?
What you just
Yeah,
said?
you were talking. You're bragging how much you know about GIS and maps. So clearly, you understand the importance of deriving basis vectors off a coordinate reference system when matching it to another, right?
Well, I do have a limited in university. They don't research give a whole. We don't have time to learn everything about.
Yeah, it sounds like you don't know what you're talking about when it comes to GIS either. Anyway, just wanted to expose that. I'll go back to work.
I just know how to process some raw data and just some basic stuff.
Well, if you do, then you know what I'm talking about.
I'm not a GIS expert. GIS has a whole field.
Oh, okay. So I guess you don't want to talk about GIS then. I mean, not with us, I guess, right? Because that'd be embarrassing for you.
When I said I know GIS, I just meant that I know GIS enough to capture these kind of environmental data and process it. This environmental raw data and process into something I can work with. And I seriously don't know much about GIS.
Yeah, you like to play with Google Earth. That's about it. I got you.
No, Google Earth won't give you. I studied in QGIS. I used QGIS to learn things. And yeah.
You're a pretender. That's what you are.
Thanks, QE. Pretend the clown.
Anyone globe earther in this chat? Or is this just a echo chamber of flat earthers like globe earthers?
How could it be an echo chamber when I've been talking with a globe earther the entire time? How would that make it an echo chamber? Yeah, there's other globe earthers in here at the moment.
No, because I see only flat earthers talking, so that's why I thought maybe they are.
Remember before you was talking to another guy and he was a glober? That will negate the definition of echo chamber, dude.
Because of the many, I didn't talk everything about the whole subject. Because then you would be saying that, "Hi, what are you talking about? This mirage," and you're just contradicting yourself. But in reality, I'm not. Because if you try to understand the context, I'm completely right. And
bro, you're completely wrong. You just got exposed for like an hour straight.
I mean, if you change the narrative and the context,
no. I had to show you the definitions and read them out to you.
then you can, if you change the context and narrative, then yeah, you are right actually.
No, nothing was changed. I gave you mainstream citations. This is what your own
Yeah,
side
but,
claims.
That's why I'm saying that if Earth was flat and the density is the reason of why we are on the ground, then because if shrinking effect can take place over the long distances, then it would take place over the long distances, and we would have some references of that. And if inverse mirage occurs even at the short distances, then why don't we fly up at that pace? Because that density is.
What the hell are you talking about, dude? What the hell are you talking about?
No. Okay, it would still work. Yeah. Okay. No, I was just doing reasoning, and I was a little forward based on. I was a little behind based on my reasoning. That's why I think.
Who are you talking to right now?
You people don't consider gravity, then oh yeah, that makes sense. Why you don't consider my point?
What are you talking about? Who are you talking to?
I'm talking to you. Now it makes sense to me. Why you are disagreeing with my point? You don't believe in gravity, right? You believe density is the reason why everything is stick to Earth, right?
Things don't stick to Earth.
Yeah, I mean things stay on the ground. Okay, I told you I'm not very good with English. Then how could you have understand the mirage effect, which I was talking about for an hour?
That has nothing to do with gravity, idiot. That's controlled by temperature, not gravity.
I mean,
doesn't say anything about gravity at all in any of the literature regarding miraging effects. It doesn't say anything about gravity anywhere in any of the literature regarding atmospheric refraction or miraging effects. It doesn't say anything about gravity. It doesn't mention it. It's not in the formulas. It's not in anything.
Yeah, but why the denser air stay on the ground? Tend to stay on the ground.
It's controlled. Mirages are controlled by temperature, which the temperature fluctuates the optical density. Optical density is controlled by temperature primarily. Yes. The refractive index, that's what the fluctuation in the refractive index is, the fluctuation in the optical density. It's the same thing, which is controlled primarily by temperature, which we went over in the citation.
You mean refractive index by that?
Yes.
Optical density?
Yep.
But in order to come from temperature to optical density, or refractive index, I should use my word, from temperature to refractive index, you have to, pass the density factor, the density of air. Could you just say that temperature is the reason for?
I don't say it. It's why, bro. That's why we were talking about if you have a balloon and you cool down the balloon, it shrinks, but it still has the same amount of gas molecules in the balloon, but they're more dense because of the temperature. Okay, so the balloon inside the balloon, there's now a higher refractive index. If you heat the balloon up, it gets bigger. The gas particles are still the same amount, but they're more spread apart. Okay, so now they have a lower refractive index. Okay.
Yes, you do agree that density is the key point in all of the temperature is just it can be affected by
temperature controls the density. The temperature controls the optical density. The temperature is the primary reason the refractive index has a gradient.
Pressure also have a great effect on density of something, and if it has effect on density of air molecules, then it would affect refractive index.
The temperature is what is the primary cause of the gradient in the refractive index. One more time in the side chat. Yes, it says it right here. Okay, right, it says it right here. Okay, so let's go over it again. Okay, so it says the density variation is primarily dependent upon temperature, indeed.
Yeah, it is saying that, but if you
It's just saying
understand
that.
basic
Yeah.
physics behind that and understand the concept of density, then
Oh my God,
this is
dude.
what you study in like in ninth standard. If
Yeah,
you,
yeah,
or in a high
yeah.
school,
Whatever,
high school,
bro. It's right there
or
in
the
the. It's
density.
right there in the citation.
Why you keep giving me sources? Just think.
Why
Use
you
your
keep
brain.
giving me sources to back up what you're saying from the American Meteorological Society?
Yeah, because you can think, you have brain, you have common sense to think that density is the main reason for the change in gradient, for the gradient in diffractive index.
Temperature, yeah, temperature is the main reason. It's what every single citation is going to tell you. The temperature change. Oh my God,
Temperature
bro,
affects the density. Density
you're
affects
not
the
very good at
diffractive
this.
index.
Yeah, the temperature changes the refractive index. Yes.
Yeah, the Indian moon landing is fake.
Yeah, obvious.
Okay, I cannot do it with that. So just look, search for the definition of diffractive index. Then
Okay.
diffractive index, not the diffractive index of gas or any other kind of, just pure diffractive index. And all pro to you people, you can use your brain and common sense to come to conclusions, to scientific conclusions. You don't need.
Dude, you're an idiot. That's the problem.
Oh sure. Oh, this is why you didn't believe the when I said I took a calculated guess of that place.
Yeah, you just guessed. You calculated
Yeah.
off a guess.
All you
You're
care
like
about is
your globe evidence is just you guessing something. Okay, so atmospheric refraction, according to the mainstream, okay? Refraction by an atmosphere. Hold on, bro. Refraction by an atmosphere. Dude,
I told you to.
What the hell?
A speaker. Then I'll speak.
Go ahead.
I told you to look about the refractive index, not atmospheric refraction.
Oh my God. What do you think the refractive index is? Okay, we're looking through the medium of air. Okay, so it's a gradient in the refractive index in the medium of air. That's what atmospheric refraction is.
Okay, okay, I will read
What are you
this.
talking about? What?
Constitution of refraction.
You're looking through the air, okay? And then mirages are caused when you have a difference in the refractive index, which is primarily changed by temperature, which changes the density of the gases.
When I said
It's all there. It's all there in the citation.
When I said you should look for the refractive index, I was expecting you to look at the basic definition where they take example of glass and all kind of stuff.
We're looking through air. We're looking through air, bro. We're not looking through different mediums here. We're looking through one medium. That's why it's called atmospheric refraction. It's not called Snell's law. It's not the law of refraction where you have two separate mediums. Okay? This is different. This is different to Snell's law. This is called atmospheric refraction because you're not looking through glass and water or water and air or anything like that. You're just looking through air.
Same. They have the same physics what you're talking about.
Do you agree that we're just looking through air when we make these observations?
Yeah. But do you agree that there are variations in density and which can lead to a differential change in refractive index of the medium, the air, atmosphere? Just agree. This is what you are saying.
Are you serious right now?
Yeah, I'm serious right now.
Okay, so you understand the citation.
Yeah, I I do know about atmospheric reflection. I do understand. I do know about refractive index that I told you to look at it.
Yeah.
So what? Also, you can use your common sense to guess stuff. When it said I took a calculated guess, you can use your common sense to take those kind of guesses to understand nature around you. Hopefully, I'm not muted right now. Okay, I'm not. Hello.
What? What do you want?
I don't know.
What do you want, bro?
Also, we can see the base of a mountain if the calculations done are right. The formula I used to calculate.
Dude, you can't see the base of the mountain because it's being blocked.
Yeah, it is. Even if it is being blocked, we can, if light can bend through this, we can see that. That's the refractive index. You should have.
So you're going against your own argument, idiot.
But that's giving what you're asking us to do is accept that the Earth is a globe in the first instance as well. Why should we do that?
Yes, when you said you accepted that is called proof by contradiction. I was just trying to use this proof by contradiction method to prove that Earth is not flat. Earth is a curvature from the beginning of this conversation. And you took that literally.
Oh my god, you're like, dude, are you freaking high on freaking curry or something right now? You sound like a moron.
You're being racist.
This is your argument, okay? I'm gonna put it to you basically. It's called circular
You
reasoning.
don't understand what's called proof by contradiction.
So you're not going to let me speak. So you're not going to let me speak.
Okay.
Right. Okay. Thanks. So what you're saying is we know the Earth is a globe because we can, in this observation, we can determine how much refraction is and how much we should or shouldn't be able to see of the mountain, right?
Yes.
And we know that there's that we know through this observation that there's a certain amount of the mountain we should and shouldn't be able to see, and there's refraction because the Earth's a globe, right? That's called circular reasoning, bro.
Circular reasoning is this some kind of physics
justify one or the other.
Is it some kind of I cannot hear what you're saying. Whoever just saying.
It said that the Earth is closed, but we cannot see it anywhere.
The Earth is globe because we cannot see the basis of those mountains. That is what I was talking about. Because at that point, light should have been invented
to
show it.
Prove it.
Okay.
It's just such faulty logic. It's just ridiculous. Like, obviously, if there's something in front of something, it's blocking it.
I mean,
hey, Riz. Right, so have a look at this observation quickly, okay? See this tower in the side chat? Don't tell me your internet can't load a freaking photo either. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Okay. Right, have a look at this next image. Okay, so that's the same tower, from 21 miles away. Okay, here's another shot during the day. Okay, that's the same tower from 21 miles away. The observation height is 5 feet.
The first
Do you know how
photo
much?
is
Do you know how much? Yeah. What's your
yeah,
question?
the first photo it is from.
It's from. Okay, so let me show you. A second.
The first photo is from how much distance away?
It's very close. I can get you the exact distance, but it's on the shoreline, right? So the shoreline is 21 miles away from the observation. So this is the shoreline here.
Mhm. So the first image you shared,
Yeah. This is the first
yeah.
image. It's just a screenshot of the image, just a close up.
Okay. Second picture, it is from how much far behind? How much?
21 miles away from the shoreline. Let me show you.
How can I find the credibility of this picture?
This is all taken from a high definition video that shows everything about the observation. So if you have questions, I can show you, okay? So have a look in the side chat. This is the location. Okay, this is the camera setup. Right, so you can see the camera's just 5 foot above the surface of the water. Okay, I'll show you the observation. This is the zoom. It's just uploading now.
– 21 miles, you said, right?
21 miles, yes.
I'm first convert into kilometers because the calculation.
33 kilometers.
Thank you so much. Let's see. The camera height was I forgot.
5 foot high, which is 1.5 meters is 5 foot.
What was the height of tower?
The height of what?
Tower. I need to know that.
1,200 feet.
Do you have information about the on what above how much MSL it is? It look like it is above the water, but I still need to know the mean sea level of this thing. I mean, it's obvious, but still.
Yeah, so the height of the lake is 4,200 feet above sea level.
Oh,
There is zero curvature. This is proof of a globe.
According to you, it should be proof of flat Earth.
No, I'm not presenting this as proof of flat Earth. I'm presenting this as very strong evidence that there's no geometric horizon at 4.4 kilometers and there's no curvature over 21 miles distance. That's what I'm presenting, right? This is debunking the claim to curvature on the globe. I'm not presenting this as flat Earth proof.
So proof by contradiction.
Do you know what is proof by contradiction?
This is a globe test, and it failed.
Mine has been passing for a lot of time. It has passed all the time in my observation, which I took from my hand, but I don't know what the credibility of the videos, all this things.
Well, this is all from a high definition video where you can see the entire observation start to finish. You can see him arriving, setting up his equipment, doing the observation during the day, doing the observation again at nighttime. Everything is documented in the video, which I'll share.
Yeah, link the YouTube videos. Link that
Not
YouTube video.
It's not YouTube. There you go.
Okay.
How we doing, everybody?
Hey, stop John Luna. Yeah, we're just showing our friend here that there's no curvature.
Neat.
That's right. There's no drop over distance over a body of water, like there should be if the Earth is a globe.
Don't
Yep.
give the secrets away. God. So 21 miles. Camera height, approximately 5 feet. That means at the other end that whoever's holding the camera would have to be 222 feet tall in order for that laser to hit the target. I don't think that happens in that video. Like, I'm not being a naysayer, but I don't think that brother is 222 feet tall.
I'm under the impression that Ben is quite short, so I don't think he's even 6 foot.
Well, he did say in the video that the camera and the laser was set at approximately 5 feet. So normally, most of the flat earth guys, when they say something's set at, say, 5 foot, it normally means it's underneath that. And they just round it up to the next one, just to give the Globers a fair chance. That's my experience so far. I'm quite happy to be proven otherwise.
Yeah, Ben's quite generous in that respect. He even gives them their 7/6R.
Oh yeah, we can give them standard refraction all day long. It doesn't help them one bit.
Well, how about we change the mindset? How about we say, we've got no idea what we live on. All we're going to do is use a tool that we know is flat and level, a laser, and we're going to shoot the laser. We're going to set it up so it's horizontal, and that's all we know about it. We've got a laser that goes for 20, 30 miles. It's horizontal. That's it. What can we do now to check the ground out? We can measure the start and measure the end, the height from the ground to the laser. If it's curved, that height should change. Very obvious. If it's not curved, the height should not change. Very simple. That's all these guys have done. The problem is a lot of these ball believers seem to think we're out there trying to prove one thing, when all in actual fact, you can go out there totally neutral and see which way it actually goes, either side of your laser. Really simple stuff, man. So, given the radius of 39, 59 miles, we can calculate out how much of a drop there should be at the back end of that laser. So in this case, 222 feet. So let's go around the other end, grab our trusty tape measure and measure it. That's it.
Hey Ryu, you asked all of the variables about this observation. What is your conclusion about it? What are you gonna say? You asked about the height, the distance, or something like that, right? And the how tall the tower was. So what's happening here?
What is the name of tower?
Oh, what is the name of the guy that made the tower?
No, the tower. Like, what is the name of this tower?
Why does that matter? I'll get it for you, but why does that matter? I'll get you the name of the tower. But you can see the tower. You can see the tower from close up, and then you can see the tower from 21 miles away, and you can see the exact same amount of the tower. It doesn't matter what the name of the tower is, but I will get it for you right now. 1 second.
Hey, after getting the name of the tower, make sure you get the brand of the guy that took the picture was wearing that day.
I'll get the calculation.
All right, it's the Kenneth Garfield smelter stack. It's 1,000, just like I told you. Sorry, Kenneth Garfield smelter stack. The horizon should be at 2.7 miles if the Earth's a globe. There is no horizon over the entire 21 miles.
Yeah, but what is the tower made of?
It's a cement.
What kind of cement?
Extra straight.
American cement.
2000
Best
2000 psi.
Best quality cement in the world. American.
Okay, if it's not Chinese cement, that means Earth is globe.
It's made of refracted cement.
I'm more concerned about the date of manufacture. Not worried about what type of cement's used.
What was the ratio of water and arena? Sand? We say arena, so we said sand in Spanish, arena. I said arena. It's kind of funny. Trying to translate in my mind. Yeah, what was the ratio of water and sand and limestone in that cement? And how much rebar was used?
But I have more strikes than he's bleeding. I'm not.
That has to do anything. Give it that ref.
He's the best. He's the only ref in this game. That's what.
I'll pick it up.
He was like that one game.
Mario Yamasaki. He used to
¿Cómo estamos?
die.
Yeah, delivery.
I can't tell if people are hot miking or what.
Gracias.
Yeah, it was definitely a hot bite.
I'll see.
I wish I was hot biting.
Okay, so where are we at? Did we settle it?
No, he's got no response, it seems. He's trying to guess some kind of refraction formula that helps him salvage his globe.
Oh, great. Maybe instead of that, he could just do a ray diagram, like with MS Paint. I mean, we get MS Paint submissions as proof all the time, may as well.
So yep, mute up, Rizhu. It's all over.
I'll be back.
Yeah, sure you will.
It's okay. It'll be okay. Right. you'll survive after, after the realization that Earth is not a globe. Life does go on. Okay.
Hey, does anyone have a GIF by any chance of this? Oh, actually, I do. So, Rizhu, here's another one that just completely destroys the globe.
Is he still contemplating something? Is he doing homework? What's going on? Stunned into submission?
He's asking Lord Vishnu for guidance.
Reading some articles or watching some YouTube videos and doing real mathematical calculation do take time, and we have to consider a lot of variables in that, so it does take time. Also, the image you have provided, I saw on Google Earth, and you can see that too, that it is a hilly region, and yeah, the image will vary a lot.
It's a lake, bro. The target is the shoreline on the other side of the lake, right? The horizon.
There are coordinates. There are coordinates given in the video of those 2 points. Cameras. Yeah, you can see that.
The coordinates. Okay, so between coordinate A and coordinate B, in between those, there's only water between them.
Yeah, but the camera was mounted on the ground, and
it's sitting in the water. It's sitting in the water, and it's 5 foot above.
I just looked at the initial of these 2 points, and there was a difference of. Let me check how much distance. I'm not. The distance of the elevation was.
Dude, it's a lake. There can't be a difference in elevation on one side of the lake and the other side of the lake.
The coordinates. You're guessing. You're just guessing. You can just look at.
No, I'm not guessing. It's a lake, bro. Do you think the water's diagonal?
Hey, Riz, are you using a calculator to calculate what it should be versus what's happened in the video, showing what actually happened? Slightly different.
Yeah, I'm using calculator and the information on the internet. The elevation information about elevation.
Bro,
Yeah,
it's
that-
over the surface of the water. It's shoreline to shoreline, and it's only water between. Okay, so if you're looking at different elevations, maybe the elevation is the surface underneath the water that they're calculating. They're not calculating the surface of the water, perhaps, but it's a lake. It's a
Go to
lake.
Google, look how much hilly that region is, and
What do you mean hilly? It doesn't. The hills aren't. Dude, it's over the lake. The hills have nothing to do with the lake. This is just across water. It's across water, dumbass.
Like hills of water? What?
The distance of the show and the tower is 2 kilometers. Go on Google Map and check it. It's 2 kilometers, and in 2 kilometers, elevations can vary a lot, and I can tell you that. And I have just and I had calculated.
The target is the shoreline on the other side.
The shoreline and the tower, the tower to the shoreline, like it's 2 kilometers, and where the camera is mounted. For that, I have the exact coordinate of that.
Dude, this is the observation. The yellow line here in this image, shoreline to shoreline.
But you are considering the tower.
It's across water. Okay, if the Earth is a globe and the water's stuck to the outside of it, as is claimed, then it has to curve at a certain rate. That would dictate a geometric horizon and an amount of drop over distance with respect to a horizontal plane of reference.
Go to Google Earth at that place and look how much elevation are varying. Just go and look at it.
You are coping, sir. You're coping.
Oh my god, dude. I can't believe what I'm hearing right now.
That the people laughing probably don't have any idea about what MSL is, what elevations are, what is it, mirage effect, what is inverted, what is node effect.
Holy crap.
You don't know what elevations are, dude. Oh my
Riz,
God,
Like he's never been outside before.
This guy's amazing.
Riz, if you watch the video, Riz, just slow down. You're trying to account for things that don't even exist. Watch the video again. The two things you need to know. The two things you need to know. Number one, the elevation of the optic or the laser or the camera. Okay? So that is 5 feet above water level. That's it. The second one you need to know. Distance from the optic to the item being observed. If you know those two things, you put that information into Earth Curve Calculator and it will tell you how much drop there should be, given that we are supposed to be on a ball. Now, when we do the reality check, we check and see if that happened. What you're doing is you're going back to the calculator and saying, calculator is true. And you're forgetting about the video showing that it's not true.
But my calculator is giving the satisfactory result.
Calculator is not reality.
There's a chance, guys. There's a chance that we don't understand him. So please, Rizu, if you think it'll help, why don't you open MS Paint or your favorite painting app of your choice and draw us a picture of what you think is happening here.
Yeah, we got to give him some benefit of the doubt, you know, because he said he's an engineer. So we'll wait for that.
Yeah, we would appreciate a drawing of what you're trying to convey.
Because this was being live streamed, I thought few people might change their mind on the other side of the video. And yeah, and I, of course, I never expected you to understand my point because, of course,
Rizhu, dude, look at the close up of the tower. You can see the bottom of the tower. And then 21 miles away, you can still see the bottom of the tower. You can see the shoreline. You can see the shoreline, which should be 223 foot below the curvature of the Earth. Just the shoreline. The shoreline. You can see the shoreline, bro.
exactly as I was doing hours ago, and you can still say that I am feeling very sleepy. So
Yeah, very sleepy, right? Sure, bro.
I mean, it's you can search for India time. You know, I'm India. So okay.
Dude, you can see the lights reflecting off the water from the town.
Those lights are supposed to be behind at least 280 feet. Like if you give some of those lights 20 feet, then they're supposed to be behind 280 feet of curvature.
Well, the reflections should be. But you can see in the close-up image, it's just a shoreline.
Maybe it's just the way they built the lake. They built it that way, right?
Because it's man-made. Someone used that argument last week, I think. It's flat because it's man-made.
Man, this observation makes them cope so hard. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's the kryptonite for the Globers. No, that guy ran away.
Oh, that was comedy gold. That cracked me up.
DJ, I've actually been an observer. I've referenced that observation and measurement about 70 times according to the search results over the past 4 years.
Just that same one that we just went over then.
Yeah. But I'd mostly posted the YouTube link to it.
Ah, yeah.
That's how impressed I was by it, like back when I first saw it. So 4 years ago. It's like, it's throwing it out there. Long time ago.
Yeah. I didn't even care about the laser test part of it, just the observation in it. That's the real killer.
I do have evidence of my claim, but I'm not gonna show it to you guys because you will not comprehend it.
Dude, that was hilarious. He refused to show that, and then as soon as Amish came in and wanted to talk to him about what he said we couldn't understand, he said he doesn't know much about it. GIS or whatever it is. Oh, that guy was such a freaking clown.
Yeah, Amish scare him away.
Vector calculus scares everybody away.
Did someone say clown? Did someone mention clown?
Mm-hmm.
My daughter heard that and said, "My dad is not a clown." I said, "He's not calling me a clown. It was to someone else."
That's hilarious.
Wow, man. And you guys said he's coping hard. I mean, that was an understatement. Like, forget about what you guys are seeing. Look at the Google calculations I just did with my calculator. Oh my gosh, dude, that was so good. I needed that laugh. That was probably the hardest I laughed in a few days. It was great.
Yeah, how can it be real when my computer says it's false?
Don't you guys have internet? Like, check your eyes.
Listen, that same guy, it was here earlier before. That was his conversation. Then we spoke to Mimi, and then this guy came back. Sui or whatever. He said that he uses the geodetic surveying, and they measured. They do measurements and observations, right? Measurements, and then they use an error to add the curvature to the measurements. So he was, yeah, we adjust it to the error rate because the Earth is a globe. That's why we have to add the error.
Right, and they have to pick which globe that they want to use. Otherwise, they won't know how much to calculate it. So there's WGS 84, NAD 83, NAD 27, Clark and Bessel ellipsoids, and everything in between, going back 150 years. Which
These
globe?
are the
Correct
best,
globe.
everybody. These are the best and brightest.
Oh my god. Oh man.
Yeah. Hey, Mr. Amish, I have a request. Can you touch up or sum it up with the GIS real quick if you can, if you have time?
Yeah, what's your ask?
The things that you were gonna talk to that guy earlier, right?
Yeah, basically.
What was it, GIS, right?
Yeah, basically, I was asking him if he understood how to use vector calculus to swap one coordinate reference system to another. So if you go from one of these reference ellipsoids to another, you're going to need vector calculus. And what basically that is, like, you know how if you were to follow a line of latitude, eastward or westward, like let's say you're at 45 degrees north latitude, your base vector is going to be constantly changing at a rate of change. And vector calculus allows you to quantify that rate of change throughout the entire grid. So if you were to head in a straight line, you'd eventually find yourself going way off course compared to the curving latitude line. All right, so if you're going to use different grids, the grids may not align with each other, and you need to be able to quantify how much they're not aligned with each other.
Okay. I see. I might have to look into it a little bit deeper.
Yeah, so an extreme example is like a checkerboard versus a spherical grid that they use for latitude and longitude, and they don't map together. Because when you project one onto the other, you're going to get distortions. So,
I see.
Computer systems automatically calculate a lot of that. I mean, like, people who work in GIS are not sitting here, doing vector calculus by hand to figure this crap out, but they'll go to classes on this. They need to learn some of the underlying principles at play.
I see. Well, I don't really know calculus, so I'm probably gonna have to look into it a little bit deeper. But thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
So the checkerboard example. Let's say the surveyor is drawing maps on a. Is the surveyor using the Cartesian coordinate? How can I say this? The surveyor is drawing these measurements across a field and drawing lines from point A to point B, or how many points there are. And let's say he ends up with a checkerboard of lines, right? And then after that, he projects the checkerboard into a sphere or onto a sphere.
Okay, yeah.
I'm asking. I'm not saying that's what he's doing. I'm kind of like picturing it.
Yeah.
In that sense, because you mentioned checkerboards and. Yeah. So those lines on the checkerboard originally, they're gonna change because you are wrapping them around a sphere.
Yeah, like they don't. So there are a lot of choices that go into this ahead of time, right? Like if I'm going to do a survey and I'm going to do it the way these old people did, like 140 years ago, I would go out, I would find a landmark, I'd create a landmark, and I would obtain its position, right? And I might actually use latitude and longitude to obtain its position. The second I decided to use latitude and longitude is the second that I've decided that my basis of reference is going to be spherical. Now, if I didn't do that, instead I took coordinates from like a state plane grid, which doesn't use spherical coordinates, but uses maybe some kind of localized coordinates, those could be checkerboard coordinates. And I'd say the landmark starts here. And then I'd start building my survey network out from that by taking angle measurements to the surveying rod and then moving it and creating that triangulated grid that you've seen in some of these images, or it's like a series of triangles that are chained together. So each of these points then I might want to fix to certain coordinates. So let's say I do all this surveying, and potentially as I'm going, I want to fix my points. to spherical coordinate system. As I go, I'm actually updating my measured lengths by fixing them to the stars. So when I go about this way and I use the star-based spherical grid, I'm actually forcing errors into my own measurements because I think the sphere is real, or I need to use the spherical coordinate system. So let's say I measure a distance, it's like 10 miles or something. And then according to the stars, according to latitude, longitude, it shouldn't be 10 miles, but it should be like 9.8. I'd say, okay, I'm going to use 9.8 because that matches where it should be if I'm using latitude and longitude. Does that make sense? So you could go about this at every point, and you can add these teeny tiny incremental errors as you go along, or in some cases, as we read in like the American, what is it, the triangulation arc of the parallel, that massive survey they did along the line of latitude. They did a majority of their surveying using planar surveys, and they went hundreds of miles. And then they went back with the math after they did the plane surveys with flat triangles, and then they bent each of the points of intersection. Well, they put each of the points of intersection on a spherical lat and long grid, and this bent the line lengths from being straight to slightly curved.
I see. Okay, I got it now. Yeah. For the most part, yeah. I think I get the idea. Yep. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And, you know, not all latitude and longitude is the same latitude and longitude either. So if they say we're using the Clark or Bessel ellipsoid, they're very similar in their dimensions. That's a presupposed size of Earth with its own radius, its own flattening at the poles, creating a bulbous center. So it's going to have what's called a different semi-major and minor axes. You know, and then the poles may not be exactly aligned either. So they might use one of these, or they might use, in modern times, WGS84. Why not? Everybody loves WGS84. But if you were to take latitude and longitude from one of those old ellipsoids from the mid to late 1800s and compare it to WGS84, the latitude and longitude lines don't match up.
I see. Wow,
Right,
you
so the
went
points of
you went
intersection
deep. You
match.
studied this. You put a lot of times in, researching this stuff, man. Hats off to you, Mr. Amish.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, these globers put forth the challenge and said, this is proof of the globe. And I'm like, I'm going to figure this out. You can read the documents, and they describe the process exactly as that. They're doing planar surveys, and either as they go, they will fix control points, latitude, longitude, or they might wait until they're done with the big section and then do it, or they might wait until they're done with the whole freaking thing and then do the calculations there. And in these documents, dude, they're describing that they're throwing out observations that don't quite match the globe spheroid that they're using. So there's a lot of this going on, and it just reflects an underlying belief that they think that they live on a damn globe, even though they're measuring the Earth flat.
So this is kind of like similar to like the surveying, right? Like geodetic survey, right? Like they measure linear. Oh, okay. Like they measure the linear distance, right? And then they kind of like convert the math and wrap around the ball. Is that right?
Yeah. This is why yesterday when Mike was talking to Duncan, aka Flat Earthers Are Silly, and he appealed to geodetic surveying, the geoid and the ellipsoid models, right? He said, have you ever heard of it? Because he was challenged, when was it measured? And he goes, yeah, it's been measured. Geodetic surveying. Have you heard of the geoid and the ellipsoid? Right? And Mike said, okay, show us how they did it. Show us the measurements. Show us what they did. He went straight to satellites. Not on the ground surveying. He went straight to the satellites, bro, because he couldn't appeal to the ground surveys because they don't measure it.
Right.
I mean,
what makes it geodetic is they're using a spheroid, also called a reference ellipsoid. Okay, so they introduce the spheroid as their standard, that all measurements must conform to the coordinate reference system that is laid out upon these dimensions. And so they'll show you a ball. The ball will have a radius, will have a circumference, and it may not be entirely even in all directions.
So they have the standard, and then they have that on paper. They're getting ready. We have the standard, and now we're gonna go to the field to do the work, the work in the realist level. So they draw their measurements, and then the measurements doesn't give them the sphere. They grab the measurements and use what is what will be the term that you will use where you grab the measurements and you use this error that this guy earlier mentioned? We grab the measurements, we use the error, and then adjust it to the sphere, to the geo.
Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. So if you go to the literature, right, whether you're reading these comprehensive surveys and they're describing their method, or you go to the textbooks on the subject, and one of the best series of textbooks you can find is by Helmert, a German surveyor, and I think he worked on optics too or something. Regardless, he wrote the book on geodetic surveying. This process you described, where you take these flat measurements and bend it to a chosen reference ellipsoid, is called a reduction. It's called a mathematical reduction to a horizontal datum, or horizontal reduction to a datum. And what they're doing is imagine taking a checkerboard and you're reducing it, you're lowering it onto a beach ball. There are going to be certain mathematical processes that you follow in order to get that curvature as correct as possible. But there's no way to actually do this completely, because you're projecting one surface onto another that have two different, what are called topologies. Right, so that's where the coordinates don't exactly always line up, but they do appear statistically similar to each other at shorter scales. You would not be able to differentiate between the two, and that's why they say, well, you can't tell, right, at small scales ant on a basketball because the curvature is too slight. You know, the ant's too small, the Earth's too big, the basketball's too big. And they say, but at greater distances, we know that Earth is a ball. Well, guess what? If you measure Earth flat, right, and you measure it within the tight tolerances that we do, 40-kilometer lasers that are deviating by just a meter from a flat Earth, right? When you do that, you are debunking the distances of latitude and longitude calculations. And you're doing it statistically significant enough to the point it does matter, because you're able to show the height deviation, which can be like hundreds of feet.
Sometimes they do appeal to
this little
optics,
point. My bad, T-Dub. Is it T-Dub with us speaking? Because you brought out a point about that guy, Duncan.
Go ahead, man.
Because look at this, right? Duncan has been here for a while, so he had all these arguments with people, the conversation probably 100 times, right? And when you guys were trying to bring him to this point, he went to satellites, right? He didn't want to talk about what we're talking about, the horizontal reduction to datum that Sporadic just mentioned. But the guy that was here today, that probably never had this conversation before with people in here, he actually spoke about this. He said it was an error adjustment, but he admits that this is what they're doing, but he's doing it backwards, because he's saying we already live in a globe, and this is why we have to horizontal measurements to the datum, which is funny, because Duncan doesn't want to admit that. He wants to jump, like you say, he jumped to satellites. That's why I think this is why he jumped to satellites, because he didn't want to do what this guy did today, saying that we're using an error to adjust it. Go ahead.
Yeah, aren't satellites using spherical coordinate reference systems? I mean, it's how everybody understands them to work, even though it's not exclusive to them. But I mean, so they presuppose a ball. The second they jump to anything that's latitude, longitude, or spherical,
without substantiating that presupposition, they're assuming they're basically affirming the consequent.
Exactly. The guy today, he was affirming the consequence because he said, we know we live in a globe. That's why we have to use the error adjustment to the measurement. So it's interesting how it's kind of backwards thinking.
Well, yeah, and it was circular because he was saying we know the Earth's a globe because of the refraction. We know there's refraction because the Earth's a globe. Based
Yeah,
on the
that's another good
observation.
point to bring in. Wanted to introduce real quick, like the topic of refraction with geodetic surveying. So they'll invoke refraction, right? So when, over time, over the past 140 years of surveying, people started to notice that their flat Earth measurements weren't exactly comporting to the globe that they were fixing all the coordinates in real life to. So they're fixing real life coordinates to a model, to like the reference ellipsoid. They noticed the difference. And so they would look around in nature for explanations. So they said, okay, a big problem here is refraction. And then they started coming up with deflection of the vertical. They're like, hey, you know what? All that shit that Einstein came up with about gravity fields. Yeah, I mean, maybe the stars aren't really where we think they are because of gravity fields. So then they started introducing, in addition to refraction, something called the deflection of the vertical, which is gravitational warping of light. I'm not making this up. Like, this has been in the literature for going back 100 years easily. So they would say, all right, I should be at this coordinate system if Earth is a globe, but when I do all of my astrogeodetic measurements, that is when I look at the stars at night, they aren't exactly where they are or where they need to be. So, man, it must be a gravity field, a local gravity anomaly. And they ended up building maps of local gravity anomalies called geoid maps. And so they'd use that to further reify their position in a ball. And the geoid is based off of a reference ellipsoid. So that the geoid shows where gravity's strongest and weakest based off of where they think they are on Earth. And the reason why that is somewhat spheroidal in form is because it's based off of a reference ellipsoid in the first place, like WGS 84. So they modify WGS 84 even further to add gravimetric undulations. And then you can read, like, in these symposiums that they have, where all the geodetic surveyors from different parts of the world come together to talk about problems. There was like one symposium where one of the keynote speakers delivered this speech on a paper he wrote called "The Use and Abuse of the Deflection of the Vertical in Surveying," and basically shamed the entire industry for using gravity as an excuse for shitty surveying.
Right. And another thing I wanted to bring up was the appeal to optics on occasion, so that they'll make these long distance observations at height, right? So first they'll gauge the heights of two mountains respective to a horizontal plane from sea level, right? So they've measured it flat, and they're assuming that there's a horizontal plane that extends out from the point of sea level to underneath these two mountains, and then they'll gauge those mountains' height based on angles, right? They'll give them a value of height, and then they'll go up onto the top of the mountains or at certain elevations above on the mountain, right, and make observations to another mountain, right, to the other mountain, saying that if I'm at this height, I should be equal with the top of that other mountain, right, in a horizontal plane. And then they'll take their theodolite measurement and see that the top of the mountain in the distance is below eye level, right? And say, well, this is because the Earth's curving, right? So fundamental flaws right there. So why are they accepting the heights of the mountains based on a horizontal plane and then going up onto the tops of the mountains and saying that they're not at the equal level because the Earth's curving?
Yeah, it's funny too how when we talk to Globers like this who bring this claim up, they always claim that it's a bit lower. But due to terrain elevations over vast distances, there are flat parts of Earth and there are concave parts of Earth as a globe. So how come you got people, we can name names if we want, that come in and they show us always perfect curvature everywhere all over the place, when their own model predicts that they're going to be flat parts and bowl-shaped parts that you could find yourself in, and you'd have to differentiate between that. So the other thing is, I think you were touching on reciprocal zeniths. Is that correct?
Kind of, yeah. If you do it both ways, but like in the case of like Jesse Path of Lies, right? He'll just do it the one way, right? The thing is, it's optical, right? You're using instruments over long distances, which increases error margins. Okay, and you will not get the same results throughout the day and on differing days, and different depending on weather conditions and things like that. Right. So
yeah, that's
it's
a big
going
part
to
of
fluctuate. They'll cherry pick the ones that match what their expectations.
Exactly. They cherry pick. Every day, different times of day, it's going to be different. We read in these surveys that they throw out data, observations that don't match what they think should be there based off the coordinate system that they chose to use at first. The other thing, T-Dub, is, for them to make some of these claims that they do, particularly with the reciprocal zenith angles, they love to talk about these small angles that they have in their high tolerance or low error margins. What they're actually claiming to be able to do is to measure level with respect to a common point of origin. This means observer A and observer B with theodolites that are looking at each other. This is the part they don't want you to know. They are claiming that they're both level with respect to a common center in the middle of Earth, 3959 miles away. Do you think those levels, no matter how good they are capable of a degree of accuracy over 3959 miles to make these teeny tiny arc minutes of degree observations valid? I don't think so.
I found a term here never heard before. It's called datum transformation, where they transform from one datum to the other one because they have to convert the coordinates in the geodetic datums from one to the other because they don't add up. It's interesting. There's so many terms so many things that they have to do to go from the measurements, the actual measurements that don't measure any curve, to then go to the datums and transform it into different ones. It's interesting.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of fudge factor going on. And what's interesting is it only matters if you're trying to make it globe conformal. Otherwise, the surveying that they're doing and the error corrections they're doing are mostly inconsequential, I think, for the kinds of projects that they're working on because the distances being so short.
Welcome to the new people. You are welcome to open your mic and ask questions. You can direct your questions to Teed Up or Sporadic. Go ahead. Just checking. Types of transformations. Geometric transformation. Molodensky transformation, Helmert transformation, grid-based transformation, 2D versus 3D.
Make the hot dogs very short. Make the hot dogs very short. We feast.
Let's mute DJ real quick. Okay. It will make sense that you will have different datums. So if you're trying to map the world, some datums will give you, I don't know, a surface area, like you were saying. There is concavity, there is convexity, certain altitudes. If you want the datum for an area, a city, it's gonna. I mean, there's different datums for different projections. You can use different datums, so they might give you good references. But the fact that the datums that they use are picked to be in a sphere sense or nonsense. Geoid.
Yeah, like modern surveying equipment, these total stations, they'll have all this baked into the computer system, and you can go in the settings and you can change. Like you can override the defaults with different datums, including a flat one. Anyway, I posted a screenshot from a document I took down the other day. Naval Postgraduate School. Document is incorporation of a differential GPS, that's DGPS, in the control of an unmanned aerial vehicle for precise navigation in the local tangent plane. What's that about? Here's the abstract. The purpose of this thesis is to incorporate GPS and inertial navigation system guidance of an unmanned aerial vehicle seeking precise navigation in a local tangent plane. By applying the differential positioning technique, GPS data becomes more accurate. And so on. This document's about how if you ditch the globe and go with flat local tangent planes, it's more accurate.
Yeah, it's more accurate. That's the crux over there. Yeah, it's accurate. Yeah, more accurate.
And this isn't the only example. Like this is the reason why this paper exists is because this has been known and is all over the world. You know, different regions of countries have different standards for which datums to use and different methods. Different countries have different reference ellipsoids. The Chinese government has one. The Chinese government, by law, requires all surveyors to be licensed, and you can only do surveying if you are licensed. So no backyard surveying. And all surveys must use the Chinese globe datum. And all survey data that anybody takes, no matter how innocent, cannot leave the country of China. And if anybody takes their survey data with them outside of China, they go to jail. Isn't it interesting that they force everybody to use like communist? It's like geodetic communism.
Yeah, model communism. You must stick to this model.
So I downloaded this app that apparently tells you, it shows you the locations of all the GPS satellites above you, right, in a radius. I'm not sure what the radius was, but when I pulled it up, it was like something crazy, like 60 or something. It was showing. What? But like that kind of makes sense. Like that they to get accuracy, they need a lot above any particular given point. You know, because if they could just use like a few over long distances and use the globe geometry, it should be just accurate, right? They shouldn't need like multiple over small areas, right? I don't know. Like just what you said about that makes sense. Like, yeah, ditching the globe, treating it as flat gives you better accuracy.
Yeah. So what does that do for people's claims of plumb bob alignment? Right. So going back to reciprocal zeniths, the claim is that observer A and observer B, looking at each other, can drop plumb bobs 39, 59 miles, give or take, and they'll touch. Well, I mean, if you're using a local tangent plane, that's not happening. It means you have greater accuracy by not assuming reciprocal zeniths are possible. So when somebody says that reciprocal zeniths prove a globe, and then you can pull out the literature and documentation and say, actually, especially over the distance that you globers are claiming reciprocal zenith angles, literature says it's more accurate not to use them. Just treat Earth as flat so you don't drop two plumb bobs and they touch. They stay parallel. No reciprocation of zeniths. I mean, it's what I find fascinating just over and over again. Like in any discipline you look, you just peel back the layers of delusion just a little bit and you see the trick. You see everything. You're like, well, why the hell is it taking a bunch of nerds on the internet to come together and figure this out? Like you got people that devote their entire professional academic lives to studying material just like this. We're doing it in our spare time and we're finding all these problems. I mean, and many times we're actually just pointing out the problems that they've identified, but incorrectly diagnosed. So like in the case of that geodetic surveying symposium, where the guy was railing about deflection of the vertical, the gravitational field corrections being abused to cover up shitty surveying. I mean, he's not like Earth is flat, guys. You know, he's not saying, guys, I figured it out, the Earth is flat, so you can stop doing this now. No. He's just saying you guys are doing this too much. And he's like urging the need for more accurate gravimetric readings. Which, by the way, this is essentially done by taking a box all over the world and dropping stuff inside the box and measuring how it drops. And then they'll go fly the box around in airplanes and take them on boats, and they'll drop the thing in the box and they'll measure how much gravity is pulling this object off in a certain direction. You know, that's how they claim to actually do it. I mean, it's got more sophistication than that, but that's how they started doing it. That's the principle.
So like, okay, I guess guys, we need a bigger box. That'll save the globe. I mean, so now you got to wonder, like, where did this urban myth come up where you can go somewhere on Earth and park your car like on a level and flat surface and it seems to roll uphill? Now, I gotta wonder if like geodetic surveyors first noticed that by applying these corrections. And then they would tell their friends, and their friends would tell friends, and eventually it becomes urban myth. And somebody says, hey, guys, this is the impossible hill. And then it makes its way into travel brochures, and people go there. And maybe it's not really happening.
In the reciprocal angles from point A to point B, they also bring up that they have to adjust for refraction and curvature of the Earth.
Right, which gives them more than enough fudge factor they need to make their claim true. You know, in addition,
datum adjustment.
Yeah. Listen, the level of precision they require for a leveling level to 3959 miles from two locations, that level of precision is outstripped by all the error corrections that they fudge around and mess around with refraction and vertical deflections of gravity. I mean, that's a huge problem. Never mind, too, that they often begin with a spherical coordinate reference system in the first place. Hey, Bob, where are you at? Well, I'm at this latitude and that longitude. Where are you at, Jim? Well, I'm at this latitude and that longitude. Great. Let's calculate the distance. I mean, once they begin doing that, they're already using calculated distances. They're calculating a curve length and arc length around a spherical coordinate grid. That's not a measurement. I mean, it could be pretty close, but the flat Earth measurement could also be significant enough to throw off whatever curvature calculation that they're presupposing. All right, so like in the case of the celestial theodolite thing that Dr. Heffron and the aether cosmology people are doing, they just willy-nilly accepted a distance of 50.7 kilometers between 2 points of interest. They accepted this based off of a spherical latitude-longitude calculation called the Haversine. And they then said, you know, we'll accept this as the flat Earth measurement. And they're like, oh wow, this adjusts. If we apply our method, the mountain should be about 200 meters below where we see it, but it's actually up there. Well, funny enough, if you actually look at a projection comparison of the flat Earth and the calculated globe Earth difference, you also get about 200 meters. But that's not, I mean, that's not even a real measurement of flat Earth either. That's just projecting. So, like, guys, I mean, every time we measure the Earth flat, we debunk spherical coordinate system arc lengths. So we know the distances by just using like WGS84 without refraction, without gravimetric corrections, that raw wire mesh grid, we debunk that. We debunk the distances and the ability to triangulate on that. We debunk all of it with a simple flat Earth measurement. Absolutely. So they use optical refraction corrections and gravimetric corrections in order to basically flatten it back out again. So, it's insane, dude. Like this is what's been going on for the past 140 years in the field of surveying, and nobody's figured it out yet. Well, I mean, they're flat Earth surveyors, so I shouldn't say that.
Where does the practicality kicks in when you do these adjustments to the geoids? Is it just to make a datum and a drawing of the whole thing and make it look a certain way? Or how are you going to apply those adjustments to the work that you're going to do in the field? I mean, hopefully that question makes sense.
Yeah, I think
Like,
so.
okay, so yeah, go ahead.
So, like, you're out in the field, you're taking angle measurements. Now, you need to figure out where you are in relation to where that is and where other things are. And you take your angle measurements and you start calculating real world distances by triangulation. But every point of intersection that you're at, you know, where the surveying rod is, where you are, where Bob is with his theodolite, don't exactly match what everybody's trigonometry says if Earth is a globe.
Yeah.
Right? So that's the thing. They say, okay, Earth has to be a globe. Therefore, my measurements must be slightly off a little bit. So they say, where should my coordinates be? Okay, let's whip out the spherical coordinate grid, latitude, longitude. Okay. Well, it looks like I am here, but I measured there. Well, that's how much my surveying must have been off. So really,
and,
I mean,
there is the surveyor that is gonna draw those lines across the field and say this is here, but it's supposed to be there or whatever. But when the architect or the engineer or whatever, when that, because the surveyor is not gonna lay the cement and lay the lines, is he?
Right. Right. I mean, really, I mean, how this was done before computers was they would go to the stars. They basically do celestial navigation. They'd say, here's where my position is that I measured during the day with my elevation and azimuthal angles. Here's the actual distance. Let me whip out my sextant and apply celestial navigation principles to get my coordinate fix in latitude and longitude. So they'll measure like the declination and right ascension of a star, and they'll whip out their sidereal clock, and they'll do all the calculations, and they'll say, aha, according to the stars, I'm at this location. Well, if that's at that location and I'm at this location, then the distance should really be a bit shorter than what I measured. So let me update my measurements. And, you know, actually, I took about 30 measurements that day. 5 of them actually fit closest to what I measured with the stars. I'm going to throw all the others out and keep those 5 because those must have been the most accurate because I confirmed it using the celestial sphere reference grid.
Earlier, you mentioned a term that I think it might be some important flag on this thing. Because there are such things as landmarks, right? Landmarks, you mentioned landmarks.
Yeah.
I mean, like, there's positions in the world that have been there, and it's a landmark that people reference from that point beyond. What do you comprehend about landmarks, and how do you think that will, I don't know, fall into this topic? Landmarks.
Yeah, I mean, just briefly, these are land locations that are kind of set as points of origin, which may be used for certain datums that are used more locally or maybe chained together regionally. You might be able to find one in a city if you go. Your local government website might even tell you where they are. And you can go there and they might have like a metal plate saying, you know, landmark A, this is blah, 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 and it might give like even latitude and longitude. So there are landmarks like this that they use for benchmarks, but you can make one. You can make one yourself.
Yeah, because if you can build your own datum about your town, and you could use crayons to mark your landmark,
right?
To your date to be to your datum, adjusted to your datum or whatever. This is
right.
the position in this line in my datum. Go ahead.
Yeah, man, you can say, I'm going to start at my apple tree in my backyard. That's my landmark. And I'm going to measure a distance from the apple tree to Bob's farmhouse over there. And now that I've got that measurement, I've got a linear datum that I can use. I've got a line of measurement that I can copy and paste, essentially, and help make surveying easier over longer distances. Now, if I were to take that line and curve it in accordance with latitude and longitude, well, now I'm assuming a spherical coordinate reference system, but I don't have to. It's more accurate if I don't.
So starting from your position, if you take the horizontal frame of reference, but then if you want to adjust it to the globe, the further you go, the more adjustment you're gonna have to be doing. So the crooked it gets. So I don't know. It's this whole effort about building these datums into the globe. I think datums can be very useful, but yeah, I guess they hijacked the use of the datums because you said there's datums that are not globes. Obviously, I imagine like I don't know the Cartesian coordinates and that kind of stuff. I mean,
Yeah, that's right. The datum.
cut up. The whole effort of the datums and to wrapping up around globes is, I guess they had to do that and put a lot of effort into doing that. Because obviously, if you're gonna sell the globe, you're gonna have to hijack everything you can, surveying being an important thing.
So there's a Swiss American named Friedrich Hassler. He was commissioned by Thomas Jefferson to survey the East Coast. It became the U.S. Coastal Survey. And the office today, the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, is an outgrowth of that very office. So is NOAA. They claim the same heritage because they split. So Friedrich Hassler is credited with coming up with the idea of using celestial navigation concepts with surveying on the ground. And, you know, being the age of sailing and exploration and all that, I mean, it was wonderful. It's like, yeah, why not? Why can't we use one common coordinate reference system, whether you're over land or over the ocean? Duh. So that's how that started. But his surveying initially did not incorporate this method the way we think of it today. He actually assumed that he was baking in the globe as he was going along with his surveying, but he didn't have a spherical coordinate datum the way we understand it. He built
Or
one from scratch
on a
as he was
computer
going.
and a software that will adjust everything for him. Because
Right.
the software that people use, they feed the non-curving data, whatever measurements, they feed it into the software, and the software will wrap that for them into the datum or the globe thing.
Yeah, I mean, he described, he had a mathematical process he followed. It's considered rudimentary compared to today's complexity that computers can do, but that's essentially what he did. He was measuring flat Earth and then bending it to a globe as he went along. And yep. And then later came Bessel with an ellipsoid in the 1820s. First rudimentary stab at it, and then the Clark ellipsoid, I think in like 1866, and then that was considered one of the best. Like you can still use it today, I think, as an option.
So let's turn this real quick and throw you a curveball. I've been listening a few days to Beth and the other guy, Elder Bear, and from what I comprehend, what they trying to say is that people in the communities and FE community have been, we draw angles out of the celestial north, whatever, right? What are they actually trying to say that in a sense we're just using the globe information, or is there a realist level to the longitude and latitudes that we get from the celestial bodies? I guess there is a real is level from that, or a datum that is trying to emulate and kind of do that from the realist level. But what is the argument that they're saying you guys don't know, or you just believe in this? And they're using a term saying that you are a special guide if you can see celestial north and draw angles from celestial north. You are special, or something like that. Have you heard them speaking like this? It's kind of tricky because they're speaking from. I think if they're not speaking from the globe sense or from the FE sense, they're kind of speaking from out of the field, out of the bench, from outside, kind of shouting into the game from the outside. You know what I'm saying? I don't know exactly what they're trying to do. I'm trying to get it.
Yeah, I caught the tail end of some of this the other day. So have you heard of the 69-to-1 rule? Because that's where this is going to go.
Yes, take me there. Yeah, that's what I want to hear. Yeah.
All right, so latitude and longitude, you got your spherical coordinate grid. If you want a simple rule of thumb, you take that spherical coordinate grid and you can derive 69 miles of arc length for 1 degree of rotation in the sky. So there are flat earthers out there who've accepted the 69-to-1 rule as a foregone conclusion without questioning it whatsoever. And the claim is by Globers is that, well, that's derived from the spherical geometry of the spherical coordinate system. And they're entirely right. So there are a lot of flat earthers who've defended this. And the Bevtards, I think, are potentially rightfully calling it out. But the problem is they came into our community. We don't necessarily support this because we're not dome earthers. And so they spent a long time arguing with us about this. And we're like, dude, I mean, we don't necessarily claim 69-to-1 holds true everywhere in all instances. Going back to what I said before, every time we measure flat Earth, we invalidate globe distances.
Expand on that one real quick. Can you?
Yeah, sorry, I'm like cooking at the same time. The reason why is because arc lengths don't exactly match flat regular lengths in every case. It's due to the topology mismatch. You can't take wrapping paper and successfully wrap a basketball with it without having to trim some paper away or add paper to spots. You're going to have projection issues.
Yes, a good way to put it, actually. Because you have to cut pieces of the paper to be able to wrap it. Okay, yeah. And so once you have that paper wrapped around the sphere, that paper is the longitude and latitudes. You can draw the longitudes and latitudes on that paper, right? Whatever.
Yeah.
That is not the sphere itself. The sphere that you are, let's say, you're standing on. It's
Right.
the paper above it. But once you open up that paper again, and where are the missing, the missing pieces that you cut? That's gonna be out there in reality. Those pieces that are missing. This has to be like, I don't know, extra water, extra land.
Yeah,
Those
or they
pieces of paper
bake
that are missing.
they bake them into refraction corrections and gravitational field warping. That's where it goes.
Yeah, that's where it goes from their argument. Okay, but in reality, if we have the longitude and latitudes, and those things are kind of accurate based on the places that we know of, like
Yeah.
cities or towns, landmarks or whatever. That stuff
Yeah.
is accurate, obviously. But then the pieces of paper that we cut out to be able to wrap it around the globe datum, there's a lot of pieces of paper missing. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's potentially. I'd say very likely there is.
That's what I think. I mean, obviously, it's my opinion, but I know people talk about the old maps and missing islands and missing places. So that's an interesting topic to me. But that adds another variable to this discussion, I think.
Yeah, here's something I wanted to say regarding that point too. Like, why doesn't this work?
So globers are correct to point out that you can't triangulate on a globe. Flat earthers are right to point this out too. You can't triangulate. So if you were to try to triangulate distances on a globe, you'll end up having to curve your baselines, right? So a globe has 3 dimensions, and the curve is occupying, call it like the Z dimension. You've got your X, Y, and then the curve is happening in Z. But if you only have X and Y to work with on a flat plane, where does all that go, right? Like we were saying, where does that extra space go? Where's that curve go? Well, you're going to have to make the projection work, you're either going to have to triangulate and leave you're going to have to triangulate and potentially leave your vertices, your points of the triangle open and not close them. And you're probably going to have to curve at least 2 of the lines. So you don't use flat, regular, linear geometry in this case. You can't do it. So there's a topology mismatch. So 69:1 only works if you're going to be curving something somewhere to triangulate distances. And if that curve is happening in the z-axis around a ball, then the globies claim that they win. The issue I have is we're using a spherical coordinate reference system on flat Earth, and we know it, and we know there's going to be distortions. We know it's not going to be accurate. But where do those distortions measure up over long distances? Who knows? Who knows what the true orientation of the continents are everywhere and what the true distances are and what else might be out there? I don't know.
Yeah, that is something to be known. Maybe the Japanese, when they discover all of these islands, it has something to do with something like this, right? We discovered this many islands, 7,000 islands or something. Maybe they weren't taking that into account in their geoid calculations in the past. I don't know. I mean, someone mentioned today the navigators navigating around the south region like 60,000 miles instead of 12,000 miles around Antarctica. You know, a lot of those things add up to the missing spots, the missing lines, or the missing pixels on the globe.
Yeah, but you have to be careful with that argument too. Because of the coastline paradox. You're familiar with that, right?
No.
Okay, you know how they say like Florida has millions and millions of miles of coastline? Just as an example, something like that. People in Florida, go ahead and correct me on there. But how is it you could have like millions of miles of coastline on an Earth with call it a circumference, a globe Earth of 25,000 miles?
Because when you go through a coastline, it's not like you're doing a straight line on the outside of it. You're going like inland, out, like near the land, away from the land, like into the bay, all that kind of stuff.
That's right. There are inlets, right? So, yep, the coastline goes in and out and in and out and in and out. Well, what if Captain Cook also did a lot of in and outs and in and outs and in and outs that added up to 60,000 miles? That's perfectly,
that makes sense.
Perfectly reasonable. Yep.
That makes.
Now, that doesn't prove that Earth is a flat frisbee, and it doesn't prove that Earth is a globe either, but I'm sure there was a fair amount of in and out coastline paradox behavior happening as he's trying to find an entry point through the ice barrier that he talked about.
Yes. You say that and it makes perfect sense, obviously, when you add everything up.
Right. So I don't like it when a flat earther will say, oh, yeah, so he logged 60,000 miles around the Antarctic circumference. If I misapply the scale on my azimuthal equidistant map, it looks like it could be 60,000 miles too. You know, never mind that the azimuthal equidistant map is a globe. And the distances are scaled to a globe.
flat earthers and some globers don't know about that part, that the scale is non-uniform. The scale changes distances between longitude as you move further out and in. That doesn't scale the same way as it does a globe or even a flat map.
Did Captain Cook write a book? Sorry to interrupt.
He had logs, I think, but how trustworthy are those? I don't know. Didn't he get like eaten by cannibals or something?
Yeah, there's something about that. I was wondering if anybody has a link for the story or anything like that.
I don't think he got eaten, but I think he met his fate on, was it Hawaii? He revisited somewhere that he'd already been, and
the Sandwich Islands, right? Wasn't that Hawaii back then?
Yeah, I think Captain Cook was killed in Hawaii, and Magellan died in the Philippines.
Come on, we all know they VIP lands in Antarctica. They retire there. Come on, guys.
All right, hold on. DJ's asking where that image came from. That image is a picture that is claimed to be from a U-2 spy plane over the Chinese spy balloon that came over North America a couple years ago.
Oh, awesome. Thanks.
Hey DJ, I apologize. I disconnected you earlier. Trying to unmute you. I was trying to unmute you, but I pressed disconnect.
Yeah, thanks. I guess I was hot micing. I was just looking on Google Maps, right? Because I was looking more into that smokestack, that long 21-mile observation, and there's so many black swans on Google Images. You know how you drop that little yellow guy, and it's where someone's taken a photo from. So there's tons of people that have taken photos from that location on the Great Salt Lake, and you can perfectly see this entire island that's almost 50 kilometers away. And whoa. Yeah. So have a look at this. I'll post. I've just been taking screenshots. So this is the island. It's called Vermont Island, and this is the distance. And there's a whole bunch of images, right, from 2015 to 2022, taken by different people from this exact location right here. Okay, so that's the distance marker. It's like 46 point something kilometers. And this island is the top of it. It says the top of it's 4,654 foot above sea level. And the surface of the lake's 4,200 foot. So that means the island's approximately 450 foot high. So from that distance, one second. All right, here's the Earth curve calculator. All right, so yeah, the bottom obstructed behind the 3 mile horizon. Now, here's some of the images. Okay, so when you hover the little yellow guy on Google Maps over the little section of the beach, there's about 10 different people that have taken pictures from this location on different years, basically from 2015 to 2022. And you can consistently see this island. Okay, so this is here's a bunch of screenshots of people looking over at that island. So that's the island you can see in the distance there. It's got the name of the person that took the picture, the year that it was taken. All right, once again, that's the island, same location.
You know what I've been thinking about? So the Martian rovers claim gigapixel panoramic images in infrared all over the Martian surface. As soon as they complete the Google Mars project, loading it with the Martian datum, Mars is claimed to be about 1/3, I think, the size of Earth,
in radius, which means the curvature should be somewhere around, what, like 3 times as dramatic? Back of the napkin, terrible math. Means the drop over distance in infrared should be like 3 times more noticeable than the globe, guys. So, if we ever get points of interest on the Martian surface from NASA that are defined by Martian latitude and longitude, we can compare them to all their infrared Mars rover footage. What if we discover that Mars is flat too? There's a project for an intrepid flat Earth researcher out there. This has not been done yet. This has been in the back of my mind for the past several years. There are terabytes and terabytes of infrared panoramic footage, gigapixels in size, all over the quote unquote Martian surface. So go calculate what the curvature drop rate should be. Just apply the same formula that you do for Earth and swap out the claimed Martian radius.
That sounds like fun.
When you say
Yeah.
Mars is flat, do you mean Canada?
Yeah, Devon Island, baby. And anywhere else they go. But listen, yeah, I mean, the drop rate, I mean, that's going to be something like, I don't know, 20 inches per mile squared or something nuts. Or,
Would it be possible to do that with their moon footage as well?
yep. So, I mean, if there are people up there faking it, they cannot give us too much data to work with.
How convenient that Mars has no liquid water on its surface.
It also has no atmosphere, so they can't claim refraction.
Oh.
And you're using infrared.
Jeez, I remember years ago them speculating about being able to fly helicopters around and gliders. They were talking about gliders. I saw animations decades ago of gliders going over the canyons and scanning the surface.
Yeah, NASA has a huge problem on their hands. The public is demanding more Mars, more Moon. And I mean, did Google not abandon the Google Mars project? Am I right in thinking that? Did they get smart? Like, oh shit, they're going to figure this out.
I remember when I was in high school, I remember in the news that when NASA was in Puerto Rico, they were announcing that Google and NASA or something like that, they were going to pay students from the universities to whoever could, build a rocket and send it to the moon or something, like whoever will be the first independent person to make it up there or something, they will be given a reward. But I don't know what happens with that. People, some people mention it, like in the geek conversations. That was, I don't know why I brought that up, but what you were saying kind of reminded me of that.
No, man, it's okay. It's kind of free.
Trying to do that.
And both Bushes talked about putting men on Mars in a speech. Both Bushes during their presidency talked about putting men on Mars. think there was a couple of other presidents mentioned it as well. That by this year, such and such, we will put men on Mars.
Oh, look, a Reddit post from 2 years ago. What happened to Google Mars? Where's Google Mars, and why am I having such a hard time finding it? It's like it doesn't exist anymore. Ugh. That is a good question. Let's see, is it still up? Somebody says it's still up and works fine. You need to download the desktop app. Oh, here we go, people. Here we go. Google Mars desktop app. All right, so we need Martian latitude and longitude. We need a curvature drop rate, and we need multiple points of interest that we can quote unquote validate on the lat long map against the Google or against the GigaPan infrared footage from the rovers. So we need infrared rover footage, Google Mars with coordinates, and we need a drop over distance calculation and a way to calculate coordinate distance. We should also, they should also include heights. I mean, did these stupid little rovers have like theodolites to do elevation surveys of mountains? Oh man. We just need to take whatever data they can provide to us, I think, and get to work here. I mean, I can't wait to find out that Mars is flat. The Globers are going to lose their freaking minds. They'd be like, are the other planets flat too? Huh, Flurf? Be like, well, actually, check out Google Mars, bitch. Here. Here's my
It's like,
back.
where's your drop over distance, right? Where's your 20 inches per mile squared, bro?
Yeah. Oh man, this is going to be great. Okay. I don't think I have much to do in the office tomorrow. I might give this a whirl just to take a look. This could be fun. So hear that, flat earthers, get out there, download the Google Mars app and cross-reference it with Martian rovers, their cameras, their gigapixel infrared pans. Correlate points of interest, rover locations, and geographic coordinates, and let's see if we can see too far from Mars to be a ball.
Come on, bro. Why you have to say that? You know, Google is listening to you. You're gonna.
That's right.
Fix it.
Hey, you know, if they do like what the FAA did with that flight that some flat earthers found with the pitch data and decide to take down the entire database, make it non-public, and post an email link and say, if you want this information, please email this guy, then they might be that stupid and call attention to themselves. But yeah, the FAA did do that. I've got screenshots somewhere. They did that for like a day or two, and then they brought it back. I told the Flat Earth Debate, FED people about it, and they mentioned it. I don't know if anyone else got confirmation. A few of us in my back chats do. I think Endless tried it too. Saw the same thing. They took down the searchable database of all the flight records and their black box data and said, it's here, it's public, but you basically need to use this system to get preliminary data. And if you want the details, email us at this address. Send a formal request. But yeah, and that happened only a couple weeks after the pitch data argument became very popular in our community. That was just very interesting. So
that just means that they're,
you just ruined it, man.
Screening
You just ruined
system,
it.
right?
Right,
Yeah,
here's
they're
the funny
listening
thing.
to us, man.
Up in the URL up
You
top,
already knew it.
there was like a V2 for like version 2.html for the web page that used to be the search page and was a different page. So you click on the link. I forgot the name of the search engine. It's named after a girl. It's like Rachel Server or something. You click on that Rachel link, and you were given like this search bar and tables of data that you could pick through and then click and grab documents. And they replaced that with a GIMP version and that notice and v2.html at the top.
I was like, holy crap, this is version 2. They turned off version 1, replaced the hyperlink with version 2. That is sick. You know, they're listening to us, folks. I really think so. We've seen them do this in real time. SpaceX footage.
That's what I'm saying, man. You just ruined it, man. It was going to be a great thing, and now you just, blew it up at the same time.
Would the Wayback Machine have it?
They're just going to be like, oh, it's down for technical difficulty reasons. Now we're not going to be able to do it. Oh, well, this is a good idea.
Would the Wayback Machine have taken a snapshot of their website before they did that? I don't know how this shit works, but like, would you be able to find it on the Wayback Machine maybe? Without necessarily requesting the information?
But so if it wasn't clear, they brought back the old search box with all the database and files and everything. So everything's as it used to be. It's fine. It was just for a brief moment, maybe for a week or 2 weeks, I think. For 2 weeks, you couldn't access it anymore.
Oh, okay. Right.
Yeah, and then they reverted it. It's almost like somebody said, hey, dudes, like, the more you try to cover this up, the worse it gets. The more you provide an indicator that something needs to be covered up. That's how the internet works, you boomer. That's called the Streisand effect.
Yeah, it's like that Simpsons episode, and Wiggum comes home, and Ralph and Bart are playing in his forbidden closet of mystery. He's like, "What is your fascination with my forbidden closet of mystery?" How many times have I told you stay out of it?
That's funny.
That's what they get for all this Congress meeting and the censorship by all of these people. Like, little do they know, we're just going to dig deeper. Thanks for the info.
Right, like, if you see a big freaking intimidating safe sitting outside all by itself, you're like, man, there's something important inside. But if you saw like an old busted washing machine on the side of the road, you drive right past it. So yeah, the more you try to like make something secure, the more it indicates there's something in there that needs to be secured. Sometimes the best way to hide something or conceal something is to just not do anything at all.
Right. I mean, that's basically what happened with the Horizon, right? And long distance observations. Nobody was looking. Nobody was like, they were looking, but they weren't connecting the dots, right? Nobody was thinking about it. Hey, what's going on here? I'm seeing beyond 3 miles. What's going on? Nobody was thinking that. They were just like, oh, cool, I can see very far.
I'm going to find some Martian footage of mountains that are like 100 miles away.
Hey, Amish, you there? Sporadic?
Yeah, he's got about like 48, maybe like, he's probably got like, I don't know, I'd say about half hour before they shut the site, shut Google Mars down for, what would they call it? Scheduled maintenance.
Mic check.
Yeah, I heard you.
Mic check. Hello.
All good.
Loud and clear.
Yeah. Hey, Sporadic. So that Satelloon in the footage from the U-2 spy plane, that's meant to be the Chinese spy satellite, right?
Yeah, and you could see the reflection of the shadow of the wing off of it and stuff.
Yeah. So how did that travel from like China to the US? They just like guessed the wind or what?
Yeah, they just guessed the wind, right? No,
That's crazy.
no. Man, I'm driving. If you had asked me 5 minutes ago, I could have posted it. But I have posted it before. I've got interesting Google Patents document. It's on a super pressure balloon that is guided in the upper atmosphere by ionospheric heaters, basically HARP systems.
What the hell?
Yeah, so the idea is they can create high pressure and low pressure regions, basically altering the weather. And they can nudge these things along. I mean, that's what it says in their Google patents. And they said that also the same ground-based radio systems can charge the batteries on that thing.
That's crazy. It's just like a satellite strapped to a balloon.
Yeah, most Americans haven't seen that configuration before, but that's the classic configuration going back to the late 1940s when James Van Allen was launching these off of aircraft carriers in the Pacific Ocean.
Damn.
I mean, they got them today in the battlefield, tactical surveillance balloons. You wheel these out somewhere in the desert, you attach your rig underneath, they inflate, they go up, and they come down at the end of the day.
So if they, yeah, that's crazy.
That whole event with the Chinese spy balloon raises so many questions, though. Like, how the hell did it get over without anybody noticing? Or did they notice and hope nobody would notice that they didn't claim to notice?
What wasn't it reported by a civilian?
Yeah, like Farmer Joe in Montana happened to look up, be like, what, tarnation?
Yeah. I better ring the authorities.
It's so crazy, man. It doesn't add up at all. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, I was calling that out when it came out. Like, family members, friends are like talking about it. I'm like, you think China, with their trillions of dollars, are going to waste a weather balloon? such an obvious detectable device. What happened to all their satellite technology? Spy satellites. I didn't think they needed spy balloons these days. What's going on?
Right.
It's like they what,
Teed up. I've been. Go ahead, DJ.
Sorry, go ahead, Amish.
I was going to just echo T-Dub and say, I've been thinking about this. It seems like the Chinese are low-key exposing technology to the world that people didn't know existed or made up conspiracies about. Look at the images of Earth from their so-called space station showing a flat horizon. Look at the fuck-ups, so-called fuck-ups on their space station, from leaving like bowls of fruit and glasses of water on the table to playing ping pong on an obvious green screen. Then look at their weather modification, the Beijing Weather Modification Office. It came out in 2008 for the Beijing Olympics to control the weather, to help ensure that the Olympics went off without any rain or major hitches. They come out and say they do it, and then they're showing the West spy balloons. The other thing, too, is the patent that I found on Google Patents is filed by a Chinese research university outfit.
It's all to protect us from the super Germans.
Yeah, I was reading in was it New Scientist magazine? Probably around or over 10 years ago. This article. So these diplomats or these U.S. representatives had gone, official representative had gone to China to discuss, economic relations and whatever. And while they were over there, they put on this very impressive military display with troops and all their rockets on the back of trucks, et cetera, et cetera. And they flew these aircraft over. And they said what they witnessed was equal, if not better, than anything that the US had at that time. And they said, and we had the strong feeling that they were just saying, here's the tip of the iceberg. We're not showing you the rest.
Kind of reminds me of during the Cold War, the fear that the Russians had developed all this crazy technology. That their branch of technology took them in a different direction of development than ours did. So they have that woodpecker thing, scalar weapons. I mean, it was the Russians that came up with the rocket equation in the late 1800s. So it's possible, why not, that other countries have developed some amazing tech that we haven't figured out even exists yet. But the opposite could be true too. Who knows?
Right. Exactly.
I think they're all getting CC'd on the same emails, and they're laughing their way, laughing all along. Well, folks like us are sitting here like, I wonder. Meanwhile, they're all buddy against a common enemy. Who that common enemy is, I mean, that's up for debate. But they're all signed on that treaty. They all claim to go to their own space stations and such. So they have a common reason, right, to tell the same lie.
Yeah. The same Antarctic research bases too, man.
Yeah, you can't be too unfriendly with each other, is what I'm guessing. Anything we see on the news, I think they all get CC'd on those emails. That's what I'm saying.
Something I was thinking about earlier is, have you guys heard of Vostok, Lake Vostok, at Vostok Base in Antarctica?
Aye.
Well,
sounds familiar.
Yeah, about the freshwater lake underneath the ice.
Yes. So first off, this area is where they say all the true magnetic field lines actually terminate. Number one, and the Russians own it. Number two, the Russians built this base there that's also on top of something like the sixth largest freshwater lake in the world that we know about. And this lake has been walled off from the rest of the world, totally isolated from the beginning, essentially, whenever that was. And furthermore, it's teeming with life. What's to say that they couldn't fake some kind of alien biological recovery by just taking some yet undiscovered life form from the public's eye, by grabbing some strange creature's DNA from Lake Vostok and planting it in a field somewhere with wreckage? You know what I mean? Could be like some crazy fucking octopus DNA from, the Cretaceous period or some shit. Who knows? The point is, they get DNA that is real, that nobody's ever seen before, and they could call it alien DNA from Planet Pop-Tart.
Almost like the venomous duck-billed platypus. Something strange like that.
Yeah, the venom is in like spikes on its feet, right? Or is it bills? Can't remember. Is it in its mouth or on its legs? The platypus.
All I'm saying is that thing is friggin' weird, man.
It's a natural enigma.
I mean, if someone wasn't playing with the genome, I don't think that thing would exist. That's all I'm saying.
Well, the descendants that live into the next reset, they're going to have a field day with all the crazy shit they find out about us. These morons believed in a globe?
Oh, yeah, dude. There's no doubt. Gosh, I hope they don't find out too much. Don't want to give them any bad ideas. Wouldn't want this history repeating itself. Yeah, I was just reading back on some of the side chat that I wasn't able to catch during the stream a few hours back when Mimi was amongst us. I mean, how can anybody with the handle Mimi be talking shit to anybody, man? First off, and then
Is that a Beftard?
I don't know. He was talking crap to Jenna in the side chat, and I just found it laughable. He was just like, "Without math, we wouldn't have any of this stuff." Like, oh my god, dude! Cry me a river. There's some good stuff though. He got banned. He got banned with the radius value, with the phony radius value. So that way he can meditate on it for a while. But yeah, I would venture to gather that he's going to become one of the frequent trolls that comes back. He's got a chip on his shoulder, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, I perma banned him because he was just going crazy, just everything in capital letters and just going nuts. So yeah, he started off respectful, and then he kept arguing that geometry is science, and then eventually we lost our shit at him and told him he's a moron, and then he kind of like turned into an anti-flat earther instantly.
Okay. Wow, dude. Yeah, I heard the beginning of that conversation, missed a bunch of it, came back in during the spiral. I was just like, ooh, what is happening? That makes sense.
He was just completely clueless the entire conversation with Jamsey.
Yeah, I remember that.
With him.
Yeah, holding his hand, trying to guide him through.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's too in love with his education.
Can we actually intentionally make anti-flat earthers? Do we have the power?
Yeah, we made all of them, I think. Doesn't take much.
It's usually those who like unknowingly, I guess like subconsciously taking the credit for all of the information that they've memorized at school. They're like, yeah, we did this. Look what we did. I was a part of this. Like, dude, you were just a twinkle in your father and mother's eyes when half of this stuff was alleged to have happened. And here you come strolling in. Can't be more than like 25 years old, acting like you have the moral. I don't know, like. I mean, what would you consider it? I mean, it's just audacity, really, to come in and say, like, yeah, this is part mine. Like, I figured this out. I helped figure it out. It's like, no, you just memorized a bunch of crap without even freaking looking into anything. So, yeah, pretty funny. Pretty funny that they could walk around so proud, so pompous, as if like it's like their achievement, their creation, their knowledge that they're sitting here fighting for. Yeah. But that's I think that's the basis for how people become the anti-flat earther, is their ego is like fully pumped up on others' achievements.
I think you're right. I think a lot of it is collectivism, collectivized thought. You know, people dispense with their identities. You know, and then they assign themselves to groups, become part of a group identity. You know, so they become part of the NASA fan club identity. These are the kind of people that think Elon Musk is going to save the world, that NASA is a benevolent human rights organization.
Earth is triangle.
You got these kind of people.
You know, triangles
What do
are
you know
flat,
about
right?
triangles? Jinx.
Yeah, let's go. Tell us what you know about triangles.
Oh man, it's never a good start when the conversation starts this way.
It's like, oh man, do we have to really dig out the triangle test right now? Fine.
They don't know anything. Like, do you know how often do we hear, don't you know how big the Earth is? Like, I guarantee 100% of the people that say that have no idea how big the Earth is.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, that's usually my follow up. When they ask me, "Do you know the radius?"
What
Well, how
shape
big
is
it's
the Earth,
supposed to be.
guys?
Sorry, I spoke over you. Then can you repeat it?
Yeah, of course. What shape is the Earth?
It's the same shape as the universe.
And what shape is that?
Nobody knows.
Thank you.
Yeah, according to the mainstream, the universe is flat. Earth is too.
Flat's not a shape.
And India said it's shaped like an amoeba.
Yeah, does that have a radius?
It's lake shaped. It's shaped like a lake.
It's definitely not globe shaped. That's for sure.
So we don't have any flat earthers here.
No, you reached the flat Earth Pentagon, actually. We are the flat earthers.
Oh, you guys are.
Yeah, welcome.
Thank you.
But flat's not a
So-
shape. So, yeah. we
Right.
can
Like
be-
if this is
Go ahead.
So
I
I have a
was just going to say, if this is World of Warcraft, this is like a den of level 80 flat earthers that you just stumbled into.
I have a question for you guys.
Awesome. Go ahead.
Yeah. So you see the moon during nights. You can see the shape of the light is round. So why is that?
Because the light is round.
Why is
Yeah,
that?
like-
Why is that so?
Okay. Well, because the moon looks like a round. It looks round when you look at it.
Yeah.
Like the moon,
Right.
though. How come when I look at a tree, it's like tree shaped?
Okay, but
Dude, that's a good question. How does a tree be tree shaped? Jeez.
so my English is bad, but what I mean is that, of course, like the edge is round, but you know why does it look like a croissant? You know?
Why do you?
Yeah, well, maybe because it is round. Who knows?
What?
Yeah, what do you think the moon is? Why don't we start with that?
A rock.
Okay, what does that have to do with the shape of the Earth?
So
how do you know it's a rock?
That's a good question. I don't know it's a rock. I've heard it is.
All right, so if you don't know what it is, then you can't make any assumptions about what it should or shouldn't do.
I think you can, because I'm not making those assumptions. I'm just listening to them.
Well, you're saying, why is it this way? as if it should
Yeah.
be some other way.
I'm asking question. I'm not making assumptions, right?
No, but it's like a philosophical question.
Is
It's
it?
like, yeah,
Because
it's
when I'm
like, why
asking
is
you
a
guys,
tree like a tree
yeah,
the way
but
it is?
the thing is that why on the moon there's a round a shape. The light. Why the light on the moon form a round shape?
What do you mean, like a disc?
No. Oh my God. Wait. Let me just find the word in English. The interior of the moon.
Do you mean
Okay.
You mean like spherical? Is that the word you're looking for? Spherical
Nah.
or like a
I mean,
sphere?
we know it's round. Like when we look at it,
Circular?
it's round. Circular.
Circular?
Yeah, we know it's circular. So
Curving?
You don't know it's
curving. Yeah.
spherical.
Why there's a curve on the moon? Why does the light
That's
that
just the
is
way it
on
is,
the
bro. What you see, that's just
yeah,
the
but
way it is.
can you explain me why
No,
sometimes
we're
it's
not making a
round?
claim about how the moon or why the moon was created the way it was.
No, what I mean is that the light on the moon changes, right? So sometimes there's bigger curves, sometimes it's a full moon, sometimes it's almost there's
Right, you're
almost no
asking why the
lights.
moon has phases.
No, I'm asking why there's a curve. According to me, it's
Yeah, you're
because
just asking why
the
you're
Earth
just
is
asking
round.
why the phases look the way they do.
No. What I'm trying to ask you guys is why there's a curve if the Earth is flat.
Because
Because
the Earth is not the moon. The moon is not the Earth. They're different things.
but if the Earth is flat, the sun is up. Is how can I say that? Is on
Above your head.
Well, according to you guys, the sun is on top of the Earth, right? And the sun too.
It's above you,
Sorry.
according to
Yeah,
all
it's above.
observation. Yeah, that's what
Yes.
you observe. That's not according
No,
to
I know,
us. That's
I know.
according to you and what you see.
So if the sun is above the Earth and the moon is also above the Earth, why do we have why
You're getting lost in your own questions here, dude.
and I can speak in French if you want. You would not understand. I'm speaking in a foreign language.
Yeah, so you should try and be. You should. No, I'm not. It's not. I'm not trying to hurry you up. I'm saying you've gone to the things that you can't explain, and you're asking us to explain them. We can't explain them. We can't go to the
I
moon
can
and test
explain
the
it
moon.
because according to me, the Earth is not flat. But I want
Yeah,
explanation for you guys.
but according to you, the Earth is not flat. That's just a belief you have with no evidence.
Well, I have proof here that I'm trying to explain, but I'm
No. You're asking a question about the moon. That can't be
I'm
proof
asking
of what the
question,
Earth
and
is.
by asking question, I'm trying to explain you guys that the moon is not flat.
We would rather hear. We're not claiming the moon is flat or a sphere. We're claiming the Earth is flat and not a sphere. So you said you've got evidence that the Earth is a sphere. Could you present that evidence?
By talking about the moon, we can.
No. The moon is not the Earth. You can't make an assumption about the Earth based on the moon.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say.
No, you can't do that. You can't do that. The Earth is not the moon.
Okay, the curve that we see on the moon is made by the Earth.
Okay, but do you see any curve of the Earth?
What? Yes, on the moon.
No, on the Earth.
On the moon.
No, on the Earth. Where's the curve of the Earth?
Me being on the Earth, if I can see a curve, no, I don't think I can.
Okay, you can't see a curve. Could you measure any curve?
If you see far away from the ocean, you can.
Okay, could you show us a measurement of this curve?
What are you talking about? The measurement?
As in a measurement of the curve that you're claiming of the Earth.
Like calculation with the mathematics?
No, measurement. Do you know what the word measurement means?
Measure.
Measure. What does that mean?
When you calculate.
No. Not when you calculate.
Like the okay, so what
Let's say you want to measure your table. What does that mean?
Oh my god, I don't know the word, but you know the distance and everything.
Right. So you'd use like measuring tape and you'd measure from one end to the other.
For example, yeah.
So that's a
Yeah.
measurement.
Yeah, the older nomenclature is a rule. They call it a rule. Different units of measure are rules.
Okay, so have you got any measurement of this curvature of the Earth that you're claiming? Has anyone measured that?
Internet does have. I guess we know.
Okay, so
the
who does
measurements
the
of the
internet
Earth.
say measured it?
I do not have them in a book on my desk on my right. You know.
Well, we're going
we
to
do
need
have
that
them.
because that's what you're claiming,
You
right?
need. Right. Yes. You can find them on internet.
No. We've looked. There isn't any measurements on the internet.
There's not.
No one's measured it.
So
if they had measured it,
that's
we
great.
wouldn't be here.
I don't want to debate this. Like that's cool, but
Well,
I think that
that's where you've come to. You've come to the Flat Earth channel.
of course, but I
Right. So
come
Flat
up
Earth
with
means
bro,
Earth.
bro, please,
no
please let me
curvature.
talk. I come up with an argument, and I didn't have any response to that.
No, your argument wasn't an argument. It was a question about the moon, not the
Okay.
Earth.
So let me make an argument then, okay? And
Okay, present an
I'd
argument.
I'd like a response to that. So the curve that we see on the moon, according to me, is made by
Which
the Earth.
curve? Be specific.
Okay. I'm gonna show my screen. Oh, I can't.
Just post it in the chat.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do that. It's gonna take 1 minute. I just have to. I'm
Like,
on.
do you mean the circular curve of the edge of the moon? Makes it like a disc?
No, not the one on the edge. Not this one. Let me show you with a picture.
I think he means the Terminator line.
No, he's
Yeah, it's like I'm saying for the moon phases.
He thinks the moon phases are caused by the shadow of.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. But when I said moon phases, he said, no, that's not what I meant. That is what he's talking about. He's asking about moon phases.
Yeah, I think so.
What do you think the cause of the moon phases is? Who are we talking to?
Wait, let me show you something.
Maybe he's thinking of eclipses. Who knows?
You're talking to Kev QC.
Kev.
Yeah, that's me. Give me a second.
Are you talking about moon phases, like when you have a crescent moon and that kind of thing?
Well, my question is why is the moon not all white all the time if both are above Earth?
Sorry to interrupt, bro, but you're supposed to be presenting an argument, not a question. Like, we're happy for questions, for you to ask questions, but like this was supposed to be an argument you were presenting, not a question.
Well,
I think I've cracked it. He's confusing. He's doing what many Globers do, and he's confusing the claimed cause of the moon's phases for thinking that the Earth is blocking the moon and casting a shadow onto the moon.
Yeah, I was. You're
he
right.
perceives as being curved.
Yeah, I was right. I was wrong.
Yeah, so
but I
that's not
still
even the
wanna
claimed cause. That's not even the claimed cause of the moon's phases.
Yeah, so that's not an argument. That's false. So I do like. I still want to know, according to you guys, if I want to inform myself, could you explain me why there's shadows on the moon if both are above the Earth?
Well, what shadow are you talking about? You mean like
one
the
on the moon?
darkening of the moon during the moon's phases? Or during
Yes.
an eclipse? Well, first you would have to verify that it is a shadow that's causing them. Because that's just what we've been told, based on what we've also been told about it being a rock spinning around. Right? But if that's not true, and the moon's just its own light doing its own thing, and it's essentially, quote-unquote, programmed to do that kind of phase, or it's a different kind of interaction occurring with the sun that's not light cast, shadow cast. I mean, there's a bunch of possibilities for what the moon is and why it's doing what it's doing. We're not really making a claim to any specific mechanism or cause because we can't test it. Understand that?
Yeah. But what about during an eclipse? The
Same
lunar
thing.
one? Was it? Yeah. What do you mean the same thing?
But then you can't test a cause. It just occurs. It's a phenomena, not one that you can interfere with. You can only observe it and speculate as to its cause.
What do you guys think we see on the moon? What is?
It's more like lenses passing over each other to me. But I don't know what that would mean. Doesn't matter. It's a bit more advanced, but we can effectively disprove the claim that the globe side makes when it comes to lunar eclipses, because their claim is that the sun, the earth, and the moon are in a syzygy, a straight line.
Yeah.
And that's causing the earth to cast a shadow onto the moon. But
isn't it?
There's an eclipse called the Selenelian eclipse, also called the Impossible eclipse. You ever heard of that?
Well, no, but I think we diverge a bit on the last subject.
No, I'm about to explain to you why it's why it's relevant.
Okay, go
Hold
on.
on. So the Selenelian eclipse is a lunar eclipse, and it's called the Impossible eclipse because geometrically it doesn't work on the globe. So
which one? Sorry.
Selenelian. Someone can post
Can you write it in the chat? Yeah.
Yeah, someone will post it in the chat for you. But effectively, it's when the sun and the moon are both observable above the horizon to the observer, meaning that the angular relationship, geometric relationship between the sun, earth, and moon is not in a straight line. It's more like a shallow V, where the earth is down below the sun and the moon. And yet the eclipse on the moon still occurs, and it comes from the top down, this darkening that we see, which geometrically just doesn't work if it's a shadow cast from the earth. So you can look into that. But does that mean we know what it is? No. It's just a phenomena that takes place.
And when the sun... okay, wait. First of all, I don't think someone wrote it in the chat.
It's Selenelion. Selenelian.
Lost me.
Yeah, it's a tricky word. Let me see. Is no one posting it in the chat?
No.
There you go, I wrote it down for you.
So that's the name of an eclipse.
Yeah, a type of lunar eclipse that debunks the
Type of
globe.
lunar eclipse.
Yeah. Because the sun and moon both being above the horizon to the observer, and the moon eclipsing shows that it can't be the Earth's shadow because, well, they're both above the observer. So geometrically, it just doesn't work on the globe. They have to be in a straight line, remember?
All right. I'm sorry to do that, but can I copy paste the explanation of ChatGPT and tell me what is wrong with it?
Well, what did it tell you? Do you understand what it said? It just said refraction.
I don't understand
right?
what it said, but what I'm
It just
trying
says
to do here.
refraction of light. It's just going to claim that it's not really the sun that you're seeing. It's being bent up around the curve of a ball Earth, which of course is just a fantasy claim we've got no evidence for.
Let me it's very quick and tell me if you agree with him or not with it. So are you satisfied with this explanation or no?
Well, it'll be a globe cope, so no. But if someone wants to read it out, I've not got the chat open right now.
Well, I can do it. So how it is possible thanks to atmospheric refraction, Earth's atmosphere bends light, especially when objects are near the horizon. So when the sun is just below the horizon, it can still appear above it because of how its light is bent. Sorry. The same happens to the moon. It might be just below the horizon, but it appears slightly above due to refraction. This
Right, so how do they... Okay,
this
well,
means-
firstly, you can continue, but firstly, I'd say what evidence does it have to prove that that's what's occurring? So go on.
Okay, this means that for a short time you can see both the sun and the moon at once, even though geometrically, sorry, that shouldn't happen. Geometrically. So does this disprove around Earth? No, it actually confirms it.
It actually confirms it, wow.
It's only possible because of the curved shape of the Earth and the way its atmosphere bends light near the horizon.
Okay, yeah, we get it, we get the claim. So, do you understand what the claim is?
No.
Right, well, it's basically saying the sun and the moon aren't necessarily above the horizon like you're observing them. They're actually below the horizon, physically.
Okay.
So you're seeing them above the horizon. Is that evidence or is that a claim?
If it's a claim, you will not agree. You will not agree because it's not an evidence, right?
Well, does a claim prove something?
A claim doesn't prove something. An evidence does.
Okay. So what's the evidence?
Well, let me ask him. Because, I prefer to ask ChatGPT than finding out by myself because I'm not a physician.
Well, don't rely too heavily on AI because it will make your brain lazy.
So
and it will feed you garbage like this.
According to him, it matches atmospheric physics. It is predicted by astronomy software. It's consistent with Earth's curvature, and also there's real photographic evidence.
Okay, so those are more claims, right?
Well, no, those are the evidence.
Oh, that's the evidence.
Yeah.
So the evidence is there. ChatGPT's claim that there is more evidence.
So those are the evidence for the
No, those are claims about the existence of evidence.
Real photographic evidence.
Okay, those are words.
Physics.
Where's the evidence?
So is physics evidence?
Which physics? Evidence of what?
Atmospheric physics.
Well, to assume an atmosphere, you're already begging the question of a ball, Earth. So yeah, that would be a fallacy, not evidence.
You lost me.
Well, you're saying if you have an atmosphere, right? So that's a sphere of gas, yeah?
Yeah.
So you're already assuming it's a ball without having proven it. So that's a logical fallacy. You don't have a sphere of gas. Gas does not form a sphere or any coherent geometric shape. It moves randomly in all directions.
I think you're wrong here.
Okay, show me a sphere of gas.
The Earth.
Nope, that's begging the question. You just went over that.
I'm not the scientist guy, but you're neither are you. I think
I'm
you
just
guys
a guy
have
who's asking for evidence for these claims.
Right, but I think you guys have more. You have maybe too much guts because I think it's. I know that you guys are asking for evidence, but
Why shouldn't we ask? Why shouldn't we ask for evidence? Why aren't you asking for evidence?
It's not wrong to ask for evidence, but I think it's better.
Right.
That
So why aren't you asking for evidence?
But let me finish. I was talking before, so I think it's better for you to learn about it by yourself. Learn about.
Yeah, we've learned about it. We've
physics,
researched it for
but
years.
No, I think you're misinformed.
Well, but with all due respect, you
Yes.
haven't even started researching at all. So how would you know?
Because it's an evidence for me. Like it's
No, you haven't. You haven't
question
provided
that.
any evidence. This is where you're confused. You need to be very strict
Because
in how
I
you
was
think of the
told
terms
since my youth
evidence
that
and claims. Right. So what you've given us are claims. Right. The Earth is this. The Earth is shaped like this. You can do this. You can do
why
that.
would I question something so
You haven't provided any evidence. You should question things because if you
But-
don't, you'll be fooled.
Have you ever talked with a scientist?
Yes, we've spoken to many scientists, astronomers, PhDs, engineers. They don't know any more than you do, basically.
No, they won't.
No, not when it comes to the evidence for the globe. They know the
Studying
claims,
this.
and we know the claims too. We know the claims as well as them, probably better in some cases. So we know the claims, but we also know that there's no evidence for the claims, which is why you don't know of any evidence. But you're thinking, well, someone must know. They don't know either. No one knows because it doesn't exist.
Hey, British guy.
Have you got the evidence?
He's Scottish.
Someone
bro.
doesn't know their accents.
Yeah, check yourself. He's Scottish, dude. Come on. Get with it.
It's okay. The Globers are uncultured. I know this.
Wow.
I'm only joking, dude. What's up? You got some questions? Globe evidence? What you got?
What is this?
Do you think the Earth is a big spinning ball?
Wow.
Uh,
I think this is. I think the Earth is a giant rock in deep space. It is not actually an actual ball. It's actually had damage that's made it not a ball anymore, but it's evolved on a rock with life on it that's not a ball.
So it's not a ball like they're teaching the kids in school.
No, it's not an actual ball.
So why are they lying to the children?
I don't know. Maybe they're just lying. They need just. I don't know really. They just don't.
So how did you figure out that the Earth isn't the spinning ball that they're telling everyone?
It's just my prediction through my intelligence that I'm connected to God. I'm literally blessed. Maybe the only human in the world.
Compelling stuff. Another Glober. Pretending not to be a Glober.
Trust me, believe the teachers or believe me, but God's
You're
real.
a Glober, dude. What's the claimed radius of the globe? Yeah, that means you're a Glober.
I don't know, dude.
Only the globe believers don't know the claimed radius of the globe.
True.
So why do you believe the Earth's a spinning ball?
I don't actually know, dude.
No. It's because you were told. You were told so. That's why you believe it. You were told so at school. And you were told so by the TV.
I've seen a globe, man. They had globes in school. That's not flat, is it?
Yeah, it's a toy.
It's not a toy.
Sure, you had Action Man and stuff as well. Yeah, it's a toy for children. You get fancy ones for adults.
Yeah.
They're still toys. If you look on the bottom, there's usually a sticker on it that says, "Not for educational purposes." That's weird. I wonder why.
I mean, nobody ever takes one camping or on road trips, right?
Did you take a globe on a road trip with you? Stick it to the dash.
Take you to the mall, the thing, the point.
Anyway.
In the cockpit of an airplane.
Anyway, I'm going to dip off, guys, so Hopefully we've got someone from the FE side to pick it up. T-Dub, John, DJ. Have a good night, boys. We'll catch you soon.
Later, bro. Good night.
Thanks, Cyclone. Cheers, mate.
Take care, mate.
The legendary Cyclone, ladies and gentlemen.
My God, why are you unmuted? Get alive.
No one wants to talk to you.
Why, dude? Why does no one want to talk to me? I try so hard. I entertain the day.
I want to talk with you. Only short. Lama, why these people don't? Why these people think that Earth is not a globe? What is the main reason?
The main reason is season.
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 The season is main reason why these people think that Earth is not a globe.
Just Earth changes, space changes, Earth changes, our bodies change, everything changes. More than we think.
That means you still didn't find out why is the reason of these people don't think that Earth is a
It's a
globe.
pretty consistent change for you to cite it as change. The consistency of seasons.
It must be something they're saying. You know, they will not call this server flat Earth. That it's there is no story, something behind. Must be some story behind it.
Lama, how do you think your friend did with the evidence versus the claim? Were you listening to her? Yeah, it's pretty amazing. He was pointing out that the claim is that the sun and the moon are both below the horizon, below you, but the evidence that they're below you is that they're not below you. It was ironic that it didn't land for him.
What? Sun and the moon, what?
Mm-hmm. Yep. So, riveting.
I like waffles. Does that mean anything to you?
Earth is flatter than one. Yeah. There's no observable, measurable Earth curvature. And the Earth is definitely not utilized as if it is curvy. The gentleman there before said that, well, it's not a ball. Well, you know those pictures that they supposedly show us from outer space? Big round thing that they like to call Earth? It's pretty ball-shaped to me. You saying it's not that?
No.
That's wrong? That's fake, is it?
No. Not fake. I can tell by your voice.
Mm. What makes you think it's not fake?
Your voice. Tone.
Jesus Christ. You know that those pictures, right? They show oceans that are curving. Where do we see that in reality?
I don't know, dude.
Where can I go and see a curving ocean?
That's the Caribbean. I mean, Caribbean.
Across the
Oh, yeah.
Caribbean? What?
Yeah.
That's the one place, yeah. Mm.
Are you AI, dude?
Yeah, there's no curving oceans, bro.
You're AI.
Just
I'm being hacked by the government. I'm a billionaire.
Are you?
Are you real or not, man?
And how you fulfill your ego tonight with that?
No, I'm literally just a billionaire. You don't.
Yeah, I know. I'm asking, does that will fulfill, or you have story more to add to fulfill your ego tonight?
You want? Here's what I'll do for my ego, dude. I'm a nice guy, so go to my bio and click the link, and you'll get a Nitro code for your Discord account. It's
Okay, if you're not a nice guy, can you tell me how it's possible that geometry is something what is disturbing you and that you need to struggle about that? You know, geometry is stuff, you measure some distance and then you see it, if it's curving, spiraling, whatever, you know? You don't need to struggle about that. Everything is cool.
Dark matter. It makes 95% of the universe. That is fucking crazy.
What is crazy?
What is universe? Makes 95% of the universe is fucking crazy. If we
What is universe?
We can make anything that we can imagine or understand.
Is it crazy to have, let's say, 10 or 20 miles of flat surface? Is that crazy?
No, dark matter, dude. It's dark